rolling? Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Hold on. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it is not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. We are glad you're here and hope you have a wonderful day. But we are waking up to a few surprises here this morning, transitory or not. But the June CPI came in today. Month over month beat expectations by almost double on both ends. Even year over year was expected to come in right below 5%. Came in just a little bit higher, actually almost 10% higher. And then the real big surprise there with core CPI, that is going to be the key. But you also had some earnings there. You had an update from Boeing. You had earnings from JP Morgan, Pepsi, all of that. Some did good, some did bad. Pepsi has some of the best numbers there, while JP Morgan kind of struggled a little bit, but I think Goldman Sachs is up. However, overall, today is going to be a lot of back and forth with what we've seen the last few days. It is a very, very surprising report. So the debate of transitory or not is going to continue, and just factoring in everything, it is going to get a lot more crazier here. We're going to see how people react with it, but overall, should be a good day. You got Jerome Powell tomorrow as well. We got this data. You got earnings kicking off. The market's going to move. We hope that you're in the game, but good morning. How are you? How you feeling, Chad? How you feeling? How many of you are surprised? How do you feel about the current inflation? How did you feel? I know you saw the market reaction a little bit. It's not too big, but how did you feel? Or is that, what do you, I think this could start a lot of good discussions. Oh, yeah, you felt like liking the vid? Okay. I didn't expect that. It was expected. Okay, it was expected. That's why it missed expectations. I feel you. Not surprised. Expected it to be high. Sounds about right. Biggest increase in trucks and cars. Not too surprised, maybe not so transitory. Well, we have inflation ready to soak the information. I'm just saying, have some hope. Oh, tell him, baby. Oh, tell him. This is going to be good. See, again, this was the whole idea of all of this. Again, I think not the whole idea, but what's really going to come out of this. You're just going to get a lot of debate back and forth. So we will see here. But inflation was the number one key here. Then again, Goldman Investment, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan's, how they played out there. Again, they had a lot of free reserves. The banks did pretty decent. I believe JP Morgan is going to be having its conference call right now, I think. I think we should be getting it, or here as the market opens, you'll see JP Morgan. They're going to report. They just turned green right there. So that is actually very, very good here. We'll see, again, even to get to the inflation chart. We're going to go over this a few times, but to give you a little visual here so you can see. So the blue line is where we came in. The purple line was expectations. So this is since 2019 or 2020. Let's take this out here, and we can pull it out a little bit. Let's pull it to the all-time chart. But essentially, again, this is the highest inflation print now on core in a very, very long time. I guess the last time it comes back that we were on the decline with CPI was in the early 90s. But otherwise, it's starting to take us back to this point here in the 70s. So you can see on the chart, you are up a lot inflation-wise. So this is what all of the central bankers are going to be talking about, especially Powell tomorrow. This is probably going to be your first debate here in the morning with a lot of things as everybody begins to digest the news and everything in general. And you got to realize that big bond move that you had the last few days now, it might reverse because of this. That's what we really want to watch here. So the bonds will show us a lot of what we need to see here. So I think it's going to be exciting, but as far as other news here, the U.S. comes in with, they're saying a warning there for starting businesses in Hong Kong. I think there was an update with ByteDance and TikTok, their IPO. Janet Yellen said that she's going to have some companies, or she said that a lot of companies may come out strongly for global tax. Global optimism soured, signaling cyclical boom behind this year is running out of steam. B of A's monthly fund manager showed investors cut their outlook for global growth and corporate profits, while predictions a steeper yield curve, a 2-year low. Boeing will deliver few 787 Dreamliners this year, and they were planning to do a lot more. So that's why Boeing's down 2%, but their guidance was expecting, I think by 2021, they were expecting to ship a lot of these Dreamliners, and they didn't. So this was a big guidance miss for them. So we will see how that is. Let's see. Credit Suisse main operations were cut by Moody's by 1 notch, citing risk management deficiencies. Biogen's Alzheimer's drug will be analyzed to determine whether it needs national coverage policy under Medicare. Truist said it's an important step towards reimbursement. The company also asked to turn over years of documents about Aduhelm's development to U.S. lawmakers. Citi debuts no-fee retail trading to compete with J.P. Morgan and BofA. Pepsi beat on sales and core EPS and raised its guidance. I think it's their best earnings in decades for Pepsi. So I haven't even taken a look there at Coca-Cola, but they're probably going to benefit off of it. Again, this kind of just speaks to the inflation trade, and this is one thing I'm going to be looking for here today because what you got to see is now if inflation does start printing here, depending on how people take it, some of these, some of the, more value stocks and economic recovery stocks, that reflation trade. Again, I was just reading how a lot of traders are kind of turning away from that. That one's going to be a little bit interesting there. Dow is only down because of BA. We will find out very, very shortly. Ant-backed food app Zomato IPO is 35,000% oversubscribed. So I think we're still getting China IPO here today. Let's see. Crude faces the threat of significant tightening and higher prices until OPEC resolves its standoff. So we still have no update on OPEC. Cuba appeared to block Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Telegram. Monitoring firm NetBlock says dozens of protesters are in custody after a crackdown on dissent over inflation, lack of basic goods, and blackouts. Less than 100 miles away in Haiti, 2 of the politicians vying for power after killing of the president are near a deal to hold elections, the Wall Street Journal said. Bitcoin miners are leaving China. And then today, you're going to get a bond auction at 11:30. Fed Kashkari, Fed Bostic, and Fed Rosengren. They're going to be speaking at 12 p.m. Eastern. U.S. is going to have another 30-year bond auction. We're selling a 1-year bond and 42-day CMBS. Fed to offer $500 billion in overnight repos. U.S. June monthly budget statement at 2. And then Biden is going to deliver remarks on voting rights. Let's see. Got a lot on there. But again, what we got right now, U.S. futures fall after data show consumer inflation unexpectedly accelerated in June. The dollar gained while yields on shorter maturity Treasury notes rose. Earlier second quarter earnings season got underway with PepsiCo gaining in pre-market trading after posting the fastest sales growth in at least a decade. JP and Goldman reported mixed results while trading revenue slipped at both lenders through deal making bolstered their bottom lines. Boeing dropped on the pre-market after the 787 Dreamliner. Prices paid by U.S. consumers surged in July by the most since 2008, topping all forecasts and showing higher costs associated with the economy's reopening to continue fuel inflationary pressures. The consumer price index jumped 0.9 in June, 5.4 in the same month last year, just as the markets were growing very comfortable with inflation risk, embracing the Fed's transitory message. This CPI will certainly create some waves. Adam Crisfulli, founder of Vital Knowledge, wrote in a note, "We don't think this CPI will alter the Fed's timeline, but it makes a December taper increasingly likely," he added. This CPI number should help cyclical value stocks and weigh on growth ones. Stocks European 600 struggled for traction as healthcare stocks declined. The Gerresheimer AG slumping as much as 8% after reporting narrow profit margins. Nokia OYJ headed in advance for telecom companies after saying it raised its full-year guidance. Banks declined after the European Central Bank said it would take steps to prevent excessive dividends when they lift a cap. Expectations for solid earnings seasons are supported This stock rally as investors ponder how central banks will unwind stimulus during the recovery from the pandemic. Still, inflationary pressures remain a concern, and speculation around when the Federal Reserve will start cutting. China stocks rose for the second day. Hong Kong outperformed. Chinese tech shares climbed after the government approval of Tencent Holdings deal eased concerns about stricter regulation. Strong trade data from China also buoyed the mood. And then oil was little changed. And let's see, you're just going to get a lot of Fed speakers today and throughout the week. So this is going to be good. At the very least, with the inflation all day today, we're going to get a lot of inflationary comments, or we're going to get a lot of Fed comments, more or less. Again, here's a little pretty chart for you so you can see what you're working with. Where is it? It doesn't show the full picture. There it is. So U.S. core and headline inflation were both higher than expected. Again, a lot of people are going to be talking about this, you could see, but this was, in a weird way, it was kind of, I don't want to say an outlier, but again, this was just like, I was in March. I think it was March or April when we had that one meeting where it came in so much higher than the expectation. It kind of showed you that everybody kind of missed the mark there. So again, a lot of people are going to hear this number today, or you're going to hear this metric that this is the most consumer inflation since 2008. So let's see, the so-called core CPI also rose. Used vehicle sales accounted for 1/3 of the gain in the CPI last month. Agency said the increase in June CPI was driven in large part by the pricing rebound categories associated with broader reopening of the economy, including hotel stays, car rentals, apparel, and airfares. Expectations that those will normalize help explain the Federal Reserve's view that inflation is transitory. Again, there's a lot to it, pretty much. We could probably, actually, no, I thought there's another long one. Median forecast in Bloomberg survey called for 0.5 gain in overall CPI and 4.9 year over year. So they're saying base effects, CPI retreated, but household spending on merchandise, fueled in part by government stimulus, has left businesses scrambling to fill orders while facing shortage of materials. I think this one was just explaining the bottlenecks. And then, so pretty good so far. What else we got? What else we have? Let's see. We got a couple minutes here. So let's get a look at some of the top movers in the U.S. XELA. This was a big one there. They expand its offering of robotic processes. Alt rises pre-market as preliminary revenue rises over 1,000%. DPW. CRTD, Excella lead gains amid retail trader favorites. Virgin Galactic extends the drop. CBA, Atlas Power with SPAC. Clover Health gets second sell as downgrade plunges. More questions to answer for the Black Widow effect on AMC. Wish U.S. Rosen Skilled Investor Council encourages context logic. A lot of small caps here. I want to see how the small caps perform here. That is going to be interest. That honestly, small caps might do a little bit better here. Again, think just inflation in general. Those are the ones that would do better. And with the inflation report, you'd essentially be expecting the bonds to reverse what they did. Diamond says will be competitive no matter what. Tesla estimates raised at Goldman Sachs of higher pricing and sales. Goldman, Citi, a lot of banks. I think WBT, they had a buyout offer that got declined. Or the company that they were doing the offer on. Remember WBT this week? That fell through. Let's see what else we got. I need more upgrades and downgrades here. All right. You also have Conagra. So you got 1 minute here. Alt Global Holding, DPW gains after they got their revenue. We just went over that. Conagra falls 4%. Packaged food company on full-year forecast, citing inflationary costs. Goldman shares swung. Hanes brand rises 3% after it got upgraded to overweight. MSEX, Middlesex Water, gains 11% after it said it will join the small-cap S&P 600. PLX Pharma, they got PLX Pharma. They're selling something in Walmart. That's the company. Was it them? They were up a lot more. I think Walmart even went on there. PepsiCo rise 1.4. Radware, RDWR, got upgraded by Needham's. SCW Works, ticker WRX, 38% on a 2-day rally. SLP drops as Raymond James downgrades it, and then Tempest rises 6% after HC Wainwright initiates coverage. Beep, beep, beep. What a day. What a day. There's a lot today. How do you feel? How do you feel? Are you ready? Oh, yeah, I got to take off the jacket. Even before we send in the Jets, it's game time. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. There's no I in CPI. Oh, wait, there is. Okay, there's no I in team. Get ready, baby. Get ready. It's game time. You know what we do to get ready? We do something very specific to get ready. Before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed before us, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? And that is our veterans of the United States of America. So they've done a lot than most of us ever will. I think a lot of us don't realize it. Every day, I grow more and more in appreciation for the people who've sacrificed for this country. Regardless of the reason to do it, they did it. So we love it. On behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge shout out and special thanks to all the veterans, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and God bless you, as well as shout out to the firefighters, the teachers, the doctors, the police officers. We love all of you as well, too. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Let's go, baby. Shout out the vets. You've been blessed. The veterans have blessed us. May God bless you. May you have a good day. It's going to be an exciting one. So there's going to be a lot to digest. You still got a pretty packed schedule. You're going to be getting all of the earnings at the same time. A lot of big name companies are taking the news right here. So keep that in mind. I'm going to be watching Boeing, JP Morgan, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Altria, Datadog, and then the steel companies X and CLF. Then I want to watch that PLX company and Walmart. I think that's going to be about it. And Airbnb. They got some upgrades. But overall, we'll see. Yeah, Nokia got upgraded because in Europe, so they also trade in Europe, they raised their full-year sales guidance. You got 20 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the day. Appreciate all of you who've liked the video. We love you. Thank you for supporting. God bless you. Get ready. Call out any plays. And balance the budget and get that long term, baby. Round one. Fight. Well, we'll watch value for a little bit. I want to see the weighting again. Boeing is going to be messing there with the Dow. Even the small caps, though. But it looks like small caps are opening down a little bit the worst. Watch the bonds here, too. Again, the fact that TLT is going up a little contrary to inflation. So you're going to be getting a lot of contradictory vibes there with the bonds. Run up the likes. Baidu. Again, China stocks are on a 3-day rally. That's the only up 14 on the SPY. NASDAQ down 0.15. Yeah, Dow Jones is the least down there, so that's a little bit good. Probably held up there by Pepsi. Airbnb 0.1. Airbnb is actually positive. I think someone said Roblox got downgraded. Qualcomm. First minute slow. Might try there to update the chart. Come on, yalla. Let's see. JP Morgan dropped. JP Morgan's going to be volatile, and again, I think their earnings is like halfway through the day or their conference call. Let's see. PepsiCo's rise after 1.2. Space went green. KO up 5. Yeah, Pepsi again. Killer result. Watch Bowen there. Good morning. Chatted down here. Good morning. UNH solid. That's good. Again, they're coming into earnings there. Let's see. There's your CPI. CPI, we're going to have some good talks on that. Oh, come on. Looks like Dow being held down. 14 names are up on the Dow, 16 are down. So mixed bag, but Goldman's actually holding them up. So if Goldman and the banks flip, but that could also be good for the rest of the banks. Tech is going to be kind of in the middle. S&P, again, led down by real estate stocks, NVR. That was yesterday. Amazon's down, but Tesla, Google holding it up. But you have 142 names up and then 358 names down. Yeah, UNH up 0.5%. I don't think they reported yet. Schumer to introduce federal legalization bill on Wednesday. That'd be for weed. UNH reports Thursday. There you go. Let me see Microsoft. TTD, that thing went up yesterday. So remember we had that play yesterday on there. Amazon green, MSTR green. Or no, MSTR green? No, MSTR is red. They're down 1.3. Tesla's doing good again. Remember they had 4%. Visa on the high. So you still got some big names coming up here. Tech is actually recovering a lot. Tech is flip-flopping with the Dow. Small caps are in the gutter, but for the most part, S&P and the rest of the market is kind of chill. Starbucks up 1/4. Goldman Sachs. That's weird. Goldman Sachs is leading, but it's down. That's weird. Apple's positive again. Again, a lot of call activity. Microsoft hitting the high as well. Up 2%. TLT is going up. So, again, this is a little bit surprising here because remember the whole argument from the last couple of weeks. It's hard to say inflation when the yields are coming down. So, this is a pretty interesting response here, but it'll make sense. It could even help the market. Is Viacom moving? Amazon back to red. Starbucks, yeah, Starbucks is making a nice move. Viacom might go green right there. We'll see. JD pop. Again, China stocks are on a 30 up 3%. I think Baba's up like 2%. What's the most traded option on Bloomberg? I will check in a little bit. Usually I like to give it some time throughout the day because in the first 4 minutes, it's just there's a lot of trades going on. I don't think it highlights it the same way. UUP. Apple came down a little bit. Again, it's only been 5 minutes here. Nokia up 9%. VW CEO says China EV demand is picking up. Isn't Abivi's ex-dividend, I think, is today or tomorrow. Starbucks, that's a new all-time high? Wow. Yeah, those plays are up 75% from a couple days ago. BA, is it down 3%? BA keeps selling. That's not going to be good. Come on. Oh, wow. Yeah, Boeing down 3%. That's weighing heavy on there. Yeah, BA is 47 points. So Dow would be positive without Boeing. Easily, I think. UNH, Visa, Amgen, HD are the leaders there. Coca-Cola up 1% again. Pepsi's still going. Tilray gas in. That off the legalization. Yeah, Tilray's up 5%. Bank of America. Let me check JP Morgan again. JP is right in the middle. I don't think we had the conference call just yet. AMD red. Let's see, Qualcomm. I like the Coca-Colas as well. MO going again. MO part of just the value trade in general. I mean, Pepsi, you get a fat inflation report, and then Pepsi shows the biggest growth in decades. I mean, that says something about the value trade or economic shift play, more or less. But Dow Jones would be very, very good right now. So Nasdaq's down about 0.1%. Same thing with S&P, but Dow Jones would be positive. Boeing has that outside Dreamliner news. Chips all red. TSM break even. Intel down 0.5%. Qualcomm down 1/3. AMD down almost 1%. Yeah, China stocks are probably going to do good today. Marin on the high. City down. So watch TLT. See if TLT ends up coming down. I think that will say a lot there. Otherwise, yeah, I think you're having a lot of digestion from this CPI. I think you got a lot of people surprised. I think a lot of people, even if they have an opinion, I think everybody's surprised. What I'm looking at, I could even just seeing some of these moves, the initial reaction, even the discussion. I think we have a great sense of opinion volatility. Starbucks all-time highs. That one's doing good. Microsoft is leading right now for both the Dow and S&P. So Goldman is the one. Goldman is beginning their earnings call right now. Snow. So watch Goldman. They're going to be having that call right now. Snow's up 0.8. Canopy growth. Looks like all the weed stocks are up a lot here today. Wish going. Walmart's up. PLX. We still in those Bowen options. I am. Those are clapped now. So those we got to make them free. So we just, again, break even on that trade now. CGC. Sprint on the low. XOMBP going up. Snap red to green. Airbnb barely holding on green. Goldman moving again. You have Goldman earnings right now. Solomon says future dividend may not be as big as the 60% boost they announced. They'll continue to prioritize a robust dividend as part of its capital management philosophy. Let's see. What's the day today? Today's the 13th. Some green candles here. I'm thinking I'm looking at a premium sell play. I might want to sell some on the banks. Again, you guys remember last time. Snap is looking good. Walgreens coming straight up there, bouncing a little bit. So you have some strong moves there. What else is down a lot? Being Pepsi's up. Pepsi's still killing it. I think of Boeing. Yeah, Boeing's still dropping 3.3 and hitting a low right now. SPY trying to break out a little bit. Dow's really good right now. If anything, Dow is positive. You don't see it there because Boeing is weighing very, very heavily on the index. Good. Are you saying GM, folks? Like good morning or GM? Because I like GM, but good morning. How are you? Abby Vi ex dividend inbound. Valander down 2.5. Clove down 4.5. INMD continuation. Roku. OSAT on the high. OSAT? Yo, what's OSAT? Looks like they were halted. They're up 110%. ORSAT? ORSAT. OSAT. Not seeing any news on that one. It looks like they filed a 8K. ORBSAT. Interesting one. OSAT Baba deal. Deal with Baba. Okay, thank you. David Solomon again for Goldman's earnings. That CPI just shot the only houses and cars coming out the sky. I said it on the watch list. I don't think, did anybody watch the watch list yesterday? Why? There's one thing about that CPI that's very, very hard to ignore. You have to look at the reality of the situation. But I think some people missed it. Apple coming up here, 0.5%. BBBY. Banks, I laugh at inflation. Yeah, we watched it. There's one. If you watch the watch list, what was the most important part about this CPI report? There's only one reason. There's one thing to look at, and there was a specific chart I showed. That's where, again, and I think it puts it into context because we were talking about this yesterday. Let's see, where is it? Not the wages. Not the prices paid. It's a good one. It's a very, very good one. Very, very good one. So the main point that you needed to see here, again, SPY hanging out a little bit here. Watch is some reaction still. Again, you're getting a lot of shifting. You say FedEx. I have the chart. I'll show you guys in a little. So think about it. If you watch the watch list or if you didn't, just think about that question I just asked. I'll give you the answer here in a second. And I'll show you guys the supporting data. Yeah, FedEx is doing good. They're up again. JP Morgan starting to move up. Again, Goldman Sachs call is happening right now. Fibrogen down 13%. Starwood gives up on malls after plunge in values. Let's see if Goldman comes down. I want to wait here. This could be, depending on the move, I might want to sell some premium. Apple's on the high. So tech is still doing good. You have a lot of stuff actually playing out pretty decent. Where's that TTD? That TTD didn't move. See, Datadog, work is Starbucks. Apple's taking off. Again, a lot of call activity on Apple yesterday. Yeah, Apple is just leading the high ticker here. Starbucks still holding up. TLT is maining pinned, and maybe it's because you have bond auctions today. Because this is still, the TLT is moving very, very weird today. The correlation is, excuse me. Oh, no, it's back. The correlation is very, very messed up here today. Microsoft up 0.7. Yeah, Baba, all the China stocks, they're on a two-day rally here coming out of, all the bad news that they've gotten over the last few weeks. They've been getting, it's just been, it can't get any worse, so they've been able to bounce. Yeah, Weibo's moving. They're up 2%. TLT's making a move up here. This is going to get very key. TLT doing the opposite of what everyone would expect. I mean, quite frankly, I think everything's doing the opposite of what everyone expected. And that's where the confusing nature of today's CPI comes into play. Yeah, there are auctions yesterday, and there's another one. There's a 52-week auction and then a CMBS auction early in the morning, and then middle of the day, you're going to be getting a $30 billion auction, or a $30 billion, a 30-year auction. PCE should come out next week. How you would expect the bonds to? I would expect TLT to come down, based on it's inflationary. So if you just got that number coming in there, but you would expect the bonds the yields to come higher, because like a lot of people were saying, that during this rally when rates were shooting down, a lot of people, it's hard to justify saying you have inflation when rates are shooting down at a historical price or at a historical rate. Apple up 9. Weibo's there at the top. Starbucks coming down a little bit. Let's see. Chip makers, they might get some steam here. They all look like they're kind of popping, so that could be good. Goldman. Amazon's doing pretty good. Amazon's positive now. Microsoft's leading just like Apple. They're both making a nice move. TSM up 7.7, trying to bounce. Yeah, that looks nice. So if they could get out of that range, they might lead everything else up. Powell is going to be Wednesday and Thursday, so it's a 2-day event. Some people are saying Thursday, but I think we do hear from him Wednesday. And you are going to get a lot of, what's it called? You're going to get a lot of Fed speakers. I think you have 3 Fed speakers today. You have all of them all at the same time. So at 11:50 Eastern, you have Fed Kashgari, Bostic, and Rosagren, and they're speaking on racism in the economy. That is their scheduled event. And then you also have the Bank of England. You have a couple of moves happening there. So TSM, a lot of things moving. TLT kind of doing the opposite there, but coming up. So again, this is where it gets interesting, because if the bonds start going up during this, if it confirms this move, that's why, it's going to get a little bit tricky here. Again, I really think you're getting a divergence here of opinion, and I think it's having I think you're going to start seeing that effect a little bit more. Amazon breaking out. I don't even know what the premiums are at. Oh, those premiums are still doing good. That ghetto spread was nice. That ghetto spread is still holding its value, and we're making money on both sides. Spotify's coming up. Yeah, I don't know about Chase, but I know JP Morgan did as well. They released Goldman Sachs earnings calls happening right now. Twitter's on the high. I think a lot of the social media companies picking up. A lot of tech is up. I mean, tech is positive right now. Without Boeing, Dow Jones would have been positive as well too. Same thing with S&P. So today you're actually green right now. I would say, believe it or not. If you look at it, you really are just getting drawn down here by Boeing. Otherwise, small caps are clapped, but tech is holding up through some of the earnings leaders there. I think you have to realize even the bank earnings could be a good sign, if anything. KO wants to kiss 55. Pepsi did amazing. Let's go. Amazon 0.5%. Airbnb red. Tattoo Chef 3. Palantir hurting. Market shaking off inflation fears. I think you're, again, like I'm saying, the divergence in opinion, it's going to keep fueling the debate for it. But, one thing that happened was it missed expectations on every top end. So that's where you get, that just goes to show everybody had a general idea, but the data fell outside of that. DraftKings selling, TLT again. I think we got that one. That shot up and came down. Goldman ended up coming down. See, down 4. Italy to legislate liners out of Venice. Again, even I want to see UK too. That's going to be key. Pepsi 52-week high. Microsoft hitting the highs as well too. Yeah, it's a mixed bag today. It's a mixed bag. Hopefully you guys liked the video. Hopefully you smiled today. Loved yourself. But you can see it. Even Europe all around. Things are pretty. Today's just a kind of a neutral mixed day. Where's Cuba? Man, did y'all see that thing in Cuba? That thing's crazy. That's it. But they got the American flag. Amen. Amen. Give them freedom. But most of the world is pretty neutral here right now. Pepsi going up. TLT still making an ascension there. That's going to be interesting. What happened in Cuba? Bro, that's crazy. That's actually crazy, the Cuba thing. I mean, I don't know coming into day 2. But that's what just crazy. It's not even like, they talked about it this morning. Again, that was even in the Bloomberg Daybreak. So it's definitely happening global, and it's being covered by some news sources. But they are there's a big giant protest, but they are protesting pretty much the government. They're lacking food. Let me get you the actual statement so I don't misrepresent it in any way. Let's see. Caribbean chaos. So even then, Cuba appeared to block Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Telegram. Monitoring firm NetBlock said dozens of protesters are in custody after a crackdown on dissent over inflation, lack of basic goods, and blackouts less than 100 miles away in Haiti. You also have the presidents looking to set up an election. But pretty much, according here to Bloomberg, they are protesting and rioting over dissent over inflation, lack of basic goods, and blackouts. That's I think you could. I don't know if it's on the snap maps too, but there's some video clips you could see it. They're protesting and they're walking around, wearing and waving American flags. Again, more ECB updates. So workers get back as he boosted teamwork. Goldman, did they bounce up? They're good. If Goldman sells off a little bit more, I might want to sell premium on that one. Datadog still in the gutter a little bit. TTD, this is the one we sold the premium on yesterday. Netflix on the high. Baba, Zoom on the high. PayPal. So you got a lot of stuff still running. Tech is holding up very, very green now. SPY is about to go green. Dow is the lagger again, probably because of, Boeing. Zella, again, they're up 18%. They got another piece of news today. Domino's hits record high. Didn't Domino's have a messed up earnings the other time? Didn't Domino's get clapped the other day? I'll guess that was 3 months ago. Man, time flies. Time flies. Yeah, PayPal is approaching all-time highs, I'm pretty sure. So again, you coming into earnings, you have a lot of good run-ups here, or you have some stuff that's still keeping the steam here, and that's why I think's part of this. But overall, you could see it today all around the world. It's kind of a mixed bag. It's kind of literally a free-for-all. And then now we're getting this data, and then now we're looking for ECB and anybody else to pivot in terms of monetary policy. And we're talking Coca-Cola. It's probably going to do good with Pepsi. Again, Pepsi just won. I mean, again, their strongest growth in decades, or strongest growth, earnings growth in 10 years. Very, very good for them, especially. But again, I think it even highlights the inflation trade that much more. Sell portfolio for down premiums. Better to sell winner if it's a big name, or sell out of the weird growth picks that haven't popped off yet. Maybe a little bit of both, and maybe lean towards some of the ones that haven't really popped off too much yet. So then that way it's kind of neutral there, but, trimming a little bit of a winner, wouldn't hurt as well too. But, try to have like an equal, trim everything and then just a little bit extra on some of the sides, if that makes sense. Get a little tape. You got to taper away. Cut a little bit of the extra stuff and then get your, take a little bit of everything. It all depends what you're trying to do. Or how much you're going to need. Microsoft still ripping. Overstock's still, actually, Overstock's approaching 100. Why is the market going up with high inflation numbers? Honestly, everybody's confused. I could say that without a doubt. That's the only thing that I'm not confused about is everybody else's confusion. That I think after this, and I think it's very, very clear. And you could even see how it's even being discussed back and forth. Oh, Camille! I know that name. Good morning. Beyond. What's new? This is new. Everything today is very, very, very new. Very, very, very new. I know new traders, they don't know what CPI is. Yeah, that's just on one level. I mean, just the economic situation of it. And this has been a time where I haven't really seen you in for a 3-month period, 4-month period, a lot of economists have gotten things wrong. Or the estimates have just been out of whack. And now, granted, given this situation, I think it makes sense. But, you're watching literal, 2 out of 3 of the biggest governments in the world are pivoting central bank policy. We haven't. But now the fact that some of the numbers just are, again, when people are, when the estimates come in a certain way and they keep missing, that's what it is. I don't think the economists are blinded politically. I think it's just there's a lot of opinions right now. I think, politics may muddy the waters, but when it's all said and done, a lot of, we're talking global economists as well, too. Everybody's weighing in on this situation, but when you see estimates this far off, that's just, I said this months ago on a watch list. I mean, the first time we freaked out over CPI, all it comes down to is if you miss by a large margin on estimates, that's showing you confusion right off the bat. It's not, you could say, oh, they missed, but why did they miss? That's the real question. Why were we off by 10 to 30% on expectations when we've really, really seen all this play out? So it is, it's volatility. That's the first step of volatility. It's a volatile opinion, but we'll go there. Thy why is very important. Zella, Shop, Oracle. U.S. tech stocks may soon be more costlier than they ever were in the dot-com era. A little chart. I'll get to that one in a little bit. Let's see what's about to happen next, okay? Goldman's reversing now, so watch out as the bank earnings are coming in. Banks are starting to flip-flop there. Shopify got a pop. They're up 1.2. Facebook slightly green. I think they're down 0.23. Apple and Microsoft are the real winners here. Then Amazon's kind of in the middle, I think, with Netflix trying to tag along with them. Yeah, Vips, JD, Weibo, any of the China stocks doing very, very good today. Today is kind of their relief rally, or the last 2 days. I think the markets are waiting on gold and inflation. Not the market's just waiting on the Fed. That's it. It's Fed or China. Whatever happens overseas, we're just playing. This is all a central bank game at this point. Because, again, you're seeing it. They're listening to the Fed. You see how the data is coming in and all of that. But it's just like that weekend video I showed. You just got to really play the cycle. And I'm not talking seasonal cycle. I'm talking just monetary policy cycle and how they start putting out stuff. That's what I'm really starting to see as the main key here. And that's why if people lose faith in that, it could lead to a little bit more of a erratic market. But until then, it's getting... that's what we're waiting on, essentially. Saudi Airlines contracts with GE Digital for digital asset record management. Overstock up 1.7. This time CPI miss was their expansion in volatility. I believe in March and April. That's where we got some of the first ones. I could probably go back to, I think, some of these volatile moves right here. I think these were all in line with both the inflation and then the Fed. And then April, May, June number didn't really surprise too much, but it was minor. And then that's the whole point. Back then, 3-4 months ago, we didn't know what we knew about inflation today. So you've had another 3 to 4 months of digesting and processing it. And now, again, all the analysts are wrong. PayPal. If PayPal hits all-time highs, is that all-time highs? Yeah. That one's going to be, where's Square? Square is right there in the middle. That's actually pretty interesting. We'll see. I'm going to watch both of them. Zella to the moon. Bank stocks. I think bank stock earnings, again, these could have been a lot worse. So they're holding up pretty decent. Dow Jones. Yeah, Dow, I think it probably with Boeing and then some of the other names giving up steam. But Boeing is just weighing down very, very heavily on it. Boeing, Goldman now. Now that Goldman was the flip-flop. Goldman was the leader. Yeah, so that's what's weighing down your Dow right there. Goldman, JP, Boeing, all down the line. Even Caterpillar, though. You can't ignore Caterpillar too much. And even Disney. So Microsoft, Visa, Apple, CRM, the tech stocks of the Dow are holding it up. People don't hold TQQ. Some of them are. I don't know if the Qs are self-diluting, but those are usually shorter-term plays. It's to hedge and play immediate volatility with something, but it's not really designed to be bought and hold like an equity. Archite down 2. Walgreens coming up. MO dropped. That was a little surprising there. Pepsi just pinned up at the top. Baba sweep in, Verb. Didi. I've not looked at Didi since the whole thing. 1164. They're even up today. All the China stocks are doing good. Chip makers gaining steam. I see Wingstop's new thigh commercial. I did not. Data dog chilling at open. Oh, there you go. It's actually up again. It dropped for a little bit yesterday. That one I like. I still, again, as the middle play. And we're hearing from Biden today on the voting bill, not the infrastructure. Might see a reversal. If Boeing does do good, that'll be good. I'm going to watch out for the banks. Goldman is the one. I wanted to sell a little bit of premium on the Goldman. They're down 1.6. Why is the market going down off the inflation news? It's still going to be a lot to digest. And if anything, I mean, the inflation news today, it tells you something, but I don't know if it's going to necessarily move the market like it did. Again, you got only one big move 3-4 months ago when people weren't really, it was kind of more new. But at the end of the day, I think it just tells you about the situation. Again, and then you even get to see the back and forth of how, again, you're in the middle. You are in the eye of the storm of transitory. Yeah, low ticker is actually running pretty high. But you are getting some names on the high ticker. Dollar went up a lot. I haven't checked the other currencies, but I think very, very similar state. A lot of things got a little bit of a push. Yeah, Boeing kind of wanting to come up a little bit. It's 337 on the SPY. We're still holding up pretty good, though. So Goldman drop in. See if TLT can make. If TLT switches gears here, that might say something. Are people going to lose faith in the Fed? Maybe after another report, maybe, or another two. But even what today's number highlighted at the very least from the Fed is now people are really expecting a taper coming in from December. Viacom up now, starting to gain some steam there. CPI manipulated anyway. And I mean, I don't think that if it was manipulated, it does definitely record things differently. And obviously the Fed looks at PCE instead of the or what's it called, or CPE instead of the CPI. But at the end of the day, though, it is still very what's the word? If it was so manipulated, that number wouldn't have came out today. It would have been like it did last quarter was nice. Like, remember, you came in a little bit above expectations. It wasn't anything of a large margin. Just think standard deviations. Like, it's just like a stock in earnings. Like you could meet within a certain range, but if you miss between, a sample size of, it's like that shouldn't have happened too often. A big miss highlights that. And then this is what I was saying here on the watch list. This was the chart that I was showing you guys. So what you see here is the blue is the price of oil, and then the overall just consumer goods basket, and then this is your core CPI, the core CPI. So this is what people are worried about, and this is why I said the core CPI is so important right here, because what has happened in the last 3 months. If I ask you about basic consumer goods like food, and then I ask you about gasoline in the last 3 months, what has happened? The price of oil has gone up because of OPEC, but for the most part, all of these have came down. So you see oil had a peak, but then oil shot back down. So then the price of food had their peak earlier, started coming back down a little bit. But that means your CPI excluding those is coming down. Yeah, it's natural gas. I mean, same exact natural gas, oil, all of that. They've done a lot. So that's where it's showing a lot of stuff underneath the surface, where it's like there's a lot more inflation than not, because over the last 3 months we've kind of categorized everything as, think about Kathy Woods, the deflation, all of that. People were expecting that things came back down. So yeah, this report is showing things came up, but when you look at the core CPI, exclude food and energy, and those have been very volatile and have had big price increases and have dropped substantially in the last 2 to 3 months. If you even excluding those, you are getting inflation rising at a massive rate. Blinken, China government is perpetrating genocide in Xinjiang. That just came out. So that's what I was saying on the watch list yesterday, and coming into this report, I think it just highlights it even more. I think you're getting JP Morgan's conference call. Bank of America. I got to write down the commands. Fubo looks good. I think you still got the Elon situation going on too. Yep. We still got that Elon case as well too. How do you know how to cipher induce? You kind of just learn over time. I've been doing it for a while. So just kind of you start to, and again, that's why you learn every day. You get to see kind of what the market takes and what they don't take. There's a lot of different things related to it. But that's why, anything, if you understand the difference between material and not, understand the difference between opinion versus actual news, the statement, defining where the source comes from, all of that. Very sad ratios. If you could be so kind, like the video, drop your thumbs up on it. It's going to be a good one. We're going to have a lot to talk about today. Again, I'm sure we're going to go over a lot of financial stuff when it comes down to it, with inflation, all of that. We're going to even get it, I'm sure, even by the end of the day, you're going to get a lot of updates on this, if anything. And I mean, and I would, if I could caution, I wouldn't take it as too important. I would understand what the data is telling you, but I would not really look for an immediate reaction to the market, at the very least, until you get Powell, at the very least. So maybe Powell in that situation, or any of the Fed chairs, but, you're seeing how the market's digesting it. Just understanding, what this is saying, and hopefully it could guide you a little bit in the future. Fubo. Viacom chilled out a little bit. Yeah, Fubo is getting some steam there. They're up 4% right now. Amazon, Google at the high. AMD bouncing off the top. Pepsi making another move. Amazon doing very good. When's he speaking about speaking? I think Thursday is when we get it. But I think you're going to hear from him on Wednesday and Thursday, I believe. Let's go and shout out that vest, baby. Yeah, Starbucks making another move up. Fubu still holding up. Verb up 12. This one's talked about the last couple days. I keep thinking everybody is trying to recruit me to a MLM, but it's a stock. So keep that in mind. Levi Star. Seeing a lot of old names today. Y'all decided to pop up today. What's going on? Good morning. Good morning. Oh, these gonna get clapped. Earnings priced in. Well, you have to think about it. You just got a set of earnings and bad inflation data, and you're seeing a lot of these stocks come up. So this is part of the pricing in process. We're pricing it now. Boeing coming back down. I'm waiting for Goldman. Goldman hits another low. That's going to be a move. Walgreens hitting the high. Got 24% on that premium sell. So, again, that was a pretty cool. This is why we could take advantage of earnings. Remember, I sold premium right here. So, the stock even dropped on the put, but you're watching. Even that put premium has dissipated to a degree. Airbnb, Gordon Haskett upgrades. Yeah, that was earlier in the morning, I believe. Baidu on the high. Airbnb still down. DraftKings, Uber. Uber's down 1%. What bad inflation data? No. Don't you worry. It's hard to say it's bad or not. All it did was miss expectations by a lot, and the most since 2008, and brings us back to levels of the 70s. And considering the fucking back and forth everybody has had over the last 3 months, I mean, it's quite hilarious. It just highlights even, this feels like August 2020 to a degree, when a lot of people were just, nobody could get this right. And again, that's what I'm saying. It's in a very elusive concept of what's happening right now. It's transitory. I was born in transition. No, wait, no. Amazon. Apple all-time high. Amazon. Overstock. Yeah, Apple's doing very, very good. Again, you remember there's like a couple million in Apple calls yesterday. Those are crazy. So you could probably take a look at that now right off the bat. Let's see some of our most active options here. Apple July 141 calls at 145. These were the ones from yesterday too. Apple calls, SPY calls seem to be your leader here. Tesla calls 700. Actually, all calls. The next biggest one is XLF puts. Yeah, every single, the top like 10. Yeah, that's crazy. Top 15. There's like literally no puts. EEM puts right here. And SPY puts, but most of them are calls. You can see there's only like 4 or 5 puts on this whole set. Tesla swan diving. Not really. Again, the case is going on. Schumer says he'll meet with Texas Democrats on voting today. Again, more updates. The Elon case is going now. I think this is it. Yeah, in his question, Barron is driving the idea that Musk saw a flailing company in Solar City, which he held 22%. No, this is from yesterday, right? In 2016, a couple of weeks after Tesla offered to buy Solar City, Musk saw just how bad Solar City was. Barron asked him to confirm Musk's box. Barron shows a slide of July 9th email from Musk to Solar City, including the line, "I told you that we are running crazy close on cash." Overstock popping again. Overstock approaching $100, and it's been getting a lot of steam lately. Remember, it's coming off that $150 price target, so that's popping there. JD on the high. Tesla is coming down. Bro, the overstock options are still so expensive. Who is pricing these, man? Overstock September 150 call activity block. Let's see. Yeah, it's like 600 options got per. Those have not moved too much comparatively. JD still on the high. Baba, China stocks making a push. If you notice right now, SPY hitting all-time highs, TLT chilling out just a little bit. So we'll see. Yeah, still that one leap is up like 50%. It's not bad. Blinken, we already got that one. JP, if JP and Goldman start coming down, that's going to be bad. At least for the Dow. That's why I'm watching Goldman's effect. Goldman's literally, it's like Boeing, but not as bad right now. But it's going to affect the Dow a lot more. AHPI, Allied Healthcare. They're popping. I don't know if they got halted right there. AMD is now positive. Intel was positive. Qualcomm still down. Rocket Mortgage. Social media volume rises 4 signals since June 30th. Yeah, JD, I think some of those old JD plays came back. They're down 17% now. Yeah, overstock it does perform when things are a little bit red. But at the same time, I mean, SPY is red right now. SPY is green. NASDAQ is green. Dow Jones would be green but you have to exclude the bank earnings, and then Boeing's had its individual news. So like if you want to look at the effect of today, even after this report, you are fairly positive, very, very positive, even on some of these tech stocks. Facebook going green, but like you could see it. Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, they're really leading the way, and then a lot of these other in-between names. Yeah, there's Goldman with another low. Schumer will use infrastructure to combat climate change. Solomon, CEO, that's Goldman Sachs, he said he will watch progress of Biden's executive order closely. Or no, was that Solomon? Maybe it's the wrong Solomon. No, that's Goldman Sachs. God bless the call, baby. Amen. It's Tuesday. It's a good day for a Tuesday. Amazon 52-week highs. So again, remember we ghetto spreaded that one. I'm still making money on that. I would have made another $1,300, but then I did the ghetto spread. So I'm losing $800 on that one. But overall, I mean, it's still allowing us to ride this whole thing out, and we've gotten a decent amount of profit on it. Senate leader infrastructure must be used. Yeah, I think that one's the one that just came out. Google all-time high. Dollar's chilling out a little bit. Yeah, Facebook was the only one that was struggling to go positive, but the other ones are up, like Snapchat, Twitter, they're all doing good. CUNE, Peloton, Overstock again. I wish Overstock had cheap options. I mean, you could gamble on the weeklies, but I don't know. It's already Tuesday. Dude, I wish the Overstocks weren't that expensive. Until pop in, but watch Overstock at 100. It's at 99 right now. Upwork on the high. JD is still going. Intel making that move. JD's up 4. Yeah, so everything, there's articles about the Fed's transitory view. Fed officials message that the current price increase in the U.S. is transitory, could be challenged if inflation figures continue to beat expectation, Commerce Bank says. Data shows that much of the surge has been driven by categories hit by COVID-19 disruptions, such as hotels, cars, or flights, which supports the Fed's views that the rises are largely a transitory phenomenon. The bank says prices should correct again somewhat next year as demand normalizes and many supply chain bottlenecks ease, but there is risk that the inflation spurt spreads to other more permanent categories. Commerce Bank says we continue to expect the Fed to send corresponding signals in the coming months and to decide in the fourth quarter to scale back its bond purchases. So I think that's a good assessment of it. I think, again, that's just the debate going back and forth where it does look transitory. The Fed is going to probably stick to that, and the real key that everybody is looking for is how does this data lead to the Fed making an action in the future? And that's where they're expecting fourth quarter. Well, Overstock is rocketing. Very, very good. Again, I just like the size of the candles on a day like this. Again, that's what we were looking for after the upgrade. So if that keeps going, that's a lot of steam there. TLT looks like it wants to come down. Let's see. Dow Jones split 50-50. Even the S&P, and that's the crazy part about today. Even though the S&P is barely green, you have 368 names that are down and then only 136 up. So you got Amazon balancing out, but a lot of other things are kind of weighing in there. So for the most part, you kind of got a little breadth issue here. Square on the high, Microsoft another high. You could debit spread the Overstock, yeah. That wouldn't be a bad idea. You see, I already have the shares and I have a leap on it. That's why I'm trying to just get a really good deal on it if I was going to play anymore. Oracle, big red. Tesla selling off. I don't think it's a big red on Oracle. Tesla's slowly edging down there. 115 weekly is cheap. I mean, Overstock to go $15 is it's still far out the money. Don't let the $5 increments fool you. Yeah, Upwork has been leading the last few days. Those are just always expensive. Yeah, Upwork's going crazy right there. EQT Corp target raised to 33 by Mizuho. McDonald. I like I mean, again, I wonder how after Pepsi, how some of these, more economic reopening trades might do, or even just basic value quality already in the game. Again, the Pepsi earnings, I think, is a big surprise because a lot of people, even Coca-Cola, some people were expecting it to slow down a little bit. So maybe Coca-Cola doesn't do as good, but that was a very, very good sign. Amazon is still killing it now. I don't know if it caught up with Apple. Yeah, it's about to. Amazon is catching up with Apple. Apple was leading the way initially. Microsoft is also leading, so Amazon is now catching up. Netflix was the one tagging behind, and then Facebook is the lowest out of all of those. But they're all still up. Visa, MasterCard on the high. Let me get the banks. Let's see. I'm looking to see how this trade would look. What's the break even on that? 357.24. I'm waiting. Visa going up. SPY as well. Watch some of the bigger text there. I think Amazon's probably leading the way. You think if we get hyperinflation, they'll close the stock market? I don't think you're gonna get what's it called? Hyperinflation. Yeah, small caps are down 1.1. I'm waiting. I'm trying to see this play here. I might do that credit spread. I like it though, but Goldman, it's pretty good. What, 357 would be my break even? Probably go a little lower, honestly. WW International options volume rises 6 signals since June 29th. Amazon's still going. Netflix is now catching up. And that's great. Those Amazons are working. That ghetto spread's still allowing us. It's capping our gains a little bit, but not too bad. I think Spotify's been up too. Space is on the high. Spotify's kind of been a silent mover. Not done much though. SPY hitting a new high. Is this more new highs? Yep. More new all-time highs still. Viacom green. Let me see. Is the Goldman stuff still going? Biden executive order, how it could affect. Bubble money. Nah, you're not. I don't think you're getting the same level of hot money. I think you could see the hot money is slowed down. I think it's very apparent. You guys, you remember what hot money looked like. I mean, just think about when, you had crypto, I think about all of our traditional inflation indicators. That's the crazy part. I mean, coming into March and April when it was really surprising people, you had the price of lumber up almost 1,000% or whatever. You had Bitcoin, you had all of these, you had the meme stocks, all of these indicators that were kind of highlighting inflation. So now to see all of that dissipate, but then watch the inflation number get higher, that's where it gets, interesting. Yeah, the JD contracts, AHPI, that moved again, XCLA, Zella. Yeah, Goldman is getting class. That's why I'm waiting. I want to I want to do what I did with Walgreens on that. I'm hoping that depending on if this is the cap or not, but I want to sell into that premium to take advantage of it. Because the banks, they could have been a lot worse. That's why the banks, I don't even think they were too bad. Even Goldman was green for a little bit today. TSM. Yeah, TSM bounced again there. I think all the chip makers except Quali. Yeah, JD's up 5. Let's see. What did the other one pay me? Very bullish day. I think it is. I think that's what we're highlighting here. Like, it is bullish, but it's also you're getting a different view of the market here. Again, you have a lot of just a few names or you're getting the earnings effect, but then you also, even on the Dow, you have other people affecting it. Because right now, there's more names. There's almost double the amount of stocks that are down on the S&P than are up. And then as far as the Dow is concerned, it's really just 3 names bringing down the Dow. Yeah, but the bank puts, that's why I'm looking at these, because the premium was high a lot more. That's the problem. So that's why I'm saying I'd want to sell puts on this one just because the banks could have been a lot worse and you could see it in the premium. UWMC down 3. Damn, on today. That, I mean, even with the rates, very interesting. Oh, you guys heard that? I'm sorry. I know you guys don't like I know you guys don't like the noises. Hi, Josh. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for asking. Let's see. I'm waiting. I like I don't know, that Goldman. Otherwise, let's see some of the other infrastructure plays. I'm not doing as much. Datadog came up. Caterpillar selling off heavy too. Damn June CPI. Yeah, Apple, Microsoft. Again, big tech has led the way, like, substantially. So SPY might come down here a little bit. It's only been an hour 15 minutes. You've gotten a very, very slow edge up. It's been pretty much the big tech names clawing us out of here. NASDAQ's up 0.3. Dow down 0.25% almost, and then SPY barely green. Happy birthday, bro. Feels like your birthday was just yesterday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. Thank you. I love you. AHPI again. That was a big runner. Will it fill me at 30? I better cancel that. That's going to fill. What is it? 357. I want to see. I'm just trying to get more money out of that one. Oh, shit. Or I could do it in the money. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, wait. See, so I could do the out of the money, lower cash, but then if I wait a little bit, I might be able to get a higher probability one. So I'm waiting on that one. We'll see. So I'm looking for a premium sell. Again, we have access to a lot of stuff already if you think about it. You know, we have other plays. We made some of our earnings plays. Amazon's working good, Starbucks, all of that. So we have that exposure. That's why I'm trying to make sure we get a good premium sell in there. And you saw how we got to take advantage of some of the premiums during earnings, like even with Walgreens. So that's even coming down. But watch this SPY. Low ticker's kind of picking up. Upwork on the high again. This thing has been a big, big leader over the last, dude, that's up 10 more percent. Bonds getting some activity there. Taking some intraday hits, nothing too heavy. Well, don't smoke too much while trading. Or if you're talking about your long-term portfolio, it'll be fine. You'll be good. Okay, sorry. Thought you needed it. Thought you needed it. Oh, it's Tuesday. Oh, how you feeling? There's a good hour of digestion. I had to digest it a little bit. I'm getting, I haven't made a play yet. Getting my plays ready. 370, 366. Let's do 367. I'm just playing with these. Oh, wow, that's 10. Oh, I was like, that's a lot. And then 366. What is that? 367. You guys see it, right? At least you guys are watching me. If I'm getting quiet on here, I'm running numbers on a credit spread. I'm trying to see, again, going between high probability and low probability. I'm trying to see what I could get offered on this to make it worthwhile, but also so it doesn't move too crazy. Yeah, those are whack. $366.55. Oh, no way. Is that going to fill that? There it is. Oh, it only filled me on 3. It might save me a little bit. Apollo Harris plans to start a private equity fund of his own. All right, there you go. I sold 5 of them. That one's $500 credit, $2,000 risk, break even at 366. 360. Oh shit. 3660. I don't like that one. No, that's all. I sold 5 of them. It has to change. Nope. Damn it. So 450, $2,000 risk by the end of this week, as long as Goldman stays above 366. Overstock. Is it popping again? So I shorted the 367s and then bought the 362. What the fuck is this? Oh. 367 by 362, net credit 90 cents. Is everything bleeding? You're getting a weird set of bleeding. I think a certain part is bleeding out, but for the most part, you are still healthy in some areas. Like we said, you would have, VIX just turned flip green. Like you would have been positive here on most indexes if overstock above 100. If it was just only for a few names here, but it's on both sides. A few names on the Dow are bringing down the Dow. The rest is good. But then on the S&P, only a few names are bringing it up. See, are you guys ready for this? This will highlight it. The play that I made was a Goldman Sachs. I shorted. I did a credit spread. But this right here, this is the equal weighted S&P. So this is literally like you can see the S&P now. It looks kind of the same thing. But for the most part, you're barely starting to break out on highs right now. So this is weighting everything equally, whereas if you had a couple of names, you'll see that we're kind of, that's how this chart looks comparatively. Equal weighting is probably like right here. So you're getting a lot of push and pull. Breadth is definitely part of the issue, but for the most part, I mean, it's still decent. Domo hits record. Shop on the high again. PayPal overstock. Bonds are coming down here to a low. So we'll see. I mean, that little drop there might balance things out, but if the SPY bounces and bonds start coming down, that might chill things out a little bit. Salesforce is one of those it's one of those big Dow components and everything else. They're contributing 22 points, so they're just behind Microsoft. But they're doing good. And they're also weighing on the S&P, I believe, too. Equal weighting is like if every company, so think about it, there's 500 companies, right? So when you get the point weighting, it's based on the size of the company. So like Boeing is at one point, like think about it, like Goldman Sachs, why is it weighting so heavily on the Dow? It's $374 a share. So is Boeing and all of that. So equal weighting is if you weighted them equally. So even on the S&P 500, the bigger name companies are going to have more impact on the index return. So if a bigger, higher price stock, you know, it can move it. Yeah, there's price weighted versus equal weighted. So when you're looking, this is now price weighted. You know, people, you get the average of the Dow, 34,000 is taking the price of all of them. So if you weight them all equally as just 500 companies, just kind of, you know, in balancing them out, not giving a weighting to one or the other, then you get to see an equal move. It's kind of like, you know, your grades. You remember back in school, what did they had weighted and unweighted grades. It's just like that. Starbucks. Yep, Starbucks all-time highs. That's good. What are those plays at? 78%. Not too bad. Coin dropping. Story of my life, man. Story of my life. Where's that Goldman? What are all these? Yeah, price weighted. That's why the current standard is it's like price, but mainly market cap essentially. To clarify, so some people don't get that twisted. But the key is there's understanding that right now all of your indexes, it's not you can have a disproportionate effect with a larger company or vice versa with a smaller company. They can move up a lot, but it won't necessarily have the same impact on the index. Last play, put or call spread. I did a put spread. So I shorted the Goldman puts. Those even went up 16% right there. So it was good that we got that little bounce. If Goldman could recover here, that will be a good earnings trade. And it only has a couple more days left. So we'll see. That plays risky, though. There's a high collateral required, and it's a short amount of time. Starbucks really popping over here. Overstock. When was last? They got over 101 last time, right? Yeah, we need to break 101 and hold 101. That'll be good. Starbucks 52-week highs. See, now look, so this is creating room right here for the bonds to start coming down here or increase the yields. This will be a little bit interesting here. Like the optics. I feel like studying banks play. This is both playing the banks, but mainly too, it's taking kind of advantage of this earnings season. Right, we've already seen it a couple times. I'm pretty much going to do it until I get clapped. But there's been some decent, with some of the premiums leading into earnings, it seems like we could get some good post-earnings plays on some of the premiums versus trying to even lead into them. Like, I liked how that Walgreens play played out a lot. Come on. Coin on the low. 244 though. Could be at 212, 209. Remember those days? Chewy on the high. Peloton. And we go hold. Starbucks earnings is next week, right? So that's why, I'm going to hold it. I'll probably make that decision coming into the earnings. We'll see. But this was like the whole idea of that earnings run-up play is to get our hand in the cookie jar, get some of this run-up. So it's going to run up, and then depending on some of the earnings, it's eventually going to stall out. And then right before its earnings, it'll probably make that run-up again. It's July 27th. What do we have on the play? They're up 94%. We've got those a couple days ago. Yeah, we got those on July 6th, so 5 days ago. Or 7 days ago? 6 days? Made them free, risk-free earnings play. AC about to squeeze, low float. It's good. It's good. This is good. No other updates here today so far. Let me double check. Nothing too crazy. Again, we are going to get the Fed here in a little bit. A couple of the Fed members. People are looking at technology shares right now. They shrugged off data of consumer inflation unexpectedly accelerated in June. Dollar strengthened while yields shortened. Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft pushed the NASDAQ 100 to all-time highs for a third consecutive trading session after they opened lower. It's really been an environment where the market is exceeding expectations and creating a backdrop where it's hard to sustain a sell-off, said Jeff Schultz, investment strategy at ClearBridge Investments. The economy continues to surprise on the upside, and that's really been the support holding the market. Then they talk about the CPI again, and that's going up since 2008. Consumers are paying the most since 2008. This is not going to be music to the Fed's ears, Sarah Milik, Chief Investment Officer of Global Equities at Naveen, said in an interview. The Fed is going to be acknowledging that inflation is going to be running hotter going forward. We're also dealing with peak earnings growth in the second quarter, also the Delta variant. This makes for a tough climb in the second half of this year. So it's good. I think the Fed is low-key kind of conditioning everybody, too. It's kind of good. Jerome Powell is kind of a savage. If you think about it, he got now you got everybody is like, yeah, we ready for hotter inflation. We ready for watch out here though. It looks like everything's getting pulled down on this one. So you're hitting the low of the day on TLT. Notice the SPY balancing out, but some things might make another move here. We got one more move left in the tank. Brady tick. He's conditioning is good. I mean, think about it. If you could get a lot of people now, if that's what Powell's going to pretty much come on and say, yeah, the number came in high, but we were actually, this is what we expected. So I think a lot of that, and it makes sense why people could brush it off. My main thing is tying it in for the next, I think in the next 3 months, I get, it's looking towards Q4, and it's looking whenever Powell does tighten. But then I'm relating that in, contrast to what China is doing. Overstock options rises 5 signals since July 2nd. Starbucks options rise 3 signals since July 2nd. So, So Overstock and Starbucks getting some big options activity. Those have been 2 breakouts we've been talking about here. We were just in Q1, I know. Ain't that crazy? Starbucks at least had cheaper options. It's crazy they got expensive. I mean, we picked up some of the cheaper ones. Oh, wow, we got till September on those? SPY puts in September. That's not the date. It would be December when we start tapering, unless China keeps easing faster, but we will see. Are you ready? Are you ready? Y'all want inflation? Hold on. Y'all want bubbles? Y'all don't know what you in for. Oh, I got something for you. Very good news. Very good news and bad. This is such good news that half of you are going to be so excited with what I'm about to show you. And then the other half of you is going to pull out your inner zero hedge. I know it's going to happen. You're like, why would this be your... Half of you are going to be like, this is the greatest thing ever. Then the other half of you is going to be like, this is the problem. Why the fuck are they? Yeah, blah. Oh, man. Wait, where did I email it to myself? I got to get you this picture. Hold on. Somebody just messaged, Lending Tips emailed me it, or messaged me it. Oh, man. No, you're going to be good. Some of you are going to love this and hate this. I'm excited. It's good news, though. I think it's good. I mean, it depends. Depends your view on it. It's not tinfoil. It's real life. Damn, come on. My email's not going through. You guys are going to have to wait a second. Ain't no love in the heart of the city. It's good, though. It's really, really good news. It's if you're in, something changed with loans today. Or at least some people are starting to roll out something with loans. But it's funny because you should see this, like the advert, it looks very surreal. It looks very, very surreal. Yeah, man, it's not sending it to myself. IMTE. It's not the 40-year. IMT, integrated media, up 25. You'll see. Up there it is. Well, I need to go to the bathroom first. I'll show you when I come back from the bathroom. So make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat to X out the Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here. God bless you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Like the video. We appreciate y'all liking it. And I got important news for you. I have important real estate news. I'll talk to you. I'll talk you through it. Don't worry. I'm still here. I'm not hyping. I just need to go pee, man, because I really want to talk about it. You know, I'm still here. Listen, I'm here, okay? You're going to be okay. I promise. It's going to be okay. There's a lot going. You'll be fine. Trust me. Some of you will be excited. Some of you will not be. But either way, you're in this together, Colt. All of us. Welcome to the cult. Man, the world is changing. Inflation. All this inflation. Man, I could really go pee. Like, I could really go pee. Then we gonna get Fed Kashkari and the gang. Apollo in talks. Over $5 billion of assets from Lumen. Lumen Technologies, LUMN. Yo, pop in LUMN. I'm delayed. Let's see. Oh, did I get those? Hell yeah. Let's go. Lumen, finally. That one might not hold, though. I just got those, and then it just switched to 480 on me, so I'll take it. Don't touch those. They're going through for... They're even went down lower. Ooh, it was $80. That's why I said. I was like, all right, I'll go for it. The news Apollo is looking to take they're 5 billion in sales or something like that. Hold on. Let me put this on the stream alert. Those already went up a decent amount. I think I could almost double up on them. So I got the 1550s. I'm going to flip those. So, again, I got those for 8 cents now. Those have already went up, I think, to 20 cents. 8 to 20. Yeah, there you go. We got that early. It's still going on there. So let me probably, let me see if I can sell half at 20. Where'd it go? Lumen, yeah, so 75% already. That one was a smaller trade. Let's see, I'll wait a little bit. No, those aren't even going up too much. But if the stock keeps going up, I mean, so I'm just going to keep this on deck. All right, I sold 5 at 20. I just bought 10 of them at 8 cents. So I flipped out of those, made that free. That one was just being early on that. I'm surprised I got to play it for cheap. That's why, too. That was a lot better than that Boeing because I only had to spend 80 cents for that. Or $80. So the news, Apollos is in talks over $5 billion in assets from Lumen. Could you go over that one? I just got back from the bathroom and I saw that on my screen. I saw the news and we caught it within the first minute right there. So that's why you guys saw I was looking through when I was switching. You saw that trade. So you guys got to see me go through. I went to the weeklies. I was looking at the weeklies. I had another option chain up here. So I have my other E-Trade option trade. That's why you saw the screen switch back and forth. And then I said, okay, the weeklies, there was a couple of cheap options. So I figured I could get them for 10 cents. And now these are the same price there. It's going to get a little volatile. I don't know how that news will get disseminated there, but just off of the pop, the options were cheap, and I saw some 480s. I had the opportunity to take an $80 risk, so I thought it was worth it now. And then it went up, shoots up to 20, sell out half, make it free, and then that's it. So now, are you ready? Are you ready? Here it is. This is your news. This is your real estate news. Non-prime, 100% financing is back, baby. Oh, yeah. 80-20. Purchase money, FTHB, okay. Personal bank statement, okay. up to 1.25 million, single family and detached, 3% seller contributions to closing cost, okay? Oh man. What in the Mickey Mouse 2008? That's fine. That means you could get a loan for no down payment. So now if you qualify and you just find, and then it's non-prime, you're able to go in. It's going to be, and you could use bank statements. If you could qualify, you get a house for no money down. It's not a ninja loan. That's you need a job. You need some. If you have a bank statement, it's a little bit, it's different, but essentially, who doesn't pay their mortgage? You could qualify with a bank statement. That's the best part about this. So there you go. Don't mixtape cover. Yo, for real though. Why does this look like a mixtape? Number one non-prime lender, 80-20. Oh, look at, they say 80-20, breaking the chains. No, they're breaking the chain. You know that 80%? Look, it's a chain being broken because they're breaking free from that. Oh, man, you don't need 20% down anymore. All you need is 0% down. Right now, come to the dealership. We'll get you qualified. Purchase money, okay. FTHB, okay. Personal bank statements, okay. Get down to the lot today. Up to 1.25 million. Single fam, anything you need right now for the Memorial Day sale. This is crazy. So like I said, some of you are going to see this as very good news. Some of you are going to see this as what in the zero hedge is going on. Real trap shit, non-prime, 100% financing is back. 80-20 out the window. Purchase money okay. FTHB okay. Personal bank statements, that's all we need. Up to 1.25 million. Option trade extremely risky. None of this is a recommendation. You will lose money. Be careful. This is going to turn into 2008. Hopefully you make money in the meantime. Ooh. 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 That was... Ooh. Ooh, blue face, baby. Ooh, no money down, baby. Ooh. Do I trust that? Listen, no comment. Just no comment. I'm here to give you the news. I'm here to give you the news. Take with it what you please. You heard it here first, okay? You heard it here first. I'm just letting you know where the mortgage markets are going. Y'all do whatever you want with that. You feel however you feel about that. That's all. Just do whatever you want with that. That's just what's happening. So there you go. You could watch The Big Short again. Maybe that, anything. It's not a ninja loan, but man, that's crazy. That's crazy. You missed whatever it was. There's a new loan that came out, or right now it's starting to get advertised. There's a, again, we are knowing about it first usually. Like, man, imagine some of you guys don't even know the other loans that existed till we showed some of you. But yeah, it's a new loan drop. Yeah, son, new loan just dropped. It's crazy, yo, man. I can't believe it. It's a release date 7/13, bro. You got a new loan dropping today. So just keep it up. It's not a ninja loan. It's not a no income, no job loan. It's just all it is saying 100% financing. That's it. So now if you wanted to go get a loan on a house, the smallest you could get away with is 3%, and it would have to be FHA. So this is now just not attached to any FHA, not attached to anything like that, so you could have more freedom to purchase something. It's up to 1.25 million, and it allows you to buy a house with zero money down. So 100% financing, and they'll cover closing costs. So you could essentially do 103%. So you could fund everything. If you have the numbers, you could go get any, as long as you can afford it. Granted, you have to meet the debt to income. They're going to look at your, all of that. It is kind of a jump. I mean, 1.25 is a jumbo loan essentially. So, if you have the assets, if you have the income, you could qualify for a zero down loan. Sounds too good to be true. I mean, not really. I mean, I said this the other, I told you 6-7 months ago. I gave you that other loan, the non QMs, as those started to pick up, and those were all you didn't need a debt to income. They didn't care about anything. All they cared about was if you had 20% down. So, it's going to be this is very, very similar. It may sound too good to be true. You're probably going to pay higher interest. They're going to make money off of it. You'll be good. It's not based off a bank statement. They're saying bank statements okay. So they will approve bank statements as well. But it's still going off of a debt to income ratio. So that, although it may sound like a ninja loan, you could blame COVID for that one. Because during even COVID, so like when I was making some purchases during then, they wouldn't look at they didn't care about your job. They didn't care about your stated income or your tax returns given the situation. They would average out your last 12 months. So that's the thing. Bank statements are, in this marketplace, to a degree, average of 12-month bank statements, it's not as if it's as bad as what it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago during this market, during this environment. Who offers this loan? I think a couple of it's out there. That's you're going to talk to your lender, talk to whoever, ask about it. There's a couple people who have it right now, but most everybody should be offering. It just all depends on the lender that you're going to. Dally says several months doesn't mean it's not transitory. Pull out for $25K from a CC, load it for 2 months, bank statements, boom. Well, that's not a 12-month average. That's not, so they're not just going to look at your bank statements and say, okay, you have $25K. They want to see your average balance for 12 months. So, and then your average money in, money out. That right there is telling you how much money is touching that bank account, how much are you spending, what's your profit left with it, and they are going to run your credit and check your debt to income. In that sense, they're going to see if you have any debt, student loans, car payments, all of that will still get factored. But again, this is definitely less strict. That's the best way to put it, but it's not, it's totally nothing like 2008 in that sense. That's what I think. But like I said, y'all take it, do your thing with it. As some people are going to view it zero hedge. Some people are going to be excited. What do you ask your lender? You say, give me a fucking loan. No, you just say, yo, where that free money at? No. No, you say, yo, let me get that 100p down. 103, I ain't paying shit. No. Okay, no, just ask him for a loan. See what loan programs they have available is what I would ask. Is that just keep at, We'll see. I'll see if Lending Tips could do it. I'll see what he says about it. Let me ask him now. I like the videos. Ooh, amen. I want to get in on that. Well, let's see what we could do. Just purchase the real estate course. There, he said 100% financing. Where that real estate course, Josh? It's gonna be good though. It's gonna be good. It depends. Again, we'll see. I mean, I think it says a lot about everything. I mean, y'all shouldn't be surprised. CPI just came in at 5%. What the fuck is? Come on, you know what I'm saying? 5%. Wally World up. Apple hitting a high. And then Lumen dropped and then kind of moving back up again. Is the loan just for homes? Yes, they're backing it up with the home. Otherwise, this would be an insane loan. They're just like, yo, we'll give you $1 million for nothing. That'd be crazy. That's called margin. Yeah, high ticker pumping, but it's pretty even with the low. Again, today's the Dow is picking back up a little bit, but just don't forget the you still have like 300 names on the SPY down, I think. This all-time high feels suspect. Not on the market in general. I mean, even then, like, think about it. With all these programs coming out and all this stuff, a lot of people are just, hey, man, we still got 7 more months, or 6 more months, 5 more months, 5 more months. And then really as we get into Q4 and then start in Q1 of 2022, those are 2 very important periods. And that's where, a lot of stuff is there's still momentum in a certain direction. The Starbuckses are up 100%, I believe. And then the Lumen plays are still back up above where I bought them from, but they came down. That was a nice, how fast was that? That was 2 minutes? Overstock still going. The Starbucks are at 87%. I think the bank stocks are going to be good. You could see it on the premium with the bank stocks. That's why I sold the put spread. The premium was very, very high leading into this. There was a lot of banks could have surprised really, really bad, and they didn't. So that's why I think it's going to be a little bit better from here. And I think the inflation number is going to support them a little bit unless the bonds go apeshit. Walgreens in the middle. SPY breaking out here to a new high. Yellen optimistic EU tax deal holds will sign up. So who wants to go house shopping? Oh, man. I know some people are freaking out, huh? I feel like some people hate that news. Some of you guys are already on Zillow. Hey, man, it's cool. I mean, if any of you, if you're interested in it, if you've been interested in real estate now and you've kind of already had money saved up and if you genuinely would qualify for like a normal loan, this may be a good time for you. I mean, I'm excited in the sense that we could probably help a lot of you get into a home, but don't be, excessive and, gamble. Even with the real estate too, again, you can't overbid still. That's the unfortunate part. The house still needs to appraise. No, this is for anybody. This is like these are the like exclusive loan drops that are coming out. EH. SPY hitting a high. Exclusive. EH popping. E-Hang Holdings. You got approved for a FHA for $450. You think you'd still be able to use this? Yeah, but like if you're already in the process, I wouldn't switch loans. Like go use it. I mean, if you qualify for $450 on FHA, you might qualify for a little bit more with the same metric and 0 down versus 3%, but 3% isn't bad. FHA is a good one. The only problem with FHA is it caps you, and they have very strict standards. But other than that, I don't think it's bad. I see what CNN just said, and no, unfortunately, I don't watch them. But I have The Wire, so I don't see any specific CNN article. PMI on any is going to be PMI on any of them is going to be high. Boeing dropping again. That's not good for the Dow. Dow is just catching some steam too. How does it affect interest rates? I mean, interest rates are going to be it looks like we're going to stay between 1.7 and 1.3 for the year. That's what a lot of people are assuming. So interest rates, in general, there's just a lot of demand there for the bonds. So and then you factor in the Fed, it's really a toss up. Is that negative stocks for news like UW? No, it means like lending is probably going to pick up. And again, as they start to find ways to roll out these programs, again, and the banks free up capital, most of these are just shadow banks. That's what people don't realize. Like, so JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, they are a big bank. They have certain regulations. So like Lending Tips has his own bank. Like, that's essentially a shadow bank. Think about it. Where do you think these credit lines come from? Right? So what happens is some of these bigger banks will give credit lines for mortgages to smaller banks, and it's an alternative bank. There's a specific name for it. It's a non-banking, what's it called? Why am I blanking on this? It's a big word. It's like non-banking something. But it allows them to now, like JP Morgan can loan. It's not non-QM. That's a type of loan. Someone knows the word in here. It's non-banking financial institutions. Yeah, that's what it is. So that way you could still be a bank, but you're not really a bank. So JP Morgan could give a credit line to a mortgage lender who now could give out loans and issue home loans, but they're not going to be non-fungible bank, but they're not going to be the actual bank on the file. So now it allows them to loan out without having the same regulation or restrictions. Like JP Morgan has to underwrite every single loan. Wells Fargo, they have to do it a certain way. But then if they go and give $100 million to another non-bank financial institution and they loan that money out, then there's nothing wrong with that. That's been the loophole to the whole funding crisis since 2008. Tell me you're in the mafia without telling me you're in the mafia. No. Tell me you're on Wall Street without telling me you're on Wall Street. That's what that is. It's a shadow bank. That's what they call it. Again, same thing even in China, and they have a way bigger problem. But this is how a lot of, like, when you see these non-QM, these loan programs, the money, it all starts from the same place. It starts with the Fed, goes to the big banks, then it goes to these non-banking financial institutions, and then it goes out to everybody else. Like a certified affiliate resale. Yeah, that's a very good way to, because it's not like some of them, they still can't take extraordinary risk, but it is more risk than traditional Dodd-Frank regulation will allow. Tell me you're on TikTok too much without telling me you're on TikTok too much. Oh. CMG. TLT's coming down now. SPY hitting a high. Let's see. Starbucks going up there. Boeing still dropping. Apple all-time highs. Amazon slightly lagging there. So is Netflix, and Microsoft and Apple seem to be the leaders there. Ascending triangle form. Man, there's an ascending triangle forming on the mortgages. I don't know if that's accurately correct, but I see that as a technical breakout. Apple almost 3 trillion mark. I remember when 1 trillion was a big deal. Well, you hear that? That was weird. Palo Alto Networks on the high. X should do good. I mean, if there is really more inflation, that's the problem. You're seeing inflation in so many other areas. It's not just commodities now. And that's like the non-core, like, again, energy stuff related to that. That's where it gets a little tricky. But hypothetically, the inflation report should show today that the reflation trade is still kind of alive. BA credit spread clap, 3 days left. What are you, 240, 245? Yeah, you're $10 from the money there. Yeah, roll it over, maybe to one with a little bit more time. Maybe you could wait one more day, but rolling over before final expiration might be a little bit better. But just go, if you're going to do your first rollover, go to one with a little bit more time. Maybe go out to the monthly. Not a recommendation, but that's what I would do on that one. White House officials say it's also unclear whether COVID is truly under control. Pop star Olivia Rodrigo is going to the White House to meet Biden and Fauci. That's good. Oh, wow. A lot of price upgrades just came in. What is it, 830? Damn, that's a lot. I cannot read all of these. A lot of price targets and everything just came in from JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. U.S. 42-day bills draws 0.045. Allotted at the high. U.S. 52-week bills draw 0.075. White House economists keeping close eye on housing prices and rents. And in other news, you could get a zero down. With that being said, it's kind of crazy. Clapped, unclapped, refresh, we back, refresh. Do y'all hear me? Is anybody listening? Can anybody hear me? I just want a home loan. A zero down payment. I just need a home loan. 1.3 million for free. Oh, you guys hear me? Okay, word. Jordan Carvana. The loan thing crazy, isn't it? Throwing gasoline on the housing market fire. I just think you got to realize, everybody, man, nobody knows what they want. That's it. I'm putting it down. Nobody knows what they want right now. Everybody is confused. Nobody wants to admit it, and that's fine. I understand. It's a very personal. Nobody knows what they fucking want right now. That's why every single time it's this. Everyone's mad on this. Then not mad on this. Then it's this play. Then it's not this play. Houses are too expensive. They say they can't afford it. Then now you can. There's things to make you afford it. Then it's too expensive. Then it's going to crash. Then it's inflation. Then it's not inflation. Now it's too expensive. And it's just, nobody knows. Nobody knows. That's why, if anything, that's why I'm saying it goes both ways. Like, I could give you that piece of news. It could go, some people like it, some people don't. It could help some people get into a home. It could add more, future fuel prices, all that. But you have to think about it. Like, do you think the real estate market right now, do you think it's high because, why do you think it's high? This is what I made in that video months ago. Like, when people are throwing money above asking on real estate, you have to, who are those people? You got to think about it, right? Do you think anybody who is going to speculate on real estate and has helped drive the prices up in the last 7 months, do you think they already couldn't qualify? Just think about that. So who is this really going to benefit at the end of the day? That's when it's all said and done. Obviously, it will open the door for some people to be irrational or to be, reckless with it to a degree. CMP, is that the China one? No, it's Compass. I think we have Compass from the IPO. But again, essentially, it was the people who already had the money that were buying up these houses. That's why I said. I said this in April 2020. I said that the people with first access to capital are always going to win on inflation. Always. That's why I said, you don't want those policies if you are in the lower middle class. It's not what it seems like, because anybody with access to capital will run it up first. So, yeah, closest to the faucet. So that's why something like this comes out. Most people are like, oh man, this is going to hurt real estate, or isn't this adding fuel to the flame? But at the end of the day, this, easing up some loan programs, it is going to allow people who couldn't qualify who should get their foot in the game. But again, it can be used the wrong way, and it can be, it can lead to people taking on extraordinary risks that they don't understand. I think that could definitely happen. But for the most part, the last 7 months, most people were on real estate already had money, and they were already, they're never going to apply for that loan, is what I'm trying to tell you. You see what I'm saying? There's not, unless they already had it or they need to and they're extremely leveraged, but most of them aren't going to touch that loan. That's going to be for some people now. It offers a different path for some people who are kind of on the cusp. Foreclosures are big money. Yeah, but what's bigger money? You're right. There's big money in foreclosures, but you can't forget what starts that. Like, why did 2008 happen? Like, you have to think about it. Was it because they knew they were going to make money on foreclosures? No. They make money on fees. So if you really want to be zero hedge about this, it's very, very simple. It comes in the fees. It's not the foreclosure. You don't want to deal with the foreclosures. You need to buy lawyers and shit. You have to go to court. That's time, that's money, the value's there. But why people did it and what sparked the fire was that people were incentivized to give dog shit loans because of the fees. So they were getting fees after fee after fee after fee by funding ninja loans to nobody, just anybody and everybody. So there's way bigger money in funding the loan than foreclosing the loan, believe it or not. So that's why, that's where you could, if you want to get skeptical, that you look at the greedy Wall Street banks. That's where it starts. But foreclosures, you get the property, but it's not as much money as, getting 2% of every single loan and then dishing out thousands of them in a week. 3% conventional, you're chill. You're chill. Ride the wave. The loan I showed is for anybody, not just first-time home buyers. But I'll give you guys more updates as we do get data on it or as we see what's happening with it. Overstock. It's C101 has been a struggle, though. Got to be careful there. The loan details, there was great. There's a new loan drop today. There you go. There's that 101 on Overstock. Speak of the devil. But we went over a loan program that somebody sent to me, or someone sent to Lending Tips, and they got it to me. They're now starting to give out 0 down payment loans. The guys at the real estate office sent me that because they work with all these lenders. Again, I'm pretty sure Lending Tips was going through. I think Lending Tips on vacation, but they're going through. People need certain loans. We shop around loans. Like, you get a client, you shop it around. Is Mustafa by chance from Afghanistan? He's from Iraq. Yeah, it just hit 102 right now. It's just hanging up out below at 101. I'm on escrow. If you're already in escrow, then you're good. I mean, I wouldn't switch loans to in this marketplace, I would refinance down the road, but either way, I wouldn't change in the middle. Is putting less money down always better? No. You'll have higher interest and pay extra fees. But for me personally, I prefer zero money down because it allows, think about it. You could go put zero money down, pay 4% in interest, and then go take your down payment and go put it into Altria and then collect 7% dividend, own stock and a house. So that, or you could go buy another house if you could afford it and manage to pay it or put it into a rental or anything. Mavis, do you own a home? Are you in the real estate market? My goal is to get you a home. My goal is to get Mavis eventually in a good real estate investment. Oh, so you already have one. So then why wouldn't, when did you buy your house? When did you buy it? What did you buy it at? What's been your experience? You built your home? How long ago? What about me, Nathan? Nathan, you still trying to get one in Vegas? You're not as bearish as it. AMC built in 2015. That's so we're at. That's good. So I guess so. Would you recommend people build their homes instead? Didn't you still have to take on a financial obligation to build that home? Correct. I'm assuming it wasn't free. I'm assuming the land, the taxes, everything else. Still looking in Vegas. This loan might be good for you on that one, the zero down one, if anything. In Colorado, pain in the ass. It's been a pain in the ass. I've even chilled out. Like, I haven't bought a home this month or even in – did I in June? I don't think I did in June. I've been – like, I put in a bunch of offers, but that's, I just wasn't really you don't have to go too crazy right now. I'm telling you, even if there's going to be these periods, just go for a good deal. But then also you have to know, like, some stuff on market is a good deal. You don't have to get it off market, but, you don't have to get too crazy with it. But, like, it's, it is a pain in the ass. I would 100% say that right now. Wait, yeah, I guess someone did throw up in the Elon court case. So, oh man, look at this. So we're getting conflicting reports on who actually got sick, but we do know it wasn't Musk, the lawyer questioning him, or the judge. So someone threw up in the court case, and they're taking a recess. A court officer says the courtroom is closed for 2 hours after a person threw up. Someone vomited in the courtroom. A court official confirms we don't know who. And then Elon Musk's plane is moved from Philadelphia to Wilmington, according to Elon Jet. Maybe someone's getting ready to pick him up. Look at, we even got Elon's jet tracker, bro. What the fuck is this? Is crazy. Is it Elon's? Look at that. 2015 Go G6. Fly like a G6. Like a G6. Fly like a G6. Oh, look at Elon. Ooh, baby. Bitcoin bad for the environment. This shit is a hybrid G6. Okay? It's a hybrid G6. So look at, he moved from Philly to Wilmington. He might be on his way. They might be getting him. He might be, that's it. Damn, imagine court goes to recess. He's like, all right, pull up my jet so I could go get some Chick-fil-A. I'm not stalking Elon. These are the court updates. What do you want me to do? I'm just reading the news, man. This is what, I did not compile this information. I'm grateful to have it, but I did not go out of my way to find his G6. What is the gas mileage on that, if I could ask? Man, I wonder how. Never mind, Elon. Kanye said not to be mean to you. Kanye said that we need to be nice to him and Elon. It happens. It's electric. I get it. It's fine. Foam parties halted as nightclubs amid COVID caution. I don't know. Is this from the UK or America? No, this is from London. Nightclubs will hold off throwing foam parties when they reopen next week. The industry has to be sensible. 18 city, 29 highway. I'm sure, yeah, it's probably good. Good highway mileage on G6. Trust me. That's the only G6 I've ever been in is a Pontiac. That's insane, Elon. You living out here. They have an Elon tracker. You could track Elon's jet wherever it goes. Wherever it goes. Same, all I did was park. I know, man. It's my only experience. Overstock coming up above 102. 105 is real breakout point. I think it's selling my house because I got an offer over 100K, but since I trade stocks, no one will fund me. Are you saying to buy another house? You'd have to either do a new QM loan or maybe you could downsize to something smaller. Otherwise, that you might be able to go get away with a non-QM loan, but depends when you bought the house. That's the thing. Some people, if you're just getting like 100K over and you just bought the house, you have to be really cautious with that because like I did the math for some people. You're not really going to walk away with that much if you really think about it and, factoring in how you move forward. Where's Goldman? That thing is staying pinned, but Dow is recovering a little bit. Boeing is now the biggest leader down. Banks are just clapping it, and Caterpillar. But you're even on the Dow 50-50. SPY, you have 158 names are up, 345 are down. A majority of the S&P is down. So you're getting lifted by just some of the bigger dogs. Great energy to all. Amen. We appreciate you, baby. Happy Tuesday. Happy Inflation Day, too. You still think Dodd-Frank will get revoked? I mean, the fact that if Trump didn't get it passed through, I mean, he did, but it never really took play. But I think they're just going to do what they're doing now, where they're just going to release little programs and have pseudo ways to get around it. That way you could keep the integrity of the name in place while still, freeing up capital. But I would hope they would, but that's it. Uh-oh. So I got the update here, the details regarding the program. See, there you go. Hey, oh, wow. Oh, it's variable? Oh, they try to fuck. Oh, they're going to fuck us. It's variable. Oh, no. Oh, no. Here, I got Lending Tips emailed me the data. So for the zero down loan, minimum FICO score is 700. So you have to have minimum 700 credit score. So if you don't have 700 credit score, you can't qualify. First rate starts at 5.5, and then the second rate goes up to 9.9. No prepayment penalty for first or second. Minimum purchase price $200K. Max is 1.25. Wait, are you guys posting tickers or you guys are just freaking out? Okay. First lien, 5-to-1 ARM, 30-year, fully amortized only. Second lien, 15-year fixed, fully amortized only. First-time homebuyer, okay. Up to 3% seller contributions, okay. Disney, I hope we're getting a pop. Disney just coming back to green. Or it's still down a quarter. So then they lend to, here's where we could get this. So I think Lending Tips can do it. Yeah, I think Lending Tips might be able to. He said we could lend in Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, D.C., Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Indianapolis, Idaho, what's IA? Iowa, Indiana, Indianapolis, Kansas City, Kentucky, Louisiana, Memphis. What's ME? Tennessee. What's ME? Maine, Minnesota, Montana, North Carolina, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Nevada, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Washington, and Wyoming. So traditional full doc, 24-month personal bank statement. So there you go. So again, it's pretty hard to qualify. This is still going to be hard to qualify. You need 2 years. You need 24 months of bank statements. So it's not that easy. That right there, again, this, unfortunately, I live in Idaho. Yeah, I was like, we're Idaho. So you need 24 months of bank statements. So COVID-insulated businesses only. 2 years, same job description for wage earner. 3 years, same company if employed. Credit, let's see. VOR has to be arm's length from institutional landlord. If from private party, must have canceled text to support private VOR. No bankruptcy, foreclosure, Social Security, or forbearance in 7 years. So if you did the forbearance, you can't do it. No non-medical judgments, collections, or charge-offs in last 5 years. Maximum 1.2, minimum 200,000. Single family and commercial. Purchase money only. Buyer restrictions. Existing homeowners. There must be no question that the borrower is buying subject property as their primary residence. There should be distinct buying up in price, square footage, and bed bath count. So this can't be on a second house, I think. And then if you already own an existing, oh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Orn. Good morning. Good morning. God bless you. Wow, it's beautiful. 0 down loans and a peach. Doesn't get much better than this. So there has to it has to be your primary residence. So if you own a property already, you can't buy a smaller one. That's what they're saying. So that's how they verify it. So if you're saying I'm keeping this house and buying another house to live in, and then you buy a house that is smaller, they wouldn't agree with that. Do we have access to dark pool transactions? I believe we do. I just don't know how to access them yet, or I don't really look at them as much, but they do have block trades and all of that. They do give a weekly or a daily recap of the biggest block trades. But U.S. citizens only. Seller must be current on all mortgages. There can't be any other liens, or they have to be current on it. Property must exhibit no deferred maintenance and show pride of ownership. Property location, major metropolitans, suburban areas only. Can't even be remotely rural. So they won't even loan to rural properties. So if you want to buy in the middle of fucking nowhere, you're out of luck. So sorry, Ohio. That's why they don't qualify Ohio. Yeah, I don't think Ohio's on that list. Sorry, Mustafa. They said, yeah, man, Cedar Lakes ain't going to cut it. It's not going to cut it. Primary residence only, no high land value or lot size. Property must be conforming to the area, so no custom homes. 5-year interim fixed LIBOR cap 226. Dude, it's a variable. DTI traditional full doc 50%. 24-month bank statement 45%. So that's it. So DTI, you have to have 50% on a traditional documentation. If you are doing a 24-month bank statement, you could have max 45% debt standard. Vesting, no entity vesting allowed. Prepayment, no nothing. $1,700 writing fee, $175 attorney doc fee. Nose fee can be charged considering finance charge on the second rate. Minimum rate 4.5. Maximum points to broker is 3 on first lien. That's insane. So yeah, look at that. That right there, bro. Maximum point is 3% on the first lien. So that means that whoever gives you this loan could make up to 3% right off the top. Whew! That's crazy. That means, so be careful, because if you go to somebody and they qualify you for this loan, they could hit you at 10%, charge you 4.5, and then pocket the rest. But that's maximum 3. So they could charge you 7.5. So everybody wholesales loans. Yeah, they wholesale loans 100%. That's actually real. So what they could do, that's what they do this at car dealerships. People don't realize this. So if you go and you walk into a car dealership and you qualify for a 2% loan, 2% interest, but they come back and say 5% interest, they're going to charge you 5, keep the 3 for themselves, and then pay the 2 to the bank. So in this case, minimum is 4.5. So then if you go in and qualify, they may say, hey, you got to pay 7% interest if you want no money down. And then you're going to say, okay, 7%, but in reality, the mortgage broker is taking 3, and then you're paying 4.5. Ooh. Rate buy down 1 point for every 50 basis point, maximum 2 point buy down. Iowa maximum, they have a specific for Iowa. High cost loans are unacceptable. Flipped properties, no financing for properties that have been bought by the seller in the last 24 months. Sourced in seasoned funds for 60 days, no gift. Seller can contribute 3% to broker lending fees. Property must be listed by a real estate firm and on public record. Both the listing and selling agent must get paid at least 2% on each side. So there you go. That's not the small print. This is what they send to the loan providers. So this is straight. These are just so, like, if you want to sell the loan, you have to know what all the obligations are. So this is it right here. It's breaking. These are the terms. This isn't even the small print. This is straight from because lending tips could give this. This is straight from the underlying bank who will be funding it. Those are all the guidelines. Yeah. Pretty cool. Kind of. Either way. There you go. So it's not as easy as some of you guys thought. It's it's kind of difficult, and it's expensive. Who's the underwriting bank? I have no idea. I just found out about this. That's why I told them to send me all this stuff. They sent me a advertisement towards it, and then I was like, no way. And then they said, give me all the details and if we could provide it. It's not set to fail. I mean, you have to understand what it is. Why would you do that loan? Like, it's rationality. Some people it's rational, some people it's irrational. Like, if you could go qualify for FHA, I wouldn't do that loan. You're trying to save 3%, it's not worth it. But if you have a lot of capital and you meet those qualifications, if you're right on the border, you would be willing to pay a little bit more, because then you could leverage the money a little bit better. Oil's rocketing 75. Shout out inflation. That's not good. They'll break your kneecaps if they don't pay you. Nah, they're smart. I mean, think about how it's underwritten. They're saying they're only going to give loans to nice properties. It has to just be in a city or metropolitan area or a suburb. They're making it, the interest rate is high. It's an easy loan for them, I think. That's crazy. But for someone to do this, it would just be liquidity. Again, if you're willing to pay those fees, like I said, even on a variable at 4.5 for the first 5 years, you could literally go put 0 down, get a property, and then you could go put that money on a dividend stock and return more. 5%'s high, but you could still get a pretty safe investment. Not safe, honestly, a little risky towards 7, but you could do it. You could do it pretty decent. Someone who needs the money. No. That's not what I said. It's somebody who can, again, if I wanted to use, I could use that loan right now. If I wanted a $1.2 million house, instead of putting $120,000 down, I could go take that loan, 0 down, keep my $120,000 down payment, pay slightly higher, pay 4.5% interest, again, maybe even 5%, and then I could go take that, I could go buy Abbey with that $120,000, and I would make all of my money back, essentially. That's it. I would qualify if I sold my my primary residence. That's it. Otherwise, that's the only thing I wouldn't qualify on, because I can't. There's, for me to go, it's too low of a limit for me to upgrade, essentially. So, but I would qualify if I sold my primary residence and wanted to buy a $1.2 million primary residence, I would qualify for it, without a doubt. So, but that's the only reason I don't qualify, is because I own multiple properties. So the person who already bought 6-7 houses this year is not going to be able to take advantage of this. See, and that's what people in 2008 did. They bought multiple houses. They weren't living in them as the primary residence. So they won't let you, if you already own a house, they won't let you buy another one that's smaller. You can't go buy a house that you don't live in or anything. Put that in an index, too much to risk. You would get a lot lower of a yield that would be more consistent with the lower interest rate. But that's, some of these stocks that I like in that range, I think you could do it. Family members are your friends. See, but then they won't, again, that one's a little bit tricky. You need 24-month bank statement. So now if I don't know if I could do it for corporations. If I have companies, I might be able to do it under some of my other companies, but other than that, it's the only thing limiting me. It's just too low of a value. I wouldn't have a real use for this one, just because I would only want it for rental properties, but I can't qualify in that sense. So if you are a self-employed person, right? If you are a stock trader, if you own a business, you own an e-com company, you've worked for yourself for the last 2 years, you wouldn't qualify for a traditional loan. And even if you did want to, we were talking 6 months ago, 20% down for anybody. So now you could save that 20% down, get up to $1.3 million, and you can go and you'd still have all your cash, and it wouldn't really, realistically, you're going to be paying 1.5% more interest. You should refinance in the next 5 years. That's the idea. Because that variable is dog shit. I don't like that going up to 10. I would get it if I couldn't get a house, or I was like kind of, trapped in between, or I was self-employed. I would go use that loan, get 0 down, get, your fees, you pay a little bit higher in fees, but again, you could roll all of that in, and you could get 3% from the seller. I would be able to do all of that, and then I would just refinance after 2 or 3 years, assuming my business was stable and was going to allow me to do that. Billy, Chinese online video platform is down. But that's cool. What is it, about 8K first year? If you invest it all in Abraham Crane, so about 12-15, you'll get your full down payment back just from divvies. That's in the long run, but I'm even saying on the first 5-year period. Or you could go buy another house. Realistically, you could go even take, again, let's say you bought that as your prime, like literally, let's say you had $1.2 million, a $1.2 million house. You had $100,000, let's say. That's a 10% down payment. You need $120,000. That would get you a normal bank statement loan, a business loan, something like that. We've talked about that. Even Wells Fargo offers 10% loans at that rate. So then you go and take, let's say you do the 0 down option, you qualify for it, you don't have a primary residence, and you go buy a $1.2 million primary residence, but you don't have to put down your 120K. So if you don't want to put it into stocks, what do you do with that 120K? Go to Ohio and go buy 5 properties. Go to Indiana and go buy a house cash for 120 grand in Indiana, and then you're cash flowing another $1,000 a month. Now you have 2 properties, 1 to live in, and at least you could put in that money. But that money, the rental, will probably return you less than the interest rate. You have to make sure you yield above 5%, which is kind of hard right now. But if you could go get a property with a 10 cap, you're good to go. Well, I can't see your feed in 2 days. You can't see it like right now? Is it not refreshing? Turn on ad blocker. They hating on us. Essentially, you're not putting your money on the table. It's putting it to work. I mean, that's it. I can hear you, but you can't see me. Well, I love you. I'm sorry. We got clapped the other day. I didn't tell you guys. You guys want me to tell you? I could tell you, but you guys can't go too crazy. We got clapped on I got a warning for what's it called? Talking about the witnesses at your door. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? They gave me a yellow card. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. And they made things very, very difficult. Wing. Yeah, Wing is popping. CLOs and CDOs. We talked about that a little bit the other day. Clover Health option alert. But overall, yeah, I think the real estate stuff's cool. I think that's going to be something that's going to be we'll see how this plays out. But for some of you, I think it's going to be an option. Honestly, I know I don't think that loan isn't going to be for everybody, but some of you, I mean, if you're a savvy an investor and if you've kind of been on the cusp and if you own your own business, I think it's going to put you in a very good position. Amazon new all-time high. No. It came down. Real on the high. Dude, that thing's at 18. Where's Elon? Yeah, so no updates since the court recess and the person threw up. And the bond move continue up trade sideways. I think we find out by end of the fourth quarter. I mean, it's not, again, I'm telling you, that inflation, the data, we have to see what the data is going to lead to. It doesn't matter what data comes out. The market may react. You're not getting the bond vigilantes today. But overall, it's just, everybody's just going to wait till the fourth quarter. But because again, the data is all over the place. And I could firmly say nobody knows what they're talking about right now. Nobody does. It's either nobody knows or it's a lot worse than what people would assume. but I don't think it's to that extreme. I just genuinely think, you just have a lot of chatter and you're gonna have a lot of free time to talk up until Powell moves the puck or not. That's it. And it's the same thing. And now you have this signal from China. You're watching the ECB make some, everybody's changing their policy except the Fed. But the fact that you don't see analysts miss, or, on economic data, you don't see misses like that month after quarter. It's just simple as that. It's a bold move, call him. So that's why I think, again, the data is insane. I mean, just this is the chart. Like, do you not realize, as we were looking at this at different times, square pop? Yep, square popping. Again, square was it square? Yeah, I was looking at them earlier. They were kind of behind. Square plans new iPad payment terminal with built-in tap to pay. Square new iPad terminal with built-in tap to play. That's the news. They don't have that yet? I guess not. I don't know how that's going to... I think it's good news, but I don't know the follow-through that we'll have. I think you'll get a little bit of hype in the stocks moving off that, but I don't know the actual follow-through, but we're early on it. So at the very least, we have that. That just came out in the last 30 seconds. Yeah, Disney's back on the high. So is Asana. I think it's because it's built in with iPad. Yeah, Disney is a part of the DOW. Right there. It's number 8 on the day today. Again, you're still even on the Dow, 50-50. S&P kind of flipping a little bit, but 353 names are down. WDC on the high. Damn, we got 30% on that Goldman play. I might even want to cut that. So I day traded credit spread. That was $150. So again, that one is a credit spread. It is shorter time, but that one was closer to the money. But that was the play we made earlier, the one I waited. We kind of sold it there at the bottom, but I already got 32% on that one. That one's a higher collateral, higher credit play. Yeah, Square pop off that news with the built-in iPad payment terminal. We did the TTD the other day. What did I collect on that one? I got 90 cents. What would it be like if I closed them? 60. It cost me $3.20. I collected $4.90. Yeah, we got $4.50. So I make like what, 110 bucks off that if we closed it now, give or take. Mm-mm. $3.30. We collected $4.90. It's like 150 bucks. All right. I closed it. I day traded a credit spread. That's crazy. So you just made 30% off that. So not too bad, but there was a higher product. That was because that expires in what, 3 days? So we sold it today at 90, bought it back at 66. I took notes on that one. Yeah, that one was not. I mean, again, I like the idea. And in that case, do you see what I did differently? I went for closer to the money. So I sold a higher collateral, but I got higher credit. So in this case, that's why we sold it right at the bottom. So that little move, and now the time being a weekly, it was able to just depreciate. So that's how we made money on that play. If you guys, again, imagine, imagine the company reports early in the morning, the premium starts shooting up. We shorted the premium. We shorted these contracts hoping that there would be time decay and the stock would move in the opposite direction, and that's what happened. So there's still a lot of risk, but to catch 30% within an hour, I mean, I think it's right. It's 2 hours almost, 7:40 to 9:17. It's worth it. I will take it. Hold on, I'm seeing a property. Can you do the same thing on JPM? Yeah, but JPM, I mean, it has to move like that. Goldman was a stronger, though. That's why I liked it in general. But yeah, or I'm going to do this, I think, for all of the, or I'm going to do this until I get clapped. Do you guys understand that? I want to make sure, because then you guys could follow along, but I just want to make sure I'm seeing something. We've already been executing it. We've been on a pretty good streak with the premium, but it's very, very simple. I mean, take advantage of the earnings. That's it. Like, so right now, every single time these companies are reporting, there's going to be a big, the premiums are doing a lot. So that's why I'm able to, it was just down in the morning. There's a lot of hype to it. People are worried. And then you sell some of the credit spreads, and then we just go from there. But that was the first. I don't know. Have you guys ever seen me day trade a credit spread? I feel like I very rarely do that one. Can't say I have. Nike and FedEx, Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah, so very, very little. Almost contradictory because credit spreads thrive with. Exactly, right? So why did that one do that one? You know, why did that do what it did? It did that because it was a short-term play and it was post-earnings. And, you know, you guys, if you watched it, you guys remember, you know, I was really quiet this morning and I kept running the numbers. You guys saw me run like 3 or 4 of them, and then I just waited here because the premiums were going up. But this is a weekly. So it's post-earnings on a weekly, selling into the momentum. You have the odds in your favor. That's what we did with the Walgreens. That's why that was the first play I liked about it. And that one didn't go up as much. I have 18% on this one. But think about that Walgreens. That's what we did on the Walgreens. But the Walgreens was fucking awful. If you think I would have lost if I did the Walgreens on the shorter term. So I get a little bit of wiggle room. But think about it. I sold that credit spread up here. So like look at the date on that. That was on July 1st. So literally into the big red candle. And like even at the bottom of the candle, the stock is still down. So even though it went in the direction against me, since I sold further out of the money, it held up its value. But you're seeing now the premium's actually up in my favor, but it should thrive with time. But that's the difference between that play and the Walgreens, is that it was more time. But I'm noticing now with some of these earnings moves, the premiums are getting pretty ridiculous there in the morning or following earnings. If it's a big enough move, we could sell into that direction. And then we need to talk about inflation a little bit, but I need to go to the bathroom. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat. X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive, respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We missed our first push-up since. So come on. Oh. Yep, sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good? Wow. Woo! Next, I need you to drop your shoulders. Pull your shoulders down, okay? Drop your shoulders. But listen, I need you to drop your shoulders using your back muscles, okay? So try to sit there, chest to the sun. Tug, sit good with your feet planted firmly, okay? And now make sure your shoulders are relaxed, but use your back muscles to pull them down. Oh, they don't feel me. Try it. It'll feel good. Then do those, put your arms above your head. Bring your elbows to your sides. But yeah, you see that? Pull it back. Use your back muscles to pull your shoulders down. Get used to that. Woo, feel good? Feel good, huh? Yeah, you see? That is a good one. You see, that way you're not putting it all on your shoulders and pinning them. Use your back. That's what's supposed to happen. It you got a cramp. That means you got to stretch out. You got to get the back muscles activated. That's what I realized I don't do. I don't use my back muscles as much. I have been a lot lately, so do it. Do it. Good. Next, relax your jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Feels good. On that note, I need a pro. On that note, I need a pro, man. I need a pro. Give me the pro. Why the fuck is protein in a can fizzling? Why is it Bradley frizzling right now? This is crazy. I haven't done push-ups in like 10 years. Pulled off almost 20. Arms are like twice as big now. It happens, bro. Amen. Oh, I'm downing this pro. It's good. Look at that. 50 grams of protein straight to the dome. I love it. I got one of those body fat scales and digital circumference measuring tape. Ooh. I don't know what my body fat is. How many carbs? 8 grams of carbs. 260 calories. 2.5 grams of fat. And then 51 grams of protein. Not too bad. It's called Met RX. Ready to drink 51. Does it have dairy? I don't know. Is there like a cow logo? I don't see any cow logo. There's no aspartame. Is it laziness? Is what laziness? Yeah, I have a lot of the protein waters. I have a bunch of those. Selling. I want to see. See, I'm gonna wait till Coca-Cola earnings. It sucks. We should have sold some puts on there. That one would have been pretty decent. But really, I think in this market, I think we could do a lot with some of the premiums selling into the momentum. I think if we do that again, I mean, since what, 2-3 weeks ago, we haven't missed one of the credit spreads. So again, the streak is starting again. But wait, the time we do get clapped, it's gonna kill us. How to avoid over trading? Credit spreads, honestly. But that's the best part. Because if anything, you know, it's still been I've been spacing these plays out. Do you guys realize? That's the thing. So remember, like when we get on some of these like credit spread streaks, we oftentimes just start doing them back to back to back to back. Have you guys noticed? I'm kind of waiting a few days in between, and we're slowing down, but we're still able to get that exposure. So, but it is still. I mean, when we do get clapped on these, they do cost a lot, but so far it's been pretty good. You need collateral for the plays. Yes, I mean it's a credit spread. You shop at Costco, they have fire deals on whole bags of pro. Oh, you're saying I'm lazy because I don't make my own protein. I just have a busy schedule, so it's just really easy for me, and I want to make sure I have all of my protein needs met to make sure my gains don't go to waste. You know, I got a tight schedule, doing a lot of work, so I like the clean easiness. So for me, it's not too much of a difference. I think per unit, I buy them in bulk, so I think the per unit it does add up. I think to a degree. Bipartisan bill may come next week. Why has there been more call sweeps? I think there's been a lot of institutional, if anything. Facebook over the 354. How much sugar? 2 grams. Y'all like the protein. Y'all gotta go to the gym first. That's the key. Otherwise, don't make sure y'all don't bulk without moving. You know what I'm saying? Like Mustafa's been bulking. I've seen Mustafa doing a lot of bulking, but I don't see him work out too much. Mustafa, how's your posture, sir? Is your posture looking good, Mumu? Am I ever going to wield this Spotify? When the premiums go up, it has to go up enough to, again, I'm already owning the stock, so it doesn't really matter. I could have made money on the last earnings, but it's straight. Yeah. Well, but every day, get some physical activity. That's why, I got one guy, he even asked me, he was like, bro, this guy was he was questioning me on the treadmill. Isn't that crazy? Literally, some guy was he was running on the treadmill, and he eventually asked me, he was like, why aren't you running? Because I don't run on the treadmill. I just I do a mile warm up, and I walk at a very fast pace, and I just stretch. And I'm because I do it every day. I'm it adds up. I was he was running hella fast. I was how often do you come here and do that? He was once every 3 days or something. And then I was well, yeah. So I was if you just did, you don't have to run like that if you really didn't want to. He was trying to flirt with me, and that's fine. I was flirting with him back. We were talking about the gym. He's I love your tank top. I was what? Stop. Your tank top's waiting. And then, yeah, and then he was you trade stocks? I was you trade stocks too? And then he said he doesn't have an AM. Yeah, he said he didn't have a long term. So I was nah, man. So, it happened. There's a lot of stuff. It's just gym. It's not sus. What do you mean? It's only sus if you're sus. What are you saying? Come on. Get out there. We trying to network, man. We try to get some deals. Okay? What are you so scared of? Go to the gym. Yeah, man. I've been inside for a year and a half. Pin Duo PDD. Check news. Pin Duo. It's popping. Damn it. Pin Duo. No. It could be related to the 10-cent deal, but no news. It's just breaking out through the top. Focused on the long term this year rather than options. You feel this is the right path to take advantage of the lows and position myself with companies I want. Yes, the long term is not going to fail you. That's at the end of the day, if you really stick to the plan and you do go at a very appropriate pace and don't try to rush it and force it, the long term is going to win. Nobody in here failed because of the long term. What's going to get you is going to be over trading and going for the trades. Now, if you're only doing the long term, you may be missing out on some opportunities. So the best thing to do is just set yourself a small budget for higher risk trades. And then if you're taking a look at what we've been doing, a lot of the premium sells are going to take you a really long way, I think. Little by little. Baba. Good morning. Mm-mm, 90% growth. Well, not all growth. I mean, get the dividends too. I mean, that's what I was showing yesterday on the long term. Our long term is only 2 years old, which is crazy to think about. Isn't that, again, we're 3 months shy of 2 years. It's 1 month. You would say, you'd be it's 18 months. It's 19 months. You know what I'm saying? It's 20 months or 22 months old. It's 22 months old. He's just a baby. But getting those dividends over time, it is really going to compound. There's nothing like, again, if you're getting a free $200 on a small account a year, that is a free monthly deposit. You see what I'm saying? And then if you also have a bigger account and now you're getting in $2,000 a month, or not a month, a year, I wouldn't be surprised that in maybe 5-10 years down the line, you would be making upwards of close to $1,000 a month eventually. Especially at this, I mean, think about the pace. At one point, we were only making, when we started, I think we started and we were only making like $300-$500 a year on the dividends. So just really think about that. If we're doubling and tripling our dividends every year, you're going to be in 3 to 4 years, you're probably going to be at $10,000 a year. Divide that by 24 months, you're making about a little less than $1,000 a month in dividends. On selling some shares from the long term just to buy back in, that's not how the long term works in that sense. Like I like the idea of having capital. I like the idea of being able to get things at good prices. So my big key is just like what's going to happen with timing though, right? You don't know what's going to happen when something is going to move. This is the market fallacy. It's a study they've done on it. So you don't know when it is. So that's where you just have to think about. Personally, act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. If you buy something, hold it and let it in there and let it stay there and work. Again, I say this a lot and I think it gets overlooked, but the same thing applies with even real estate as well too. Hold on. Excuse me. But the longer you hold a stock, the longer you hold an investment, the less riskier it becomes. So if you just bought this stock, if you owned it for 1 year, it is a 1 year less riskier than somebody who buys it today. That's why some of you who started your long-term 6 months ago versus the guy who started it a year and a half ago, you have way different risk, believe it or not. And why? It's when you started. It's how long you've been holding something. So that's why it will fluctuate in value. It will go up and down. You may be up on something. You're like, let me sell out, buy some more, get some in there. But the minute you exit that position and then re-enter again, when you re-enter, that is your date of entry. So then you start the clock of risk all over again. That's why when you buy a house, it's the same concept. If you purchased a house today, your risk is actually high. Why? You just bought the house. You're buying it at market price. You're buying it at all-time highs. And what are you going to do? You're going to pay these fees, commission fees. You're going to pay all the loan fees, all of that. The first year you own a home, most people break even. And then over the years, though, the longer you own that house and you pay down the mortgage, it starts to compound a little bit, everything. The longer you hold it, the less risk you are going to hold. That's why these people who bought houses in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, have so much equity in their home. Yes, they got it at the right time, but they held it for the right amount of time. Because now the longer you hold a good asset that appreciates in value, a stock, a good company, a quality company, real estate, it will appreciate in value, but your risk is going to decline every single year that you own it. So if you sell out and then buy back in again, you're changing the time you own. You're changing the clock. So the longer you have this stock, the less riskier it becomes. Everybody really needs to understand this. This is one of those key, it will change your life moments if you really get this. I'm telling you. Because a lot of people will make bad investments because they owned something good, but they didn't own it for a long enough time. Most of us have seen, we've either experienced this ourselves or we've seen people do this. I've seen my parents do this. I've done this. I look back, I'm like, oh, I learned this early though, because that's why I said, okay, I'm not doing this again. That's why I realized from the young years to the mid-young years, I realized, okay, my problem was is that I was spinning my wheels trying to go from one thing to the next. I would say, okay, I'm going to take the money, boom, I'm going to go flip a house, go here. Okay, take the profits, it goes up 10%, I'm going to go here. And then I'm going to go, then I'm going to say, okay, I already got the profit, I'll take that and sell it and go here. And then we'll go here, and then we'll go here. And then all the while, every single trade, every single investment you're making, the clock is starting over.
You've never owned something for more than a year. Never owned something for more than half a year. Never owned anything more than a decade. I go look back at anything I've owned with a long amount of time, it's made me hand over fist. So when you get these stocks, you get the long term, you're better off holding and then readjusting. Amazon with the cheek layer over there. That was 6 minutes ago. Amazon added 40 million of vacant land for over 550 homes. Amazon's donating land to Arlington County for affordable housing. Look at that. Look at that. Y'all getting mad at Amazon. Lynn, they sell this stock off. Y'all think it's Jeff Bezos? It's the stockholders. Look at that. Amazon donates $40 million of vacant land for homes, for affordable house. Look at it. We say Jeff Bezos is not Superman. Come on. Come on. Oh, look at that. No one wants to live in Arlington. Mustafa will. That's it, Mustafa. You're going to be an off-white factory in Arlington. Would you like to come? Look, he signed up right away. Look, he said, Horde. He's ready to go. He's ready to go. Mm-hmm. See that? Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. That's great. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I forgot to go to the bathroom. So let me go to the bathroom, but hopefully you guys hold assets for a long time. Okay? Go. Oh, yeah, we got side bowl. My bad. Wow. How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? Y'all feel great? GM Big Pop. Perfect timing. Oh, yeah, GM Huge Pop. It's the full chart. Was it on CNBC? 1239. They strike a deal for one of the U.S. lithium mines. But that was 6 minutes ago. There's 6 minutes ago is what I'm getting. GM earnings August 4th. What is that? No, I've not seen anything. CNBC. You sound like you look like Pete Davidson. Well, be careful, man. Your eyes cannot, or your ears cannot see. The last time I went off of that, I got catfished. And then I had to go out on a date that was really awkward with Mustafa. I thought, he sounded really feminine on the phone. And then I was like, hey, you should come out to LA. And then he said, okay. And then I thought he was, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had really nice hair. I mean, I could say that. The Amazon, no, that's not what caused the stock to move. But GM, that was weird. That was a big pop. Juniper Networks pop. JMPR. No news on that. They had a Seeking Alpha thing the other day. They named a new chief operating executive. Earnings July 27. Uber waking up. Baba waking up. Amazon's kind of giving up. We're slowing down a little bit. TLT bouncing off the bottom. Apple, Microsoft still holding up great. Wait, we had the news on. Expecting a now Boeing. Well, Boeing will that same news that popped it. You're gonna get that China update by the end of the month. People overlooked that on the first report, and nobody was talking about it. So that's why I think Boeing could be pretty decent. Let's see what that be. Damn, son. No, I need a better one. Intel looking good. UWC clap. Damn, son, where'd you find this one? GM came down. Yeah, why are you even bringing up UWMC? Just let him live. God. Such haters, bro. Such haters. Man, I wonder how that guy's K-Web trade is trading now. Let's see, China stocks sleeping. China's just, again, they've had so much bad news in the last few days. It's good. Those JDs are back to break even, down 3%. Amazon's working. Spotify. Overstock. Is Overstock still killing it? If that one's still holding up, that's great. Yeah, Overstock, again, it briefly went above 102. That's going to be the next leg on there. AMD on the high. Producer price index. Are you expecting any more headwinds? You'll get it like today if there is any big surprises. But, I mean, I hope this market is very difficult as far as the econ is concerned because it's going slow. But after today and just seeing the reaction to the inflation report, nobody has any idea what's going on. I could say, again, that's the only thing I could say without a doubt. So this is the core inflation, and we were expected to go high, but we weren't supposed to break 4.5, I believe. Yeah, you were expected to do 4. So we were expected to come in right here, and that you could see this chart over, the last 40, 50 years. This is a 50-year chart. Again, this is going back to the 70s. I don't know if you guys see the dates. So that's where I'm saying, and this is core. This is not the headline. That's the crazy part. Even the headline came in at 5.4. That's actually insane. So you could see the divergence here. Here's the expectation. Do you see? Pretty much, people expect the slowdown to come in here a little bit, right? That's why it's coming, you could see it edging, and that's what you got, but you got a lot more upward momentum. Essentially, even back in 2011 at sometimes, it came in a little bit higher as the expectations, but it wasn't. That's a divergence. Do you see what I'm saying? It's, again, very even rare. Do you see the distance between the purple and blue line? That is a signal of volatility. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Take a look. This is all of the reports and expectations from 2011. This is the last 10 years. That divergence does not exist. So you had a little bit kind of in the beginning there, but again, and that's where the survey was running a little bit hotter, but most of the time the divergence occurs on the downside, but you don't really see that happen on the upside. Electric Glass partners with Chinese supplier Detroit News ELMS. They're going back and forth. So that's what I'm saying when we're looking at these reports. And then again, I mean, here's the core. Let's see, 5-year. No, this is just showing. I don't think it's going to show me the expectations. They weren't expecting used car prices. Again, don't try to answer this, is what I'm trying to say, is that everybody is putting a reason on it, but this isn't because of just used car prices. This isn't just because of travel. It's not just because of this or that. It's just there's so many things happening. It's running deeper than you think. Again, a lot of you will even argue that CPI doesn't even accurately reflect inflation. So let's see. Yeah, so here's again, this is the core CPI. That's why the core this is what I said on the watch list yesterday. The core CPI is the key to watch because this is excluding more things. Now, granted, we already are educated enough to know at the end of the day what really matters here. There's something more important, but this, for now, it gives us some good info with what we have today. But there it is, the PCE. So at the end of the day, you could freak out about this. We could make whatever assumption. And this is why I'm jumping to nobody knows what's happening right now. And I could say that, again, these are big misses. And even the fact that today was such a big miss and how it's been talked about today, it tells me everything. And then the fact that people are already jumping to this answer explanation, I see it very, very clearly. And what I see is confusion. So it's not as if I'm making I'm not making a judgment and saying it's this, it's that. I'm just saying all of you motherfuckers have no idea what's going on. Have you ever been in that situation where, have you ever seen people trying to like fix something and like you see people working on like they're trying to fix a car and like, listen, I don't know what's going on with the automobile, but putting the timing belt on the tire, I don't think that's going to work. It's clear that the people, they don't know what's happening right now. That there wouldn't be this big of divergence if that would be the case. You would have a lot, and then there would be a lot more easier answers. And that's why I'm saying you're not going to know until the boss comes back in 3 months. The boss is Powell. So you got these two, and you got people going back and forth. Everyone's like, it's this, it's that. No, and you're like, I'm not a mechanic. I don't know what's wrong with the car, but it's clear that these people trying to, say back and forth that's not it. Because you can't, if you're going from the tire to the timing belt, something is not adding up, right? So is it the steering, is it the wheels, or is it the engine? And that's what's happening right now. So you have to wait until the actual boss gets in here by pretty much Q4. He's going to come in, and whatever Powell does, we need to know really what the real answer is. And that's going to be based on a policy shift. That's where the answer is going to lie. That's why right now, we're already 6 months into this argument, and now even after everyone getting surprised today, it's still like a weird argument about it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I hope I'm trying to communicate it to you guys. I'm not trying to answer the question of what is happening to the vehicle right now. We have a general idea. There's something, but I'm not even here to make a statement on it. That's why all I'm saying is it's clear nobody knows what's happening right now. I could see that without a doubt. It's just, again, it's not adding up with how they're trying to fix this in the mechanic scenario. So that's why moving forward, it's key. That's why today it's informational, but it's not going to be actionable. Does that make sense? So you get information, you get data. Even if nobody knows what the fuck's going on, doesn't mean the market's going to drop instantly, and it's not actionable data. But it is giving us a really, really good, it's shining light on what the market has been saying for the last 6 months. And that's what I'm saying. What you're getting today is showing that another diagnosis came in, and it's clear it wasn't this, it wasn't that, but we still can't say it's this or that. But the policy shift is going to show it. So you could drive to the supermarket but avoid the freeway? Kind of. Yeah, that's exactly. I think that explains why the market's doing what it's doing. The market's not making too big of moves. It's still holding up this level. It's having stability. You could drive it to the supermarket, but you can't take this on the freeway yet. Allegiant travel June capacity up 38.5 versus down 18 year over year. China is the black swan. China growth tumbling more than we expect would be a black swan to a degree, but I'm just even relating it. This looks just like 2015. You have data. If China is going to be easing their economy, we are going to have to tighten. That's it. It's going to go back and forth. So right now it lines up because they're starting. if China eases again in the next 3 months, right? What's going to happen in 3 months? Where are you going to be? You're going to be at October, November. So then we still might not raise rates. And then China eases one more time before December, January. That's your answer. And because then at that point, we are going to taper. U.S. 30-year bond draws 2%. So bond, ooh, there it is. Heavy demand on there it is. There's the inflation bond move. So bond just came in allotted at a high of 62%. Yeah, because there's mad bond demand. That's what I'm saying. I mean, there was mad bond demand coming into this, but there should be less with that with the report we got today. But again, nobody knows what the fuck is happening. So we'll see. So that's a poor auction, which is also, it's counterintuitive to the logic that it's getting shorted right now. Again, and this is just highlighting, I think there's just a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of confusion here in every single aspect. Yeah, they got 2% versus 19.76 pre-sale when issued. So there was a lot of demand on bonds over this last, 2 weeks? So now bonds just came in and the demand was higher, hinting at people are backing off a little bit. AHPI. Didn't that move? I got halted a couple times. Again, White House pop star Olivia Rodrigo is at the White House to urge young people to get something. To get something. To get something. That's it. That's all I could say. Yeah, Treasury yields rise after 10-year bond. Bond's still coming down. Banks are coming with it, I think. Let's see. But now the market's getting drawn down. This is now falling in line to the number we saw this morning. Again, bonds the TLT shouldn't have gone down today. And that's why I'm saying there's so much wackiness here in the market. It highlights a lot. I'm getting clapped on every move I make. You sell premium? Yallah. Sell some premium. What's the difference with selling calls when you own 100 shares versus cash collateral? Because when you sell a call, you're agreeing to sell shares at a certain price. So if you don't own the shares, you have to put up the money, because how are you going to agree to sell something? You have to at least make sure you could buy it at that price based on whatever contract you're selling. When you own the shares, it's covered because you would just give up your shares instead of putting up the cash, since you own the shares and can agree to sell them at a certain price. Every trade I take, every long-term play, every credit spread or a debit spread, I keep on clapping. Every trade I make, every long-term play, every option trade, and my day trades just keep on clapped. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to fit it in. That's good. That's good. That's a good one. Yeah, hold the lighter up. You all like, oh my God, I feel you. That's crazy. Standing ovation. That's good. That's good. I'm glad you like. That's good. Get ready. Loosen up. Credit spreads are going to be good, but time them. Again, wait till earnings. Hit the earnings after. You guys could get some good momentum with it. J Diamonds keeps clapping me. There you go. Keeps clapping me. Woo! Amen. TLT just had a bond auction. Came in with a little less demand by 0.03. Yes, our bonds affect international because people use our bonds to hedge even currency and international currency and all that. And again, when there's a lot of arbitrage too, where you could get money at one rate and then another way. That's why people look at swaps and all that. Yes, credit spreads on SPY, QQQ. Any index credit spreads are usually the best. How is less bond demand? It's not bad for the market. It's just showing, again, what people are thinking. That bond auction following today's CPI is just highlighting that a little bit of people a decent amount are backing off in terms of, okay, why buy the bond if your CPI is at 5%? And that's why I think, that's where I'm just saying, again, the fact that we went from CPI, going up and people were getting worried and then prices came down, Bitcoin, lumber, all that stuff dropped. We thought we saw the most of it. And then the point I'm trying to make here is that you haven't had CPI this high ever. So that's core. Here's just normal CPI. Well, you have, but let me humor you. Again, last time you were above 5% CPI, barely was literally, that's 08. That's it. That's literally, look at this chart. 08, and then it dropped, and then but that's it. CPI has not been at 5%. Other time was 1990 flat on the dot. 1990 you broke above. 1982 you fell below 5. 1976 you bounced at 5. 1973 you broke 5 for the second time. 1969 you broke for the first time of 5%. Prior to that, you only broke 5% in this. Is that 1916? Are you fucking me? This chart goes back to 1916. Isn't it different because we were deflating? I know, but that's what all of these charts, again, it's just looking at the overall number itself. You see what I'm saying? A 5% CPI is higher. You're at 5.4. I'm just looking at 5 on the dot. But the first time you broke above 5 was 1916. And then it dropped in 1920. And then it never got back above 5, even after run-ups. And again, think about the years I'm fucking saying. 1920, 1916. So you could compare some of the, there's obviously a lot of stuff, and technology is different too. You know what I'm saying? But the point I'm trying to show here is that you've rarely breach above 5%. Again, and that's why June 2008 was the last time you hit above there. So right here was the last time you had 5% CPI. This is how the market looked. This was the June CPI that came in. You can't. It's right there. Just on this is 2008. So This is, and then again, every other time is just very, very far in the past. And this is, I don't even think that's core CPI. Core CPI only goes back to 1958. But again, your highest core CPI, last time it fell below 5% was 92. First time core CPI ever went above 5% was 1967. And then you had a lot of back and forth that year. 71, it dropped. And then right back to 73, it shot up again. And then it didn't drop below 5 or 4%, up until 1983. Started a 10-year cycle. Last time core went above 4%. That's why I said core's report was very, very important today. But you could, again, just normal CPI in general, like I'm saying, though, this is a very, it's a high number. And there's very specific correlations anytime CPI is there. Granted, this situation is different, but you have, the chart and the time frames, it's clearly something is there. But overall, you're not going to get the move until there's nothing actionable today. Please understand that. Until we get the Fed, that's it. They could keep this up for a decent. All you have to do is wait till they finally tweak something. But the fact is, when these numbers print like this, it is more likely that you will start to get tweaking. See, look at it lighted up. When you light it up, you can see it a little better. It's a big number, man. It's a very big number. Again, CPI above 5 is no joke, and then core above 4 is no joke as well either. So there was 2000. 2000 was transitory inflation. 99 to 2000. And then you had SARS epidemic as well as everything else. And then leading into 05, you had 4 or 5%. So look this is where before 08, you did have a run up in 05, and then it came down, and then it shot back up again. So realistically, you would have to, if it drops again and then breaks above again, that's the next warning. It'll take another 3 to 6 months, minimum. You see what I'm saying? So 2005 reflects this a little bit on T if you think about it. Burry might be right. He just might be a little too early. If Powell says he's hiking rates, market would flip out. But then that would confirm that China is slowing down. And that something is, I would be more bearish on China if that happened. Pretty much when China is about to collapse, Powell is going to start tapering. That's it. That's the simplest said in a sentence. That's all. If right when China is really collapsing and China is really slowing down, Powell is going to be forced to taper. Because there's no way you could allow China to ease heavy while we are still at 0. It's just impossible. So that's it. So that could even give you a play in and of that. Tapering is when they raise the rates. That's not economic warfare. No. That is literally that's economic cooperation. This is globalism. So this is how it just works between just the global international trade. Again, because if China is, think about it, if China is slowing down, they're going to start cutting and unleashing massive amounts of money into the system, right? For their end. And then they need to grow. So they need people to start buying more and more stuff. So that's why we raise our rates. We taper a little bit. We still have all of our money in the system. So now you start moving in a direction where we start strengthening the dollar again, making Chinese products cheaper. And then now we can buy from China. So we help out China. While China's slowing down and they're putting all the money and they need to grow, we start turning into the consumer. Where it's vice versa. Think about it on the reverse side. Right now, China's currency is strong. We're taking all of their money. And that's why now they're slowing down. So they say, hey, we need to switch sides. okay, we're buying from you for the last 12 months. Can you guys go back to raising and we'll cut, and then you buy from us for the next 12 months? So it's economic co-op. It's an agreement. Otherwise, if they choose not to work with each other, it starts a race to the bottom. And then it would really, it turns into a free-for-all. DBGI pop. SPY coming down here with the bond auction. And this reflects the CPI a lot more. It makes sense. But even then, it's still, who knows? So when Trump said he wanted to raise rates, it would have screwed China. Theoretically, yes. Or it would have kept them more in their position, or it would have led to a battle, and it would have we would have had a preemptive advantage, essentially. That's why you could one central bank can bully another. That's why I'm saying with China, if China just starts cutting aggressively from here, the U.S. may not agree. But if China starts going into that position, we may have to agree. Otherwise, it leads into a big disconnect. SPY and low ticker are picking up. Yeah, you're coming down. Big tech is dropping. Yuan is so strong, we have to get our dollar strong to make China products cheaper. Yeah, because if their currency is strong right now, it makes it more expensive for us to buy. So if we start tightening and our dollar gets stronger, China becomes weaker, their products become cheaper, they export more. So SPY picking up big now. It's all after the bond auction. Bro, you just flipped. Everything just flipped. Yeah, it's the bond auction. That's it. There's no other news. It's just the bond auction right now. That's all. So that bond auction came in, and then now the bond auction is highlighting the worry of CPI. That's why I said this morning it didn't make any sense. Bond yields were going lower after a 5% CPI, and now you had a fat bond auction. It was a really, really big bond auction, and it came back bad. So yields are up, highlighting more inflation. So now you got the market starting to react a little bit. This is just showing you the market. There's something that what the yields and fixed income is showing. It's going to affect the market. So let's see here, because watch, now we're back to normal. This could have allowed the bonds to adjust a little bit, but now we want to see here, do the bonds keep breaking, and then does the S&P come with it? I wonder if those Beyond plays went up. Still down 30. The bid to covet on the... It's funny, no, because, bro, that just threw a fucking argument out the window. A lot of people were saying the bonds are getting short squeezed, and that's what people were trying to explain this run-up with. But then you just had a fat bond auction, and it did not. If people wanted to cover, that bond would have been a strong demand, just like the last auction a couple days ago. DBGI still going. If we had actual inflation, quite frankly, I just don't know what we have. I'm away for Powell. I think any assumption of certainty is just, it's already been proven wrong at every month or quarter. Powell tomorrow, I believe. What's the news? Tell me what's the news. What happened? The bond not sealed. Now take a look. Market bounced there. Watch to see if TLT breaks this level. This is going to give the market cushion. So if TLT is probably, because this is that key level from the run-up, from the rally. You see that here? If we break below here, you get rid of those 3 crazy days. We start coming back to normal a little. Market's going to get a little bit more cushion. TLT is probably going to drop more, and market will come with it. But as TLT hits more new lows, SPY will come back to the normal lows. It'll balance out. We've been on one. It's been a good day. I mean, I was shocked. I mean, I have to come to the same conclusion I'm telling you. I have to come to terms with nobody knows what the fuck is going on. That's it. Looking at these numbers, seeing what's coming out, and then factoring in, just, you have to take into consideration the timing. And then the bonds were, again, the bonds were opposite this morning. So you got all this data, and the bonds just showed complete opposite. And then now it flip-flopped back to normal. So it is what it is. Today's a lot. Today is a heavy day, from, again, Boeing all the way down to the bank earnings, all of that. It's a very heavy day. So there's the cushion on the SPY. Watch TLT take another leg lower. Damn, it's already 10? No way. It's already 10. Josh crazy. Let me check my I'm going Zillow. Just check some property values. Okay, check the time. The dollar already made the move. Dollar is back. See, look at the dollar's back to where it was this morning. Bond auction showed the truth of the situation. So now the dollar just came right back to where the dollar made the move right off the bat. And again, even though it was showing an inflationary report, that was just more of a panic move of people getting worried. Again, ask anybody before this year if what a 5% CPI means to them. They would freak the fuck out, especially in America. So that's why it gets very, very weird here. But watch for that move. I need to go to the bathroom. What's the move? Tell me what's the move. Man, I was tired this morning too, bro. Like nothing like being tired from the gym and then just waking up to a 5% CPI. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't feel me? What's the move? Like I was tired in the morning, and then I get that like big ass, 5% print. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Watch out to see if there's a flush on TLT. Amazon clap. Let's see. Wait for the first bounce there. Carver's back up. You said the only important is the average. Yeah, I think we should even calculate that again. I forgot about that. Again, he's looking at PCE. Yeah, so remember? I totally forgot about that. The average indicator. So this is what we did last time. Hey, we'll just do the math on here. So 1 plus 1.2 plus 1.4 plus 1.2 plus 1.2 plus 2.8. That's adding some of them together. Plus 1.7 plus 2.6 plus 4.2 plus 5 plus 5.4 equals 27. Divide that by 2. By 12? Yeah. You're at 2.3 now. That's faster than expected. So average inflation is above 2.3 now. When you look at the year over year. That's not core. So, and then that's not, what's it called? That's not PCE as well either. Yeah, there it is. So bonds are coming down a little. It's gonna bounce. I know I'm gonna sell this play and it's gonna bounce. I need that one would have been a great one. I want to sell a call credit spread on TLT. Day trade. Why would I be flagged as a pattern day trader? I have 200 grand in this account. What kind of shit is this? Is this for real? All right, I sold 10. It's going to bounce. I do this every single time on TLT. Say, fuck you, PDT. What do you think this is, huh? What do you mean 25,000, huh? Kind of stupid PD. You want to flag me? What do you mean you want to flag me, huh? You are a flag. I will flag you. Don't be, you, huh? What are you trying to do? Who are you going to flag, huh? What do you mean flag? Nobody flag me. Iskot. A pattern day trader. I know, it's a Mickey Mouse broker. Why they say this? So I sold a TLT call credit spread for August. 53-cent credit. That, because remember, we still have TLT puts. I'm double bearish, but this is going to at least give me more pretty much. I don't have to make, I'm not saying TLT, I'll make money if TLT goes to a certain price. I just make money now if TLT doesn't go past 150, which I doubt at this point. I think that was your peak in bonds. I think that was your lower end of the peak because you had all of that bearishness on TLT in the last month or two, and then now it ripped up and it showed this wasn't a short squeeze. So I think it's starting to, I think that's going to be your peak. So if anything, I'm just going to let time decay. That was crazy. I can't believe they PDT me, man. These motherfuckers. What's the move? Tell me what's the move. See, we're down on old TLT. Those old TLT, damn it. It's 1 week too early. Those ones I'm just getting clapped on. The old TLT calls came down. And these are the ones we just sold. See how that one plays out. Oh, wasn't the random play a TLT put? That was yesterday. So SPY's coming down. So take a look. It's doing exactly what I was expecting there. You got an extra like half a point on TLT. So now I could be wrong. Again, no one's going to be right in this market. It's just looking like the market is catching back up to what initially should have been the bond reaction in the morning. Carver popping. It was like that last week too when we saw some of this activity. The news, all of the dramas started from the bond sell-off. I need that PHILO. I was gonna do the PHILO, but this is actually like it's wrecked. So once it calms down for a little, let's find out the bottom here of the bonds, and then we'll get into the PHILO. But let's see what's gonna happen here. This is actually quite unique. I need the PHILO. What's yours is yours, baby. The PHILO even applies to that attitude. You have what you need, baby. Don't worry. Be chill, be chill, be chill. It's a good PHILO. It's a good PHILO. I like it. Yeah, Cuba shut off social media. That was there where we talked in the morning. Now get ready. SPY's matching up with the bonds. How big did it break? Oh, it came, dude. Yeah, look at it. So it allowed us to make the break. We went down. Now SPY's barely hitting one. You're back to normal. It might fluctuate a little bit more on TLT, but the drama might stop here in a little bit. If it does get worse, that could signify a lot of the reverse there. And then think about it. If rates start going back up again, why do you think big caps are going to get squashed? Big caps thought they had it in the bag today because bonds, bro, that was a tricky-ass bond move. And I don't even know if it's even correct. I hope everything is taken with a grain of salt here. I'm here trying to work through all of this today. Even this last, today adds a key point to the whole picture. So just very, very weird move here overall. Call credit spreads on big tech. It could. I mean, some of them are going to be up a little bit. I should. Now that I think about it, because I have that good ghetto spread. So since we have the 4,000 call and those are up and I've already collected 3,300, I could just get super greedy with it. But it's going to be expensive. So I make $10,000 on that one. Yeah, they're not going to go 30%. Okay, I did 2 Amazon credit call spreads. So why? This should make a lot of sense because I ghetto spreaded this play. So if I lose on this play, I'm going to make $11,000 on here, and then it would still have to go up another $500 for me to lose on this one. You see what I'm saying? So that was just I collected what, $300 off that. But again, that just collecting a little bit more money just because it's not going to really affect me. No, we did not go over the PHILO just yet. So again, think about it. I'm making a play on the bonds, kind of separate from the market here. Credit spread is giving me a different risk reward proposition, and then I did that Amazon just because I have a ghetto spread where if I lose on that credit spread I just made, I would make another $11,000 off of the upside. So keep that in mind. I'm just trying to take advantage of some strategic moves and collect premium in some of the direction that I'm already in. IAA pop. Let's see. And I'm checking news. It looks like looks like it's being slow. Wait, where's my other one? Ark says we would not be on the long side of oil. OKD HYG. It's probably with TLT. Did IA stop moving? BBIG. Wasn't this running earlier? BBIG, big red. Oil is the only inflation indicator that has been snitching. Yeah, that's what we said. I mean, and then everybody kind of ignored it again. Oil was the only one out of Bitcoin, lumber, and like growth stocks. You saw most oil was the only one that matches up with the CPI. And you still have the middle. You have all that OPEC drama. INMB had a nice pop there. My new analysis is the same. It's just the same thing, but I just have to wait till Powell. That's it. It's wait till Powell. China is the key when it comes to watching the flip flop. And that's about it. But I think, inflation, transitory or not, I really do not know. I think it's initially again, 7 months ago, even 3 months ago, I'm standing by. I think there is inflation, like big inflation. Again, you can't alter the money supply. I still stand by that. But as far as how the market is going to realize that, it's very, very hard to say. And I think once Powell gives this signal, we will see. But all of our other metrics are adding up. Average inflation is above 2.0. CPI is at just historic numbers. The money supply, and they still are going to add more money. But for the the time it's going to take to realize that in the market, that's going to be the key. That's what I'm saying. It's still the same logic, but it just gets a little bit more confusing. AHP, I came up a couple times. We didn't have any specific news. The balance, I think, on this one, we're down to 125. We're at 131 at the beginning of the week. And then the Robinhood, but then the total value, I think it's on that one. We still have, there's the margin in the cash, and then the Robinhood's at 152. Ooh, Robinhood got clapped. We were at 170 2 weeks ago. And then long term is still doing good. Carve going more. Options activity. Still all calls. XLF puts, SPY 436 puts, EEM. Nothing about that has changed. I'm trying to refresh it. HYG puts. Those are the newest ones. HYG August puts 85 and 80. And then 50. I don't know if anybody got any calls. Nah, a lot of actually one set of HYG 95 calls, but then they also did the puts, so they probably did that move from yesterday. TLT August is a credit spread. Well, HYG is like TLT, it just has not moved as much. Sounds real dramatic. The Fed came out this morning and said it was expected. Well, I know. That's why nothing about today will be actionable. But that's what I'm saying. The conditioning here, that's the if the fact that's the response. Again, we kind of I expected this on the watch list where all the data that's going to happen, it's just going to fuel the debate between back and forth. That's it. But for the most part, I mean, this is not. That's why if the market is going to actually, if you haven't realized, most of the world is listening to Powell. The fact that the data could surprise every economist and everybody, and now the only answer people have is, oh, it was expected, when it clearly wasn't expected, then that right there highlights the point. So it just wait on Powell. Powell has control. He hooked everybody. He has everybody. He strung people along long enough where now when it gets confusing, all you could do is point towards it. So yeah, people were expecting inflation, but not as much, not at 5.5 or 4.5 on core. That is a big amount. Again, remember when we did the average inflation metrics, we factored in 5 and we went nothing above 5. None of us ever factored above 5% CPI, not to mention 4.5 on the core. So that's why our average is up there. Oh no, yeah, you're right. They average it over 12 months. So that's like if you take all the CPI reports over the last 12 months divided by 12, it is at 2.3. No, thank you, Mark. I corrected that. Didn't Powell say expected inflation to hit near 6? No. No way. I think the market would shit bricks if he said that. He said above 2%. He said it's going to run above 2%. We're going to average it out, and that's the idea. But it was expected that the number was going to go up. But I'm just saying it was not expected to miss everybody's expectations. That's the point. If it was truly expected, the survey would have hit. Does that make sense? That's where I'm saying that's why today is so comical. Because everybody, we did one with 6% worst case scenario. That's worst case scenario. But that's what makes today's move so comical is that if it was expected, it wouldn't have missed expectations. Does that make sense? Powell had 3 months to condition everybody, and a lot of people they really were. What just happened? So this is the expectations. Again, you expected 4.9. You came in at 5.4. Core was at 4.0. You're at 4.5. That's almost what? What's half a point off of 4%? It's like, this is more than 10% off of it. Too high setup expectations, set up for failure. Yes and no, but the expectations were, in this case, it would have been better. If you're telling me if economists were expecting high inflation and it came in lower, the market would be mad? No way. The market would have loved it. That's why this is funny, because it just totally just did not hit what was expected, but now people are falling back on the Fed, and I think that's how it was designed to happen. I think, if anything, that makes more sense that now you have, like, everybody's in Powell's control now. It sounds so dramatic. Is that wave gold ripped? I'm not too sure. There's a lot of other stuff, and the factors I'm looking at is, one, core shouldn't have moved like that, and if core missed expectations, that was a problem. And then the second thing I'm looking at, and this is the broader concept, it's very simple. I'm not trying to make any judgment. All I'm trying to say is that expectations missed, and that's it. And that in and of itself, it highlights something relative to what everybody was expecting and what people are thinking is going to happen. And now the answers, as you see it, everybody is giving me a different answer now that sounds the same. But when it comes down to it, it's all up to Powell now. That's it. It could increase likelihood of a taper, but we're still going to argue that. It's going to do a lot of things, but we're still going to argue that. But at the end of the day, you literally have the expectations got missed by over 10%, and one of those is on the core. So that's where I'm just saying now, it's like the confusion level is through the roof. That's what I'm really trying to conclude with, because everything else we don't know. We'll give it a couple months now, because we're going to probably do this for a couple more months up until fourth quarter Powell, and then fourth quarter Powell, he's going to taper. We have signals with China, but overall now, the base thing that you could see is that the answers to what the data showed today is it should make you think. That's what I'm saying, is that you should really look at why was it where people didn't listen to Powell. Now all of a sudden it's all about, okay, well, no. Well, he said to expect this. That was the fallback plan. Because now, based on what oil did, and even, some of the other commodities, Bitcoin, lumber, all of these factors, even used car prices did drop. Again, and we might see that on the next report, because this is a month delayed. So that's why if the next report is even higher, it gets even worse. But that's where it's like we saw stuff decline in price in the last 2 months. So to see the expectations be off and still towards the downside, that is very surprising. Decline BS, where do you live? But it has. I mean, I could show you whatever data point you want from, again, the cost of lumber and certain goods. That's where they're looking. I mean, even if we could look at the CPI right now if we wanted to. Let me see. Let's see. Got online sales. I'm trying to find you because I could break down the whole CPI, and you'll see there's been a lot of fluctuations. Mm. So we could get everything now. So everything's already organized, and you could see some prices are even coming down. Like bakery products since June till May have dropped almost another 1% after rising up. Again, a lot of things went up. Like beef keeps going up, but it's not like that everywhere. But then we could even go back down to region, product weights, average prices, and all that. Let's see. March, April, May. Let's see June. And that's just food, energy. Let's see. All items, less food and energy. See, they're separate, but some of it very, very small changes when you're looking at it. But then let me see. Is this all from 1982? Too able to make the live stream recently because I've been so busy with real estate. Popping to say God bless to all my fellow Chads. Love you all. Horn. Amen, baby. And the best part about all of this, we could chart everything. All right, let's see. Commodities. Where's used cars? Used car vehicles. You guys want to see the chart? Wait, where is it? That means I have a chart open. Where the fuck is my chart? That's the CPI. CME group is rocketing. You guys see that? CME popping? Is there news on that? So SPY is making a move there. Another one while bonds are chilling out. Guidance needs to show S&P can avoid second half doldrums. That's about it.
The fact it's really hard, and many well-intentioned policies that aim to help people after they already have a criminal record simply don't work. So our goal in this proposal is to reduce the flow of new people.
Fed Kashkari, they should be on right now. They're 2.3. First 9 months, federal budget was $174 billion in June. Let's see. SPY coming down again. Yeah, SPY coming in big. Affirm and PayPal. Apple to offer monthly installments for all Apple Pay purchases. What? Apple to rival Affirm. So Affirm getting clapped. Apple is pretty much going after Affirm's market there. That's big. Yeah, pay over time. They're going to make it. Let's see. Check PayPal as well. Oh, those chains have already gone crazy. Yeah, Affirm's dropping, but that one's clapped. Apple to partner with Goldman Sachs. Goldman getting way better off that. We'd have made more on that one. Yeah, the Affirm chart is crazy. I'd be very careful on that one. That's a big move, though. Good call out. Buy now, PayPal to... Oh, even PayPal's dropping on that, too. PayPal, Affirm would get clapped the most, but PayPal's dropping off that. It's probably going to be a smaller, quicker move, to be honest. PA clapped. I don't know why Tesla will go on there. Yeah, Affirm. I mean, PayPal will recover better, but Affirm will get clapped. I think the whole market got clapped right there, too. There's a lot of things. I'm trying to figure out how I could get this up on the chart for you. It says it's added to my chart, but I don't know where the chart is hiding. Oh, there it is. Oops. So here's the used car prices. They are higher, but again, it's not really noticeably higher from that print 3 months ago. Again, and that's where you first saw it. So some people think it's going to go up, but again, you did see the same thing here in 2020, but I don't think this is the main reason why. Like everything else besides some of these other factors like transportation, like you could see this wouldn't attribute for that big of an increase. Education, recreation, medical, all of those dropped. I know hotels and airfare, that's part of services. Even shelter, like this is crazy. Like this is even your rent chart. So even the cost of shelter is not like this should have been a heavy factor. And that's what I'm saying. Like if you think CPI with used cars is fucking with shit, if this moved like autos, then we'd have a bit. That's what I'm saying. There's all these little factors that are making way bigger moves that will have way more meaning. I'm trying to see the other prices. Then we could go by region too. Then SPY balancing out, TLT staying the same. Banks breaking, upside or downside? Yeah, they're breaking out there. Damn, that Goldman would have been good. Sophie on the low. PTCT. They're popping. Let's see. So west, northwest. It looks like prices went up in every metric. Midwest, smallest increase. Cities with more than 2 million didn't see, a little bit, slightly increase. It's not too bad. There it is. Where's transportation? There it is. Look at your weighting. So taking the whole 100 of the weight, right? So this doesn't make any sense. How does that make any sense to you? That weighting is 7. It is bigger compared to most. And then I guess new vehicles, 10. No, it's all in the same one. You're getting 7% or 7.0, pretty much 7% of the weighting is coming from used cars. That's what this is. Used new vehicles and used cars. Actually, used cars is 3%. Let me clarify that. So it's 3%. New cars are another 3.7, but used cars are 3.1%. So, I mean, where can we put this in a context here? Let me find something else. It's a big weighting for the index, but it's not as if everything went. CPI didn't shoot up because used car sales, 7% of the index went crazy. Commodities excluding food and energy, but these are all commodities. That's what it's saying. Apparel, 2.7, household and furnishing. So literally, you have almost half the weight coming in there. Transportation is also including motor vehicle parts, but that's not even as much. You got about 6% of the weighting. It's probably your biggest weight class. Arguably. Yeah. No, it is. But it still just does not. It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense. Does that make sense? Like 7% is the biggest out of all of them, but it's still not the biggest. Like education and communication services is almost the same size. Medical care has the same weighting as used cars. So how come people aren't talking about medical prices versus the used car industry? Again, they probably sell more used cars. But then again, medical is very arguable. Do you see what I'm saying? But it's just like that 7% weighting out of the whole index, that's not your business right there. Or that's not what's causing a historical 30-year print on CPI or on core. So that's why I'm saying used cars and all that are going up, but at the end of the day, it's like that doesn't account for what there's a lot of other stuff going on. This is still the back end of the supply. I agree. I mean, I know I don't even know, right? There's just all these different things coming on and that is occurring, and that's why I'm saying it's hard to see, but point is what I'm like, everyone's saying this is expected and this and that, but now we're falling back on Powell, and that's where I'm just saying that there's just a lot of confusion where there's not the dots aren't connecting. is just what it comes down to. Everyone's saying it's expected when every estimate missed expectations. Everyone's saying it's autos, but there's way more price increases and similar weightings in other sectors, excluding food and energy. So that's why core is so important. That's what I'm showing you by going through these specifics. We're looking at the core of everything, right? I'm not looking at food and energy, and that's why you're seeing the weightings are pretty balanced to a degree. But it's just like there's one set of information, but then it's coming out a different way. McConnell says everybody is talking about inflation. What's up, man? Senate Republican McConnell speaks to reporters. My date rate was wrong. I guess this is for May. Does it have June? So this is what we need to get updated. But even then, it wouldn't. I mean, even look at May to June, the weighting number, it doesn't change that much. So like even from May to June, and there was already used car increases. Where is it? The fuck is that? The weighting only increased 0.2. It's still the same of what they're looking at. And this is I did bring this up last time. A firm still dropping. Gas and tolls, no. I don't know about tolls, but gasoline is not included in transportation. That'd be energy. Top Wall Street bet, Clove, Apple, Nokia, Disney, Tesla, SoFi, Baba, Wish, CLNE, Tilray, Palantir, Space, QQQ, BB, Amazon, JP Morgan, AMD, Nvidia, Microsoft, Arcade, GME, SLV, AMC, JDN, Neo. Is do Apple Pay? I think they're going to allow any purchase made on Apple Pay. You will be able to pay monthly. That's crazy. Anything. You pay your weed man with Apple Pay. You guys are going to get on payment plans for like weed and cigarettes. You guys are going to go to the bar. Oh man, you're going to go to the bar, buy drinks with Apple Pay, and you're going to be paying 15% interest. You'll be like, what? I get drinks for everybody. It's $2 a month. That's fine. That's fine. Mustafa's going to be like, yo, Off-White, this ain't $400. It's $4 a month for 50 years. It's all Apple Pay purchases, No. All Apple. That's what's just crazy. That's like a legitimate, damn, everything you purchase on Apple Pay, if you opt, and then it's going to lead to more credit card signups too. Dude, stop. I'm crying. I know how you rationalize things. That's it. Mumu is out there, bro. Everything just got cut in. Everything is 90% off to Mumu now. He's like, what do you mean? I could pay $10 a month? This is crazy. Y'all know you could do the same thing with houses, right? Y'all know they got Afterpay on houses. Like, you don't have to put up the full amount, and you could just pay monthly. I want to show love for the Apple Pay joke. Almost spit out my coffee. You're too much. That's good. I'm glad you like it. Hard. Love you, Oscar. Oscar holds it down, baby. But it's 1K, not 10. That is true. That's it, man. Damn, we about to go to the bar monthly. You guys 0% interest on all Apple Pay? Damn. I remember hearing about that, but I don't know. I never got the Apple card. That's crazy. If I could get everything bro, that's so bad. Anywhere that accepts Square that you could pay with Apple Pay, you could pay monthly. We're done. That's it. The youth, y'all ain't never getting cribs. Y'all gonna drink more. Y'all gonna party a little bit more. Mustafa gonna be swagged out. That's crazy. That's it. That's the dagger. Oh, man. That's crazy. Don't hate on building credit. Oh, I'm a fan of building credit. I have a good credit video to build your credit. I've been a big one. But at the same time, Affirm's still dropping. I think people are still digesting that. Is PayPal going down still? Nah, PayPal's going to handle a little better, but Affirm, that's all Affirm does. That's like literally like cutting Affirm at the knees. High inflation is bad for TLT because, yeah, higher inflation just means higher rates. Okay, like that. No, I'm in the. I don't know. I paid off a lot of shit. I think I'm in like the low 800s or high 700s. It fluctuates, but I'm a big fan of building. I made that credit video after I told you guys the video about getting houses about a year and a half ago when we say buy the cheap houses. The next video I made was on credit and talking about getting credit. Like I said, you guys could go get cars, or like a computer. Sometimes, you have to build credit however you can, but I'm just saying that if every Apple Pay purchase now has the ability to, that's revolving credit, but it's not the same thing as building credit. So if you go and do Afterpay, that's high interest revolving credit. So if you already have a credit card, you've already built that segment out. But if you don't have credit from another company, a different type, then it could be pretty bad. Oh, yeah, that 850. Yeah, I had it. I posted it. That's why I said I paid shit off. And then I paid off a bunch of shit. And I removed stuff from my credit by paying it off. And my score went down. So even though nothing changed, but I didn't have those same lines of credit open because I paid them off like vehicles. Hello, real time, Josh. Hello. Firm's still there. So, like, if you, let's say you had a lease on a vehicle or you bought a vehicle and it was on your credit for 3 years and you paid it off and you had that balance of 10, 20, 30,000, whatever it is, and then you go and finish it off and you pay it off and now all you have is revolving credit lines, your credit will drop because it lowers the amount that you're borrowing and you had it, you pay it off, it's lowering the amount that you've borrowed and the type of credit is reduced. So I went from having mortgages, cars, revolving, different things. So then you eliminate your car, that's a specific type of credit, and you lower the balance of available borrowed. That will lower your credit score, believe it or not. My available credit dropped because I paid it off because at one point it showed that I was borrowing this amount and then I paid it all. Yeah, TLT coming down again. TLT hits a new low that the market might follow with it. But it's fine. I mean, I'm okay with dropping my credit and not paying interest. You know what I'm saying? Or paying debt. Ooh. Every time I come around that city, bling, bling. Sell firm puts. I don't know, though, bro. That is, like, ugly for their business. It is an IPO, but, like, you have to think that's all a firm does. Bling, bling. Every time I run around the cities, bling, bling. Like, that's awful for a firm. Like, that's actually a genuinely, like, look at their business model, look at their segments. Like, I don't even, like, think about it. They got DD. They got D. Bro, that's like, I don't know. It's so, yeah, I can't even come up with an analogy. I got Did you catch me there? I was like halfway through, bro, and I was like, wait, I don't even know what this is like. I mean, it's not really like, a firm is a very unique company, and there's just not too many instances. Like, I don't know. That's crazy. I just stopped, bro. I was like, yeah. I was halfway explaining that. I was like, no, it's just not there. What do you think the Affirm office looks like? Oh, they're easy. They're like, dude, it's just FUD. They're like, it's FUD, bro. We're good. No, they don't know who they're dealing with. We got this. Yo, no, that's not going to affect us. What are you saying? They're like, nah. Like, nah, this is fucking Apple. What's Tim Apple going to do? You know what I'm saying? They're like, it's all FUD. It's fake news. They're not. Who even uses Apple? Who even has an iPhone? We don't even use iPhones. Gosh. Yeah, they're all work from home. They don't have an office, actually. McConnell says he's pulling for the people of Cuba. Netflix has no chance. People will never stop coming to our Blockbuster. Damn. Is there any, like, how do we invest in female consumers? Because they love that shit. I know all my sisters, any girl I've met, they are addicted to Affirm and retail shopping. That's the first time I saw it, like, really, like, what the fuck? That's what they do. Ulta or Pinterest. Yeah, they may benefit off that. They're not going to spend. They're going to spend the money at Ulta. Ulta's the sympathy play. That's it. You just expanded pay as you go. Any Mustafa stocks and female stocks are going to do good. Even Starbucks. Y'all going to get Starbucks on interest. That's so crazy. Hey, man. Everybody, look at that. See the investors today. We got 0 down payment homes. Everybody else got 0 down payment purchases. Look at that. Look at that. Y'all ain't, are you as a Fed, you're like, wow, what about the debt crisis? It's fueling the debt. Now everybody, look at that. Look, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. Come on. It's the same shit. Mm-hmm. Y'all got zero down payment everything, and y'all getting mad that they got zero down payment home loans. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I see how it is. I see how it is. Okay, OnlyFans IPO. Listen, man. If you're chatting here and you are subscribed to any of those, I'm gonna slap the shit out you. Okay? As your uncle, your older brother, whatever you want to call me, that's fine. I'm just gonna say, if you spending $5, are you kidding me? Even $5, I would be offended. I'd be like, really? I'd rather get $5 in Altria any day. Any day. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna slap the shit out you. Okay? That literally. I mean, what were you thinking? Why would you, huh? You're a creator, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna, that's cool. That's great. But no, that's all I'm saying. Don't you dare ever come to me with no, my play didn't. Shut the fuck up. I want to hear about your play. You don't care about your damn money. Okay? Okay, so now that we have that out the way, that's good. We should probably get into PHILO. You did say buy what you use. That's not how it works. Buy what you use means invest in the company that you give money to. It doesn't mean give more money to the company that is a waste and then you don't even own the damn stock. It's not even a stock exists. That's it. I'm just saying. Come to meet up. I'm gonna look at your phone. I'm gonna audit some of y'all. I'm gonna be like, let me see your credit card statements, please. And somebody's gonna get slapped. That's it. Someone's gonna get slapped. That's all I'm saying. And we're gonna look at you and say, why? Why? And then we'll help you. We'll take you outside. We'll take you to the gym. We'll introduce you to people. I'm gonna make you hang around Ulta. Just go hang out at Ulta. Go spend $15 a month buying random girls' makeup. I think you would get more enjoyment out of that. I don't know, but I can't even. That's just. Anyways, but you can afterpay that now. FDA updates J&J substance in letter to vaccine. FDA releases another batch of vaccine J&J substance. Bro, time flies. I've been here for like 2 years, and Josh been threatening to slap the shit out of people since. I'm just saying. Listen, man. All I'm saying, not even like if I had a little brother and I caught him doing that, I wouldn't even slap him. I would just make fun of him. That's it. I would make fun of you relentlessly. I would bully you into better financial decisions. That's all. I would just bully you into a way better financial decision. From the mountains to the prairies. They clap me? Nah. Just confirm. Female play. My wife is excited by Apple News. I'm like joking, but I'm serious. I think it's gonna hit. Oh, yeah, drop it on them. They didn't even see it coming. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Welcome. Whether you subscribe to an OnlyFans or not, you are welcome. Don't worry. We don't judge you regardless. It's okay. We still love you. Okay? It's good. We got you. It's game time. It's time for PHILO. Let's get some personal development going on. Let me speak some positivity to you. It's a very short and simple PHILO today. It is going to be just an interesting thought that I had. It's nothing too deep, but kind of deep. But I think it could explain stuff. But let me ask you this. What is the PHILO from yesterday? Do you guys remember the PHILO from yesterday? I would like a recap, please. Anybody? Okay, it was hope. Okay, be humble. That was a couple days ago, but still hope. It's part of it. Good. Okay, so you know why I'm asking you? Because sometimes you need reminders. So let me just remind you again, don't let these PHILOs go in one ear and out the other. Don't let when the bell rings at close and it rings at open, don't forget them. And really think about it. Remember what you needed. You need that presence of hope. Okay? So I'm starting there so you just remember it, okay? Just think about that. Just don't ever let that hope dissipate. That's part of it. But today, actually, a very simple concept we're going to talk about. And it is called slow down. Slow down. How do you feel about that? How do you feel when someone tells you to slow down? Right? When like a Karen yells at you on the side of the street when you're driving fast, you tell your parents you want to do something and they say slow down. How do you feel when someone tells you to slow down? Like I need to stand it, uncomfortable. Sound like your psychologist, angry, offended, fuck off. I like turtles, mad. I'm moving at my own pace. I like turtles. Humbled, adding gas to the fire. Oh yeah, right? Yeah, ridiculed. Oh yeah, I know I feel like a lot of chats are like that. Y'all get offended. And y'all feel like it adds fuel to the flame. You said slow down? Oh, you told me to slow down. Okay. We're gonna slow down faster. Yeah. See, defensive, projecting. You ask why. Enjoy the process. I feel like I must be in on it. Oh, yeah, kind of funny. That's kind of where some FOMO comes in for. I didn't even think about FOMO, honestly. They think I'm manic. Ooh. You know, a lot of us are manic. I hope you know that, even with your personality. So don't even let anybody tell you that that's bad. I mean, you just have to be aware of it. Haste is waste. People usually say to hurry up. Okay, so think about that. Because when you hear those words, I feel like a lot of us, when we hear somebody tell us to slow down, it hits a different way, right? It hits a certain way. Not all of us like it. It brings a lot of different feelings, right? But now let me ask you this. Have you ever told yourself to slow down? Like, have you ever talked to yourself and, like, have you ever been in a situation where you're like, okay, I should slow down? You know, you almost get into a crash and then you get that adrenaline feeling for the next, like, fucking 6 hours. And then you go from almost crashing someone to driving, like, in one lane for the next 30 minutes. That's a driving example. But what about something in, like, business, right? What about you kind of make a mistake trading? You made a couple bad trades, and then finally nobody had to say anything to you. And then you're like, oh, you're a cop every day? Oh, thank you for your service, my friend. You know, imagine all that, right? You make a trade, a couple bad ones, then eventually you tell yourself to slow. So how do you feel when you tell yourself to slow down? How does that feel? Because you know how it feels. Again, picture someone telling you to slow down, and then how do you feel when you tell yourself to slow down? And I hope you know, I'm not looking for an answer. I just want you to think about this, because this is what I thought about yesterday. You know, I'm asking you how you feel towards certain events. You hate it because you know you fucked up already. Feel like defeat, but it could be too late. Ooh. Uh-oh, I feel like a lot of us, I feel like when we say slow down to ourselves, it's too late. It says keep sight on goal, check yourself. I feel like I have to rethink. I feel like I failed. Feel rewarding. Okay. I just stay in my own lane. Feels like I've learned. I feel like I should have listened. It's good to be introspective. You fight your shadow. Ooh. Calm. I feel like I'm in limbo. Prevention is the only cure. Ooh. So look at everybody's answer, man. You know? Just look at everybody's answer on both sides of the coin. I don't need to make a point with this. Look at our relationship with slowing down. How is it the same phrase said by one person to us will give a total different reaction if we said it to ourselves? Damn. And look at all of you have different things. All of you feel a different way. Some of it's positive, some of it's negative, depending on if you tell yourself or someone else tells you. That is very eye-opening. So it looks like our relationship with slowing down is very volatile. And that says something in and of itself. So this is what I was thinking about yesterday. Because there was a trigger that got me thinking about this, and I was praying. And I told you guys, I still haven't given you all of it. I've been working on a new prayer goal of mine. This is just a spiritual goal. This is something I keep between myself. I don't have to tell you about it on PHILO. I don't have to, this is just something I'm working on with, I have a specific goal with prayer, and I've been doing it a lot lately. And I was praying yesterday, and what ended up happening, I told myself to slow down. And I caught myself praying a little bit differently. I started talking really, really slow in my prayer. It was weird. And honest, I don't know how many of you can relate to that, because this is even kind of part of it. How many of you guys, when you go to pray, all right, God, thank you for this. Amen. God, I have this. Give me more money. Give me more money. Let my trades go. Thank you, dumb. Amen. Oh, God, money, amen. Yikes. See? Yeah, book says don't babble. Roblox received its first sell rating from Benchmark. Prayer go brrrr. So, don't feel attacked, because I did the same thing. That's why I realized yesterday, I had to check myself with it. And thankfully, that's the point about this, right? When it comes to prayer, when it comes to personal development, like, let's be real here, motherfuckers. No one's going to tell you to slow down. Why? Nobody sees you. I don't see you pray. You don't see me pray. I don't know what you do when nobody is around. When you have the option to display integrity or not, when nobody is watching, there's a lot of intimate moments we all have where you will never get the opportunity for someone to tell you to slow down. Ever. If you really think about it. So, this is where it really got to me. Because I was like, I need to slow down a little bit. And then I started praying slower. And it hit so much different. And it felt like I was actually getting a lot closer. And it was way, way more effective. Why? Think about it. Think about communication. Why was it felt more effective? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. But it felt more effective. It felt different. And I encourage you to try it. Take whatever your prayer pace is and slow it down in half. There's more thought behind it. Communicating, much more aware. It's more genuine. So good. Let's add other people into the mix now. Right? Think about how you communicate with people. Think about a normal conversation. How do you communicate with other people? You talk to them. You have to make sure they understand you. You have to make sure that they're there. You can't just steamroll the message. Right? ILMN probe. Illumina probe. Illumina probe stock dropping. It hasn't hit the wire yet. Yeah, I haven't got the full headline yet. But think about as you communicate with people. You have to communicate a certain way if you really think about it, or just think about how you like it. Right? Have any of you ever talked to somebody flustered? Have you ever talked to somebody who's ever gotten in a car accident, who lost something very important to them, maybe missed a final or whatever happening in their life? You know what I'm saying? Have you ever talked to somebody flustered or in shock? Yeah. Yes, sir. What's it like? What's usually the first thing you say to the person? Yeah, you say relax, chill. Okay, I want to listen, but let's. I feel you. Or maybe you listen a little bit, but then usually you'll encourage them to calm down, right? To a degree, or you'll say, you'll comfort them. It's okay, relax, breathe. That sounds very familiar. So I've said this before. And that's why this hits so much different, because I just kept going on this whole thought process of slowing down, the relationship we have with slowing down, and how we approach things, both business meetings, all the way down to God. You know that? That y'all don't feel me, man. You know that's the difference between a lot of people. I get approached by a lot of people who want investments or they need assistance. And that's something you could see right off the bat. You could see when people are rushing through it. I could tell It's like, I'd be like, I want to help, but we need to process what's going on, actually. Let's slow it down. Again, there's people who even if they're not going through a problem, they just want money. They think they got this best idea. They're ready to go. This is my day. We're going to make this much money. We're going to make $12 million. The market cap is this. If we only get 1%, we're going to do all this. And then it's like, calm down. Do you have a plan in writing? Have you slowed down? Do you know what your main goal is? Can you tell it to me fast but slow? Can you tell it to me in 60 seconds? Or does it have a bunch of crazy, exciting, frantic parts? So that's people, right? Now, what about God? You see, and this is something I learned about spirituality, more or less, that we are in God's image in a way, and I've noticed that it's hard to approach God frantically. And again, this just highlights the point in general to slow down. How would you respond if you were God and somebody approached you all the time frantically? Do you really believe if you're frantic? Oh, y'all don't feel me. How would you respond? How would you listen? And I know some of you can agree. You may love people and somebody will come to you frantic and they're going through a lot of stuff and they're going through it really fast and just all of this stuff. But even then, come on, tell me. It's pretty hard to listen sometimes, right? Even if you have the perfect intention, you want to help them out, you want to do whatever it is you may do, but think about it, you won't understand it all if they don't give it to you that way. Like, think about it. It's just hard to understand. You could be the most willing, helpful person in the world, but if it's approached frantically, it's very hard to even listen. It's hard to get an answer. Oh, that's deep. Because that's the reality of it. And that's the key that I got yesterday. You know, listening is going to require you to slow down first. You know, that's how it says be what? It says be slow to speak and quick to listen. Be quick to listen. Be slow to speak. You want to hear God. You want to hear the world. You want to figure out your plan in life. All of it. Have you slowed down? What's your relationship with slowing down? And are you able to slow down not because someone told you to slow down? You see what I'm saying? It's not because I'm telling you slow down. Not because I'm telling you this right now. It's hopefully so you understand why. It's easier to listen. It's on both sides. It's easy for you to listen. Whatever you're seeking and going out for, it's easy for them to listen. It's easy to send your message to the world, to God, whatever it is, when it's coming at an appropriate pace, not frantically. And at the same time, for you, you know that, because that's why you can't, God does not, he's not like loud trumpets all the time. It's little things. We've talked about this. It's the wind. It's little things that you'll see that will lead you across your path. Think about how one little click probably changed some of your lives. It's just one little thing. It wasn't loud. It wasn't a big bang. It wasn't a clear sign. It was very subtle. Sometimes it's slow. So that's what I'm saying. If that's how you're going to receive it, should probably communicate in that sense. But just understand now, get rid of that franticness. You don't need it. Not only do you not need it, it will not even help you accomplish what you need. Focus on form. Exactly. Slow down. So what I got out of it was praying, I need to slow down. I hope some of you do it. It's a good place to start. And honestly, even if you think it's all hoopla, just watch. Just go talk to yourself really slow every day, focusing and concentrating on what you want, and do so in a non-frantic fashion, and do so at a slower pace. If that doesn't form and shape you, I would be surprised. Because that's what this is. But then it's also so you could really listen to where you need to go. Oh, y'all don't feel me. That's what I'm trying to tell you now. I'm trying to tell you to slow down with what you ask for. Not ask for less, but make sure you're saying, I'm thinking about what I'm asking for. I'm thinking about it. I'm not just rushing through it. It's not just an emotional off the top. No. This is what I'm looking for and what I want and why. It's so that you could hear the answer back. Because think about how stupid that is. If you ask for the path in life and you spit it out at 100 miles an hour, if it came back to you 100 miles an hour, you would probably miss it. Oh, come on now. So that's what I'm saying. It's one thing to eliminate the franticness. It's one thing to slow down and see, what it could change and how to think about all of it. But also at the same time, it's so you could get it back to you just as easy as you want it, right? You don't want it complex. You don't want it super fast where you want time. You want it to be obvious. You want it to be clear. Good. You will reap what you sow. If you're planting your thoughts like that, you're planting your prayers, you're really thinking and plotting your steps in that fashion, you'll see what comes back. So that's why I think there's a good relationship between be slow to speak and quick to listen. It does go hand in hand, and it's not just listening to other people, being respectful. No. What's going on in your head? And in general, too, I just don't want anybody to get victim to the franticness of what they need to pursue and get so absorbed with everything outside that it turns you into frantic on the inside. Just because things may feel fast around you, slow it down. However, don't listen to me. Why? Because we've already established this. Someone tells you to slow down. That brings certain feelings. That's why I'm not telling you that. And then we've also established that more often than not, by the time we're ready to slow down, it's too late. This is between you and God. This is between you and the world, your life, whatever you believe in. But just think about it. And think about how you would approach people and how they approach you. And how what you want back. Are you planting it in that fashion? So, a very good, simple concept is just get comfortable with this relationship between slowing down and yourself. Because you might hear it from other places, you might hear it from yourself, but overall, what do you want? And can you explain it to me slowing down? Can you really take your time and explain to me where you are going? That's exciting. Because some of you have the idea. Some of you have a lot of ideas. Some of you are already on the right path. So what's the key now? That's that concentration. That's that focus on it where you are taking it and slowing it down. And quite frankly, you are presenting yourself as you should. If we're going to present yourself in front of man, I wouldn't let you come with a good business idea and present it like dog shit. For a man, if you wanted to go up to a business person, a Warren Buffett, I would not let you go there without knowing exactly what you want, being able to explain it. And not, this is our company. That's not, no. I wouldn't let you do that with a man, a human. So now imagine God. Oof. So it's the same thing. That's why it's exciting. This is manning up to a degree. You could call it godding up. I don't know what you want to call it. This is how you will present yourself as a man to another man, to a business person. But now imagine even with God. Imagine that maturity level. You are approaching God with maturity. Why? You've had this PHILO. You're concentrated. You've concentrated on what you want and where you're going. And that way, with that concentration being that deliberate and taking your time, and then you will be able to get your answer back in the same way. That is how business is brokered. You know that. You're going to go back and forth. But hopefully you can listen. But it's hard to listen if it comes in quick, because maybe if you got it right back, you know? But either way, I think it's exciting. So I hope you are just as excited, because this is a small little trick. It's something you could practice internally with yourself every day. You're not going to get it right away. But it should be exciting for what you could do with it and where it could lead to and the strengths that you could build the strength of it. Learning how to do this and starting and getting little by little, slowing down, again, on your own accord, not what anyone else tells you, not when it's too late. But doing that and learning it little by little, getting that concentration and maturity, is building it up like a muscle. That's exactly it. It's like going to the gym. You have to learn. You have to do it every day. Because again, guess what's going to happen? Today, you're going to pray hella slow. 2 days from now, think you got, I want to do this. You might fall back to the same thing. It's going to be something you got to constantly remind yourself. Whew, it's thy will is strong as thy fist. Amen. So I think it's exciting. And I hope you're ready. And I hope some of you are ready to level up in this instance. And are you willing to present yourself like that before man and God? Is that going to be the character that you have, where you know what you know and you're confident and you're actually thinking about what you're doing, thinking about your goals, and to the point where you are presenting it, not expecting anything, where you could say, this is what I'm looking for. I hope that it could be like this. Give me the knowledge. And be specific. And slow, though, but just anything but just running off the top, just super quick. That's a different type of presentation. That's a different type of person. That's the difference between a spoiled kid and a respectful kid. Oh, y'all don't feel me. That's the difference between entitlement and seeking. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Come on. So that's why I'm saying it's very exciting. Some of you could make this shift right now. Or some of you can make sure you stand in where you are. So, I hope you're ready. And I hope you're excited. And that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Woo! Woo! It's a good one. You like that? You like that? It's good? I like it. It's good. We feeling good? Ooh, I like it. That one got me excited. I get excited with that one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
All right, baby. Every hour, you know what to do. You ready? It's a cup, baby.
Lucas.
They ain't do they push-ups. They just later ran. Started at 1 unit. Now on the 10. I think you could do it. Tell me how that sound. They said I was stupid. You should ask him now. Tell me what you had, not what you don't. Don't be getting mad, get some hope. I don't want a bag, I want a boat.
I don't want it fast, I want it slow. Know exactly how the money grows. Cup is overflown, not withdrawn. Don't condone the bitch and moan. There's a bigger goal. Gotta get more homes for my bros and my moms and my motherfucking coat. Hope you watch the plan unfold. Yeah, I'm not seen but unforgettable. You got dreams, don't tell me, go and get it, bro. They got some nice things, that don't mean they always credible. Don't do the nice scene, that ain't me, I had to let it go. So, tell me what you holding on. I hold batons, I pass it on. You sprinting this a marathon, I'm Farrakhan. Only if we talking million men that march. I start computer screens, I made a million looking at some charts. Yeah. Easy said, but it's hardly done. No need your bread, but I tell you when them shots gon' run, I'm poppin', son. But I don't do this to be popular, I just prefer the hottest car. The crib is on the top, it's low. Collect the rent, I am the Lord. I make a check when I get bored. Love what I do, my job is fun. I read the news and smoke a blunt, I'm woke as fuck. That don't mean I never been asleep. Be careful of the friends you meet, the different types of foods you eat. I use this fucking beat to preach, but they don't value us for free. My life is good, my God is great, so what's that even mean to me? Put that shit right in the door, but they won't even turn the key. So if you good, I'm good, let's get this bread. You know I'm trying to eat. Beast, turn that mode on every time I wake. Validate myself, don't matter, pay you what they say. I know I'm great, so I just thank them every time they hate. Hits I'll find my God divine, get 10 for what they try to take.
Uncle, baby. Uncle answers all streaming platforms. We love you. We love you. God bless. Is Biden live right now? I would love to go to the bathroom. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go, Bidonius.
Power must always be with the people.
Yeah. There's always be fucking... Yeah.
That's why, just like we did in 2020, we have to prepare for 2022.
Yeah, I don't know what comes next.
In an all-out effort to educate voters about the changing laws, register them to vote, and then get the vote out.
Yeah. Do you guys hear it?
We'll encourage people to run for office themselves at every level.
Do you hear it?
We'll be asking my Republican friends in Congress and states and cities and counties to stand up for God's sake and help prevent this concerted effort to undermine our election and the sacred right to vote.
Don't ban anybody. Again, any political speeches from now on. I'm running a test. You have all freedom. If the YouTube bans it, let YouTube ban it. Otherwise, let's see what happens.
Then we have to work together. Vice President Harris and I will be making it clear that there's real peril in making raw power, rather than the idea of liberty, the centerpiece of the common life. Founders understood this. The women of Seneca Falls understood this. The brave, heroic foot soldiers of the Civil Rights Movement understood this. So must we. This isn't about Democrats or Republicans. It's literally about who we are as Americans. It's that basic. It's about the kind of country we want today, the kind of country we want for our children and grandchildren tomorrow. And quite frankly, the whole world is watching. Folks, I'm not being sentimental. I'm not preaching to you. I'm just giving it to you straight, as I promised I would always do. Lay things out on the line and honor your trust with trust. So hear me clearly. There's an unfolding assault taking place in America today, an attempt to suppress and subvert the right to vote and fair and free elections, an assault on democracy, an assault on liberty, an assault on who we are as Americans. For make no mistake, bullies and merchants of fear, peddlers of lies, are threatening the very foundation of our country. It gives me no pleasure to say this. I never thought in my entire career I'd ever have to say it. But I swore an oath to you, to God, to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. And that's an oath that forms a sacred trust to defend America against all threats, both foreign and domestic. The assault on free and fair elections is just such a threat, literally. I've said it before. We're facing the most significant test of our democracy since the Civil War. That's not hyperbole. Since the Civil War. The Confederates, back then, never breached the Capitol, as insurrectionists did on January the 6th. I'm not saying this to alarm you. I'm saying this because you should be alarmed. I'm also saying this. There's good news. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be, for real. We have the means. We just need the will. The will to save and strengthen our democracy. We did in the 2020. The battle for the soul of America, in that battle, the people voted. Democracy prevailed. Our Constitution held. We have to do it again. My fellow Americans, it requires fair-mindedness, devotion to justice. Corny as it sounds, love of country. Requires us to unite in common purpose and declares, here and now, we, the people, will never give up. We will not give in. We will overcome. We will do it together. From guaranteeing the right to vote, ensuring every vote is counted, has always been the most patriotic thing we can do. Just remember, our late friend John Lewis said, freedom is not a state, it's an act. Freedom is not a state, it's an act. And we must act and we will act. For our cause is just, our vision is clear, and our hearts are full. For we the people, for our democracy, for America itself, we must act. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops and all those who stand to watch over our democracy. But act. We've got to act. Thank you.
I'm still pooping. They almost got me clapped right there. What the hell? Hey, Biden. Shut the fuck. Who is this guy? Is he at my birthday party 17,000 years ago? That's crazy. Hold on, guys. I'm still pooping. I don't know what to do about this. You finish that. I got my pants are on my ankles right now. So, I haven't even wiped. Fuck. I don't know what to do. Is there... hold on. Hey, Jane. What the fuck do I do? What's her name? Jill? Fuck. Hold on. No. We're going to figure this one out. All right, hold on. I think you guys could listen to me. Fuck. Hold on. I just got him. Look at him. Yo, where's this guy? You got Stone Cold Steve Austin? Look at him. You're going to give him the people's elbow. Yeah. Look at him. You're about to open up a can of whoop ass. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, what's she? Look, she's looking for some. She's on that hunter stuff. Okay, hold on. I gotta go. Please hold. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Don't worry. We got baby wipes. It'll be quick. I thought I had more time. I didn't know Biden was gonna in and out like that. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, that was good though. I liked it. I liked the bathroom time. That was very efficient. Woo! That was great. I gotta wash my hands. Please hold. Wow. All right, we're back. NRXP running. God bless, baby. We got you, Michael. Have a wonderful day. And SPY is coming down. Biden ain't saying anything about inflation. Again, they have to talk about the voter stuff. That way they could, you realize that speech is so that they could justify all of the people leaving Texas. So, yeah. The Texas hide and seek. I think it's cool. I think it's like funny. Like a lot of people don't realize, like when they stage a walkout, if you find them leaving, you could force them to go back. So that's the thing. Why are people? No, they're talking about, so the Republicans were going to vote for a voting registration bill, and it was expected to pass. But based on the laws, you cannot pass and hold a vote if everybody is not present. So what you could do is stage a walkout. So the Democrats in Texas, they decided to stage a walkout and leave Texas to go to Washington, D.C., so that the vote cannot be held. So then that way, if they all are not available to vote, you can't, it's just like court, pretty much. Like if you can't serve me the papers, I don't have to go to court, right? You ever been served before when they're like, hey, are you so-and-so? So if they're not present for the vote, then they are not allowed to, you can't pass anything. So what happens is they all decide to leave. That's what they did yesterday. So they all got out and they all went there. But how the rules work, people don't know about it. So like, let's say that the Democrats are leaving to Washington, D.C. If you can find them before they leave, you can lawfully force them to go back and vote. That's how it works. It's like a game of hide and go seek, literally. Stole my lunch. Figured I'd check in. It's a good check-in, baby. Hope you're having a good day. And they will be arrested. I don't think they get arrested when it's not like, it's never like a real arrest. It's just more of it's like extradition in a weird way. They just get extradited back to Texas. There's no effect on the stock market for it. This is all just back and forth political drama related to votes. Nothing, no economic effect. Unless you want to price in future effects, but that's still negligible at this point, hard to price. My girl got mad at me when I told her what I said on stream when you got mad at me. Forgive me. I forgive you. Why would you tell your girlfriend that? Didn't you say you wanted to, like, something about MILFs? Like, what? Like, why would you even tell your girl? Like, I wouldn't even tell you to, like, just confess your sins to the Lord, not your girlfriend. What's fucking wrong with you? He's like, I told my girlfriend what I said on this. I was like, that's crazy. That's a real story. That's a real life story. That's a real life story, as you guys see. I didn't call him out yesterday. You don't remember? I was like, Brandon, I don't want to ban you, man. Just like I said, give me some serious questions and all of that stuff. And then now he came in asking for forgiveness, and I already forgave him in the moment. But then he said he told his girlfriend. I was like, see, this is why we should have been like, I'm here to guide you. I would never have told you to do that one. I would have said, we good, man, we good. That's why I say, like, it's some stuff people type. It's like, You really wouldn't want to say that to anybody else. You know what I'm saying? I got your back. The sentiment for bank earnings is a lot better than what it was. People were actually scared of it today. So it's good. Funko, I don't have any of the real-time data anymore. I could only get the old short interest. Solomon, trading revenue not going back to 2019 level anytime soon. Damn, he said retail is tapped out. Can I get paid to win political hide and seek? Maybe if you were like a bounty hunter and somebody put out a bounty, but no one really cares as much. It's very theatrical, more or less, but it's just delaying. It's like it's a filibuster. It's a extended filibuster. Wouldn't that mean retail isn't tapped out? Oh, is that what he's saying? I guess, 2019. But 2019 was pretty high. I guess 2020 was I was just thinking COVID-19. Philip Morris dropping. Walgreens slipped. Jesus, Patrick. Oh, Patrick, man, what do I do? Bro, your jokes are hilarious, but like, dude, you can't make me, like, you're making me laugh at them. They're good. That's savage, bro. I love you, bro. I love you. Patrick hella put in me, he's like, do I laugh at that joke or not, Patrick? Like, it's funny, but then Patrick will run it up with the jokes, man. Patrick is like he's like the Arab friend you have that always makes Arab jokes, right? I guess that's what I do to you guys. I make some of y'all hella uncomfortable. You're like, am I allowed to laugh at that Habibi joke? You're like, Mustafa in Baghdad. He's really from Baghdad. It's not that funny. Morgan Stanley, yeah, they're doing the bank. They're doing the best. They were expected to. Now we wait on Powell. Yeah, and you're going to get market moves in between, but yes, Powell is going to be the big factor. And Powell could be, Powell in 3 months. Not even like tomorrow he's going to talk. It could make a move, but overall, the real key is going to come from the overall tapering plan. Otherwise, I think we're going to fluctuate back and forth. You're going to get some stuff here, some stuff there, but overall, I think I know where the real move is going to come out. And this is where, again, the yield curve coming down, this is where people are getting worried about the rates the other day because the yield curve, there's a lot of articles on this. So this is what people were getting worried about. You see how the curve coming into August, or wait, where was it? Wait, what? Okay, yeah, there it is. It's not that flat. Kind of, I guess. Look at since the beginning of the year. Nowhere near. It's not that bad, though. You need yield. That's the thing, though. If the lower end, that's why now if yields go higher on the shorter term, we could flatten out a little bit. And then you factoring in the tapering, I think people are just looking at the trajectory of the yield curve. SPY coming down again. It hasn't matched up with bonds. Autodesk on the high. We closed out at Goldman. Starbucks still up 86%. Overstock came down a little bit. So did JD. That Lumen play. Those Lumens dropped. We made those free. Walgreens still up 50%. TLT down. Amazon. Got 5% on the Amazon. So the composition of June's consumer price report suggests that the bulk of Federal Reserve policymakers will still subscribe to the transitory argument. This is the accompanying chart. Stands to the transitory U.S. inflation thesis. The data shows reopening sensitive categories dominated price pressures for a third straight month. Bloomberg Economics estimates 55% of the month-over-month increase came from 6 components: used cars, rental cars, vehicle insurance, lodging, airfares, and food from home, up from 52% of the month before. Pressures begin to build in the labor slack-sensitive service categories. Hawks could find their arguments holding increasing sway. So again, they're even saying, again, the green right here out of the whole increase that you saw here today, again, this is used cars, rentals, but notice, what are they doing? Do you see the difference? This is what we already talked about. Think about it. We talked about this. And again, you saw the same thing June, July, August, and then it slowed down. The same thing happened in 2020. But there's a big difference in this chart and what we've been saying. SPY's approaching a low. Anybody? Can you see it? There's two highlights. Especially compare that to what I showed you guys earlier with the weighting statistics. Damn, bro, rent is 32% of the index, and that barely is moved. So this is the point we highlighted. The first thing I'll show you is that when you look at the weightings, even though it's a big amount of companies or it's a big amount of things, but this is the main thing, it's not just used cars. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Everyone's saying it's just automobiles. It's not. They are factoring in 6 combined weighting classes. You see what I'm saying? They're taking 6 of them and adding them up. It's not just one thing. And even then, you still have other increases. And again, look at these blue charts would still be bigger than anything that you had in the past. But the point is, they're adding 6 different classes: rentals, used cars, insurance, lodging, airfares, and food away from home. So that is to show the reopening trade, but understand it's not like they're using just one. It's not just used cars. But then what I'm trying to say, even if you take all 6 of these, there is still other weighting classes that still have a bigger effect, and all of those went up. That's why if you remove all of the orange, you would still have an increase in everything else. And it would still probably, think about it, from 0.5% to 1%. Still would be pretty large here, almost. These are almost the same size of those candles. MQ. Market up. Easy Go. Just watch Easy Go get a buyout one day. Just watch. We're still holding. This thing's dead. Here's another highlight. Amid the excitement over the CPI print this morning, it's easy to miss just how historically bad the inflation warnings in the National Federation of Independent Business survey had been. The NFIB showed growing small business optimism coupled with clear and present danger of overheating. The Prices Paid Diffusion Index, measuring how many companies were complaining about higher prices. Shit. I thought it would open you the chart. About higher prices, reached 47.0. For some pop culture context, the last time it was this high, the songs at the number one of the U.S. Hot 100 included Keep On Loving You by Red Speedwagon, John Lennon's Woman, and Rapture by Blondie. It was March 1981. The survey started in October 1997 or 1973 when the world was hit by Yom Kippur War and the oil embargo, yet small businesses regarded their current problems with rising prices to be almost as serious as anything in the 1970s. Meanwhile, the number complaining that jobs were hard to fill and therefore potentially signaling a tight labor market would lead to higher inflation slipped slightly from May all-time highs. So this is from John Author's Bloomberg Opinion in New York. So what I just said was not my words. But this is the chart. So small business experience of rising prices. The NFIB Small Business Higher Price Index is only been this high since that time in 80s. And it was on the decline then. SPY struggling to hang on here. Yeah, Bowie got killed today because the Dreamliners and what they, how they didn't do as good. They were expected to do a lot more. Yeah, to be honest, I've never heard any of those songs that were on that list. More TLT puts. Well, we have TLT puts that'll still keep us in the game. Some of them got clapped, but I sold TLT calls. So watch out here. SPY wants to come down, but TLT getting a little bit of pressure. Once they taper, would the play be TLT calls? No. You would want TLT puts because once they raise, that means rates will go higher. So TLT going down means rates going higher. Disney Communications Chief Zenya Muka to step down January 1st. I think they'll, in the next 3 months, we will know about raising interest rates. Or if it's not raising interest rates, tapering off the bond program. But that will depend. We are dependent on China's schedule. If China, goes on its monetary period, then, their boyfriend America will have to deal with it. Essentially, if they go on a different schedule than us, we're going to have a problem. Otherwise, in the next 3 months, you will get an answer by fourth quarter. Is that a good analogy? A little weird? Okay, good. MQ running. Oh, yeah, MQ is really popping. UVXY popping. SPY's hitting a low. TLT's coming down. If you decouple from China, you run the risk of a race to a bottom and lack of stability between finances and everything else during a global recovery. Yeah, someone did call out MQ a while ago. Just Gary B. C-Pop getting clapped. That was the old China IPO. Damn, they're down 30? Wow. I'm surprised with all the China stocks going good. And Didi out here. I have no idea why Tesla got killed. There was the main head. Today was a lag. You got the CPI, market took it negative, then ripped up at close, everything bounced back, and then after the bond auction, the bond started to highlight the situation a little bit more realistically, and then the market flipped. At the real estate course or get my real estate license. The real estate course will help you with whatever path you take. If you want to be an agent flipping wholesale, and there is a cheat sheet in there for the test, but usually just go get your real estate license, sign up for a pre-licensing course. That would be the step to taking it. But the real estate course is not pre-licensing. It's just to kind of give you an idea of how to make money in the various sectors of real estate and then strategies and like a game plan to do it. I don't know. Philip Morris got clapped too. I'm not too sure with that. Can you buy Friday same day with Thinkorswim? Yes, I believe so. Rip on Ethereum Classic. I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of trauma? I don't look at that anymore. Yes, thank you. I don't even look at anything Bitcoin. I just keep it for basics. I'm still holding everything though. All of it. Always. Did you know that? I think I could pull up the report. There was what's it called? It's what's it called? They said that it's suspected that less than 5% of all Bitcoins were traded in the last 12 months. So that's why the prices have been going crazy. They said about 80% of wallets have not moved in the last year. So in 12 months, 80% of the Bitcoins in circulation have not even left the wallet. No one's selling. So then even then they said another 30% of that is wallets with minimal change, like barely touching it. So that's why it went up so high, part of it. So that's it's crazy to think about. So this whole Bitcoin run, all of that, how does it drop? Because it's only 5% of coins in circulation. So think about it. That's why the moves are so big. Your only available supply to buy and sell and demand at a certain price or sell, that's the real key. Cuba blocked Facebook Messenger. Yeah, that was this morning. LZ Pop, Qualcomm. Oh, Qualcomm wants a little steam. Ministry Zhao Lijian threatened USA. How? Thinking about averaging down on Stellar. I'm gonna wait on everything just until it's the same. We need more clarification with just the whole situation with inflation or not, because again, a lot of other metrics and how they're moving, it's showing us a lot of different things. So that's where I'm just playing it. Pretty much by the time we have from Powell and the Fed, we'll see. That will give us a good answer. And that's what I'm even saying with the market. We got to play the you have to just play the literal the timing of it, of actual policy shift. It will say a lot. Posture check. Chest to the sun. They only got 20 minutes left. The menu with the Fed, I think it is the beige book. And you're also getting Powell before Congress. But I think it might got to push back to, I think he's only speaking. It's going to be a 2-day Congress. No. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 14th? Yes, Powell's tomorrow. Powell House testimony. And then you also get him House tomorrow, Senate on Monday or on Thursday. Till ratio and I can't believe there's only 15 minutes left. 20 minutes. That's crazy. AABC. AbiVi X dividend is tomorrow, so. Should we sell calls? No. Earnings season in here. Market don't care. Do you trade strangles? Yeah, we did one the other day on TTD. I covered it on the watch list. Qualcomm 147. No, that's just you. Yeah, AbiVi's running. AbiVi X dividend tomorrow. And then we get another drip. This thing has been a killer. I think over the last 2 years, I think we overlook AbiVi a lot. Oh, AbiVi's been a solid pick. And now we're getting it towards the top end with a biotech. Ooh. This thing gonna work with us. The little bit of that drip. Yeah, Kramer was saying there was a headline. He's like, I don't know why it's up so much. Abiva. Did it for the Abiva. My average on Abivibe, I think like 86. And then on one account, it's like $60. I haven't logged into the long term. Are we gonna get surprised? Wait, it says I have to update Thinkorswim to open it. I have to close everything now to open up my long term. It's not worth it. There's only 10 minutes. I mean, I guess it's fast. Why not? Update, Habibi, update. Abby sold out above 161. What do you mean? You sold out? 4 minutes till the rigged. Visa's gonna. Didn't they talk about that, or is that confirmed? I feel like I've heard that before. I didn't sell any premium on Square. USPS watchdog says auditing electric vehicle transition plans. Hold on, that could affect Nikolai. Or Workhorse, excuse me. Yeah, Workhorse. There's an audit. USPS is auditing, their watchdog is auditing electric vehicle transition plans. That's with 10 minutes left. That one could be decent. The chains are pretty botched. That one's a tough one. I think it might have a little bit. No, it's good news. Because, again, that's part of that means whoever got the contract is going to get audited. And then the fact that it's coming in at close, you might get a little bit more. I don't know. It's tough. I think you're going to hear about that tomorrow. That's an interest. That one's going to get a lot of hype on Reddit coming into tomorrow. Just think about how people are going to react to that. I'm not going to play it, though. I'm going to burn one. How is it good? No, it's good news because the watchdog is auditing the Postal Service on their decision for how they're transitioning to electric vehicles. So think about it. That's OSK might be good, actually. But they may end up a winner of this. So that means the company that won it, Oshkosh, they will get, if they're pretty much someone's going to look into it. Doesn't mean they're going to lose it, though. That's the point. It could be an audit, and it just might confirm that they deserve it. What time is it? 12:50. Mm, 10 minutes left. You can tell that I'm looking at the workhorse, but though it just seems all botched. And again, you need it to hold up. Let's see. How much? SPY's coming down pretty heavy there. But I made a play. I made a gamble. I'm taking a risky gamble here. Nigel with the play. Did y'all like the video? Huh? Are you getting crocky? Did you like it? You feeling good? You only got 8 minutes here. And be careful. It's a very, very liquid chain. And it's clapped. It's not a good one. It's a gamble. It's an absolute weekly gamble. So do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. It's a very cheap contract. I only threw $50 in. This is just a weekly gamble. I grabbed a workhorse, OSK, Oshkosh. I grabbed the weekly put. I bought 10 of the 105s for 5 cents. So pretty much whatever happens there, it's related to that workhorse news. Again, it didn't move too much, so be careful on that chain. Again, the other ones are pretty messed up, so that chain's not even moving. They're just selling it to us now. Okay, there you go. Now it jumped up. But the other ones are all showing 410, so we will see. But I only spent $50 on it. That's just if anything happens, we go from there. The other ones were a little crazy on August. So this is only for a week. Very, very risky. Oh, be careful. Whoa, someone, man, one of y'all just got fat-fingered. You're a madman, yo. You're an absolute madman. You hit the market at 40? Yo, what's wrong with you? They even took you off the chart. You know that? Bro, they hid you from the damn chart. Wall Street, bro, they hid you. Bro, you hit 40 and they said, no. Take that off. Oh, yeah. Somebody got hit with a 40 bagger on that one. Oh, yeah. That's why you don't market order these ones. They don't play around. You know, the Robin Hood guy, he'll fuck you. You know, he will fuck you on there. That's why. Look at that one went crazy. Oh, my gosh. I'm up 400%. You guys are absolutely nutty. Okay, you guys are being nutty on there. Hey, calm down. Okay, calm down here. Whoa there. Now it's at 25. That's 500%. That's beautiful. That wasn't supposed to happen. You guys are degenerates. So God bless you. Man, you guys haven't. Oh, I told you the exact play. That's why. Well, never. I was like, why, bro? I was like, bro, that hasn't happened in a long time. I was like, that hasn't happened in a long time. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna sell out half. If you're gonna give me 20 cents for it. Oh, I'm gonna get day trade. Oh, there you go. Don't buy it at 20. You're gonna sell it to me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not gonna take it, but there's my order. If you're gonna sell it to me at 20, I'm gonna take it at 20. I have not sold out yet. I put in a limit order. If y'all gonna pay that much for it, you better give it to me. There you go. Look at that bid come down. Look at now everybody else is dumping on. See? You guys are crazy. This is illegal, reported to the SEC. Yeah, show them the clip. Make sure you attach this clip where I said you're all going to lose money. Don't trade this. And then do you see this scrolling thing across there? Okay, I got filled. Only one. Okay, 5. Now I sold out. And I told you when I literally showed you when I'm selling it. I didn't want you guys to buy that because that one shouldn't have gone up 400%. Yeah, that's what I see. Well, now I'm not telling you the exact strike. I forgot about that. That's crazy. Why would you guys do that? We'll see, though. If that play plays out in a certain way, we'll see what happens. What time? Oh, 12:57. 12:57. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. So we make our final approach. If you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing into the second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover, and then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it is about 83 and sunny. Weather is looking good. We are unfortunately still under some weird pseudo-COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down your flight attendant. We'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Chad on the high. 1 minute. Woo! 1 minute. 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 1 Powerful. Powerful. What a day. We actually made a lot of plays, a lot of quick flips here today with the news. You got some other news, our inflation, everything else. You got about 30 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Wrap it up. Wrap thy plays up. Plays up. Day trade. I did a lot of day trades today, actually. Even with the premium, did a lot of day trades. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horn. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is it. The day is now over. Look at that. GG. That's it. The game's over. GG in the chat. GG in the chat, baby. Oh, yes. What a day. What a day of inflation and economics and everything else. What do we got here? 1.7 thousand likes. Horn. Delta Airlines to add Airbus, Boeing aircraft to the fleet. Delta to add Airbus and Boeing. Uh-oh, you're getting some moves there, I think, after hours. You got a little bit of news. But that is the day, ladies and gentlemen. Before you head out, please don't leave. Please don't leave. I have something to tell you. Delta to add 27 used Boeing 737s to their order. But before you head out, the day is over. I need to tell you thank you. Thank you for being here, okay? I don't care if you like me or not. You gave me an opportunity, baby, and we're grateful for it. So thank you to all the people who played me in their car, their speakers at work, in their home, on their computer, on their phone, wherever you were, baby. You gave us the opportunity. You gave Chad the opportunity. You let Chad post the news. Some of you had some awesome call-outs today. Whether we got them early or late, we appreciate it. You helped somebody out. You may not realize it, but it's beautiful. Shout out to all the respectful Chads. Y'all did good, man. Y'all did good. Even with a no ban zone during politics, y'all did very, very good. Clap it up. Clap it up. GG. We love it. We love it. So thank you. Shout out to all the people who kept it respectful. Shout out to all the members, baby, rocking the badge. They looking pretty. They supporting the channel, and we appreciate you guys supporting it. It allows us to do what we want to do, how we do it. So thank you, and God bless you. Shout out to the stream alerts. First link in the description, baby, and that's also where you get your free long-term alerts. Free long-term alerts as well, too. But God bless everybody supporting. We appreciate you. Hopefully it's been helping you out. And shout out to everybody. Everybody, baby, whether you got a membership badge or not, whether you have stream alerts or no stream alerts, free alerts or no alerts at all, baby, you still hold it down. You show up every day. You pay with your time, and we appreciate it, baby. We never expect anything from you, so it's always, that's what makes it even better when you see the love, baby. That's all. You know why? We ain't expect anything. Y'all came in here. Y'all show respect. Y'all didn't have to. Y'all showed some love. You didn't have to. Y'all posted the news. You didn't have. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, man. So let's go. We love it. We love it. And we love you. And God bless the cult, baby. From the mountains to the prairies. Chattaffucking-donia, baby. Let's go. Woo! So God bless you all. Thank you. And hopefully we see you on the watch list. Second link in the description. Nightly watch list and main channel. First link, I already told you that. Become a member. Third link, March on the fourth link. Check out the new channels, Co-Real Estate. You guys ain't even looking at what I'm looking at. Damn, I'm crazy. Oh, I was just getting hyped. You just saw me. You hear that? That's my hair. You hear my hair? That's me shaking. You hear that? Woo! Oh, you're getting earnings. L Brands, American Airlines. Look at, they all come. It's earnings season. Woo! We out here, baby. Oh, yeah. Check out PHILO. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. How option pricing works. If you haven't watched this one, you're missing out. How to set up the law term. And finally, the prayer request wall, baby. Actually, before we get to the prayer request wall, we did do a lot of plays today. So we will go over all of these plays. You guys will see what happens there. But these are all the plays for today. I totally forgot about hiding the strike price from you till after. So that's what led to some of our... We haven't seen that in a while, though. Let's be honest. I have not seen a play like that. You guys went too crazy on that. But either way, it's a good news play. We'll see how it plays out. But we did do a lot of plays, so hopefully so you guys can understand them, make sure you check out some of these tutorials. They're really, really good for you. And we have them all on the main channel. Got a lot of option trading tutorials. And best part is you get to watch the tutorials, but you get to see us do it live, baby. Amen. Amen. But now to the final part. The prayer request wall, baby. The damn prayer request wall. This is where it happens. Where magic is made. Y'all don't understand it. What are you going to do with your prayers today, ladies and gentlemen? You know, this is only if you pray. And listen. I'm sorry to start it off with that. You know why? Because I'm going to pray for you even if you don't want to get prayed for. Okay, this is, you know, you don't have to be no religious nut job like myself, okay? I feel you. We don't care. We just want to root for you, man. You know what it's like when someone supports you and just being out there? You know what I'm saying? And we rooting for you. You know what it's like? Do you know what? You won't feel it, but you will feel it. But you will it's just a different dynamic when you got people rooting for you. Do you get what I'm saying? That's vibes. Oh, they don't feel. You know what I'm saying? Let me bring it down to the modern day time. It's called vibes. Have you ever heard about vibes, my friend? Vibes? You vibing or what, son? Do you know about the vibes? Do you know vibes? That's what this is. Just good vibes, man. That's all. We just sending love just in that direction. That's what they don't feel. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So it's just good vibes, man. Root for your brother. Root for your sister. Root for the people in here. Root for the people not in here. Root for the people not in here but trading, trying to make a way. Root for them. Pray for the people who don't know any better. You know what I'm saying? They don't know. Pray for all the new people. Oh, maybe, see, so if you knew, we pray. Oh, come on. That's all I'm saying. Good vibes. Remember, man, listen. If it can't flow through you, it will not flow to you. That's all I'm saying. So root for the good people. Root for the bad people. Not like the evil, but like, you get what I'm saying. The new people, the old people. Root for the meme stocks. Root for the value stock. Oh, come on. Root for the guy who only trades options on the weekly. Root for the long term. That's all I'm trying to say. So that's the prayer request wall. That's all. So just pray for me as well, too. It means a lot to me, okay? Some of y'all don't take it seriously. That's fine. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? There's some people out there, they don't pray, and we still love you. Guess what? We still praying for you. They don't feel me, man. So do you get what I'm saying? That's all. It means a lot to me. So if it means a lot to you, and it means a lot to me, oh, that's good enough. Woo! You feel me? 100%? You feel me? Okay, good. I hope, man. I hope. So that's it. That's today. That's the day for you. Fill out the prayer request. Well, I don't want to get I could go crazy. I'll go crazy on it, man. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, we got to relax. But listen, you know why I'm hyped? Oh, you know why I'm hyped? I'm hyped for a reason. Because we went through this whole day. And we still have the rest of the day. So now, my Chads, this is the time where you go and walk into the day. This is where some of you finish the rest of your day. You already began. So look at that. This is a checkpoint. You get to come in with a lot of energy. I hope you could take this hype once the screen is turned off. I hope you could take it and run with it. Oh, they don't feel. I'm rocking back and forth. I feel it. I can't stop clapping. That's all I'm saying. So take the energy, baby. Take it and run with it. Let's go. Wiggle the shoulders. Loosen up. You got the whole day. Go take this energy and take it somewhere. Go put it to use. Be positive. Finish the rest of the day out. Go be positive. Go be hype. Who's stopping you? The market stopped us. The bell has rang and we are hyped. Come on. Let's go. That's what I'm saying. Go and take it. Run with it. Finish your day. Take this energy into the gym, the work, the watch list, whatever other work you got to do. Go when you see your kids, when you see your wife, when you see your husband. Go, you better hit them with this hype. Take over the day. You know why? You know why? Because you're going to wake up tomorrow and drive. Yes, you're not going anywhere, but your attitude is going to be in drive. D is for decision. Oh, they don't. You're going to make a decision that it's going to be a good day. And you're going to have a good attitude no matter what. You are not a chameleon. No matter what happens, you are not going to respond to your environment based on neutral. You're not going to wake up in neutral. Something negative happens. Now you're negative the rest of the day. You're going to wake up in neutral. Something positive happens. Now you're positive the rest. That's too much. No, that's too many variables. I don't like it. No. You shouldn't. You're not a chameleon. That is how a chameleon operates. You are not a chameleon, my friend. You're going to wake up and drive, baby. Let's go. Make the decision. Woo! So, do what you need to do. Do what you need to do, my friends, okay? And that's it. And listen to the PHILO. You know, slow down. Slow down. Relax. How are you going to present yourself? Woo! Same energy. Same hype. You can still be hyped and know exactly what you want. Oh, come on. Woo! So let's go, baby. Purposeful, intentional. You got the maturity. Stay concentrated. And don't forget, we need the presence of hope. Woo! There you go. I'm slowing it down now. So don't forget that, PHILO. I hope you take it with you. Some of y'all, that's all they, get ready. Slow it down and you're going to listen. You're going to hear the answer a lot more clearer. You know that? Oh, get ready. Get ready, baby. It's game time. It's game time. Only got a couple more Tuesdays left. 20-something Tuesdays left. Oh, man. Oh, man. You needed this today? Let's go. If everybody needs it. They don't let's go! I'm just trying to tell you, you can't be stopped. That's all I need to say. You cannot be stopped. You have that concentration. You have the hope. Oh, man. And now you are defining it and going in slow and steady. You slowing it down. No one's telling you to slow down, and you not slowing down before it's too... Come on! So let's go, baby. That's it. Take the PHILO. Run with it. Run with it. It's going to be a great week. It's already a great week. It's already a great year. It's only going to get better. Even if it doesn't look good, you could claim it right now. I claim it for all of you. I'm sorry. Some of you may not like that. It's going to be a good year. I claim it. My bad. Sorry about that. I'm not sorry. It's yours if you want it. That's all I'm saying. It's an attitude problem. That's it. This isn't a math problem. It's an attitude problem. You got to figure out the equation. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It has been claimed already. So let's go, baby. It's going to be good. It's going to be good, okay? I love it. I love it. So please, take the energy. Have a great day. Keep it going. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, ladies and gentlemen. And lead the field. Lead the field. Earl Nightingale. It's a great book to read. A great, great book to read. Come on. And get ready. Just get ready. Get some energy. Hype yourself up. I don't care. Be on some stupid hypey shit. Hypey is like happy and hype. Hypey. You know, So let's go, baby. That is it. I love you all. I will see you on the watch list. I'm going to see you with the same momentum. I might even hit the watch list this hyped. I might say, hello. It's the watch list. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Yes. 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 Breathe in. You're alive. Isn't that crazy? Can we do that before you go? I know, a lot of hype, but let's slow it down, okay? I'm going to slow it down for you real quick, okay? I want you to just relax your shoulders, okay? Relax the shoulders, but don't relax them too much, okay? Just listen to this right now. Just breathe in right now. Breathe out. Just breathe for a little bit, okay? And this is what I want you to think about. You are alive right now. Just picture that. You are alive. You don't have to picture it. You're literally living in a first-person video game. Like this is damn Halo. Do you get that? The sensation of being alive. Just think about, have you ever just stop and take a moment and just, you're alive right now. Like you have fingers, you have feeling. Like think about it. You might be hungry, you might have to take a shit, but that's all sensations to being alive. Just, woo! Just take that in for a second. Just take that in for a second. You could get high off of that. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. That's it. Y'all don't realize it. Oh, y'all don't realize it. You're alive right now. Oh, man. So don't let anybody tell you otherwise. That's all I'm saying. And don't just feel that. Just feel that for a second, okay? That's all. That's all, okay? So I'm leaving you with that. I already gave you the books. Don't ever forget, man, why we keep going, why we ready, why we have the energy, why we have a good attitude. And we know what it is, baby. Why we show up, why we do the things that we don't have to do. You have freedom to do whatever you want, but you make a choice. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! So it's beautiful, baby. I love all of you. I hope you enjoyed today as much as I did. Get ready for the watch list. Get ready for tomorrow. Middle of the week. It's coming. Let's go. Earnings season is kicking off. Get ready. I love you all. Have a wonderful day. I will see you tonight. Peace out. Oh, hey, Josh. It's earnings. Let me get a pony. Okay, love you. Bye.